come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Do it now, baby. Do it now, baby. Get out and just do it, do it. Do it now, baby. Get out and just do it, do it. You ain't got time for excuses. You got to use it and lose it. Ooh. Do it now, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Take it, jump, jump, baby. Just live your life. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. What you waiting for? What you waiting for? Quit wasting time. It's all in your mind. Get up and go. Just live your life. Hey, you better get up, get yourself in gear. Like Michael said, you got to look into that mirror. Get up and live your life right now. 'Cause you can't win the game if you ain't in it. You ain't got time for excuses. No more, no more. You got to use it and lose it. Ooh. Do it now, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Oh baby, tell me why you ain't living your life. No, no, no. So get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get out and just do it, do it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get out and just do it, do it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get out and just do it, do it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get out and just do it, do it. Just live your life. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. What you waiting for? What you waiting for? Quit wasting time. It's all in your mind. can feel the rush. Here it comes. The fire in my air. Ready, set, here we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I just can't get enough. I can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Can you feel the rush? I can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Come on, I just can't get enough. I can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Can you feel the rush? I can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough.
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out. 'Cause here I come. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, time's up, better be ready, can't stop me now, no, 'cause here I come, here I come, here I come.
Tonight is all about you. Just go on and have what you want, and do anything that you like to. Oh, you don't even have to stop, no. You sparkle like diamonds, yes you do, no matter where you are. And you got everyone's attention. Yeah, you're breaking every heart, yeah. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Oh, just let it show what you feel inside. Don't
my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head, where's the crown? They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it?
Yeah. It's Q-Head. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. With you. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. Just let the music soothe away your trouble tonight. Yeah, come on, let's do it. Ain't nowhere to go but the top of the world. Here I go. I'm riding on a disco train. Ain't ever coming back again. 'Cause I'm riding into disco town. Nobody's gonna keep me down. 'Cause I'm riding into disco town. I'm riding into disco town, ride
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
A very, very good afternoon to everyone tuning in. It's the start of a new season, DreamLeague Season 24. We are getting ready for 2 weeks filled with the best Dota in the world, and of course the start of the ESL Pro Tour. There's so much to talk about, there's so much to go through, but there's also a lot that is the same that we're going to enjoy, and we're going to start off with enjoying some Pregame Pandas. You gotta love it. Welcome back to everyone watching, but also welcome back to the Pregame Pandas. Now, you might have seen that we don't have Bob with us, but that's okay because he sent in his finest. We got Tom replacing Bob's, and Tom, welcome to DreamLeague. I don't know if you have a microphone. Do you have a microphone? He does have a microphone. This is great. Nice. Are you looking forward to your first DreamLeague?
It's my first one.
Are you excited?
I am.
Oh, and also, by the way, it's another Dutchie, by the way. Just want to claim credit, obviously. Welcome back, Jens. Welcome back, Thomas, as well.
Shout out to the Netherlands. Can we get the Netherlands national anthem from the Pregame Pandas? Goddamn, I missed this job. I really missed this job.
Thank you very much.
Very nice.
And maybe have many more random requests that are maybe not the Dutch anthem, but, you know, as a fellow Dutch person, I don't mind it too much. We're good. Hey, Jenkins.
Hello. When I wasn't here, did people do that? Ask them for random bullshit?
Yes.
They did?
Yeah. With Slacks kept them on their
Slacks was even
toes.
worse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think, did you send him a memo to do that, or did he just do that by himself?
No, he did that by himself.
Good. Glad to have you back, though.
It's good to be back. Always a little emotional seeing the crew and everyone. The boys.
The boys.
The girls.
The girls, but the boys first, yeah.
That's
nice. Hello, Odie Pixel Fox. How you doing?
I'm doing really good.
Doing good?
Yeah, looking forward to another great season. We've got a nice, long, meaty season ahead of us this time once again. So I can't wait. We're going to have a crazy amount of games. And judging from the recent tournaments, the Dota's been pretty good. So
getting good.
We're going to be getting that. And, you know, I might be on the copium a bit, but holding out for a mid-tournament patch.
Please.
I'm hoping so. I'm waiting for that Act 4.
Really?
I want that 8.00. I want that Ags Lab 2. I want that Dota 3. I want it all. So hopefully we'll get some of that this season.
I think it will. I don't know about all that.
It's a little bit
That's a bit
intense.
I'm only asking for a little.
Yeah, that's a bit greedy, I'd
Dota
say.
3?
I like the mid-Dream League patches. They're always good. Right in the middle of the tournament, smack after the first group stage. It's always fun.
I think we'll get one of those.
I
so.
really hope, and I hope it's not just like the minor one that we just had, where it was like the bracers and the double.
No,
the 25,
they always do that. They always do that right
The small
before
and then
there's-
the bam.
Then there's
Yeah.
the big one, yeah.
So, I
Especially
mean,
the
There's
item
like
changes.
the initial patch that they needed to do just to get some tweaks out of the way while working on the big meaty patch coming, which we're all, maybe it's a little bit copium, but we're all having high hopes here. So
I mean, I'm happy with this patch.
It's been really good.
It's been
really
the
good
games have been really good.
There's so many 60-minute games. I feel like from a
that's
viewer
true.
perspective, it just doesn't get better than
There's
60-minute games.
There's also been like 30,000 gold throws, like teams winning with like deficits, or you know, when
7
they're,
Roches in one game.
Yeah,
We've also had that.
comebacks are fully possible again.
Best
I
of
think.
fives are going the distance.
They actually
Yes.
are.
They did.
That's insane to
Yeah.
say. It doesn't happen.
No,
in
it's,
Dota.
it's pretty good. It is pretty good right now. So we can't complain.
I will also say it came after, by comparison, TI had a lot of 2-0s. So I think in comparison, it's going to be better.
It was a boring patch. We can just say it now.
Yeah.
We don't have to beat around the bush. It was just Greaves' pipe.
Yeah.
group up as 5, end the game at 30 minutes.
And this one is definitely starting to have a bit of like teams are really starting to figure out like exactly what everyone's doing though, because there's so much information, there's so many tournaments. So it's like these are the 5 really good carries. These are the like 6 really good mids, and you can't really vary too much outside of them though.
That's
but
one.
It's still been good games. That's the one thing. The only issue is just the hero pool a little bit on some of those roles.
More variance.
Yes,
a little bit
exactly.
More
It's been a bit stagnant, but it's still good games. So who cares, kind of?
I mean, dude, you got to remember as well, that's something else that might happen this tournament. If you look back at sort of the difference between the time between adding a hero and putting it into captain's mode, could we be getting Ringmaster added to captain's mode this tournament?
I think he's at a point he's not
could be
OP
added.
Well,
to the degree.
No, I think he is, but I think normally when they add a hero to captain's mode, it comes paired with a gigantic nerf.
You think it's still OP? I think it's good.
It doesn't have facets yet.
Yeah,
Isn't that going to completely make, or Aghanims, right? It's going to completely change the way that the hero is. So I think it still has.
And he has the worst Aghanim shard in the game.
Worthless, right? Misrate. It's a spotlight.
It looks cool.
It does look
I
really
will
cool.
say it's very cool looking.
First time I set out it, I thought I had a bug. I thought my game was like bugging out. I'm like, oh god, I'm having graphic issues. Like, what is this thing? I didn't even notice what it did. So.
No. I mean, it's something that I think everybody's hoping for. Maybe some Ringmaster, definitely a patch. Maybe November 1st. I'm on that go.
That's what, because there was ages ago, right? Someone found in some hacker person. I don't know how they do it.
It was you.
It was me on one of my alt accounts, indeed. I don't know. Some hacker person found some notes in the files, and it had the date November the 1st. This was like a month ago. So I remember when this happened, everyone was like, well, it's not going to be that long for Act 4. But now we're getting close to November 1st. Maybe it's looking like that was the intended date all along. We don't know. But at this point, I'll be happy because that's only Thursday or Friday, November the 1st, so end of this week.
And it would also come paired, because we know with Act 4, Kez would be added. I know not the captain's mode. Would be very hype if he instantly gets captain. That's not going to happen. But that is another thing to look forward to. But we're getting way ahead of ourselves. You know, it's day 1 of Dream League. There's no patch yet. And we do want to talk about all things Dream League, Dota, and with that, EPT, ESL Pro Tour, Jenkins, because this is the stop 1 of the whole road to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, this is pretty much the same format as last year, where you have scaling points as the year goes on. So if a team is much stronger near the end, where we're going to have the Esports World Cup, they will, of course, be able to win that last Dream League and then participate in that, and then also a little bit more value in winning the LAN events over the Dream Leagues. As we can see, ESL Bangkok, more value than Dream League Season 25, even though that's coming later. But we have that scaling, so we're going to end up with a Tundra. Was it TI-10 where they didn't get to go? They had.
We did have that once, right? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, they didn't quite make it. No, this is good. I think one thing to remember as well. Even though this first tournament is basically half the points of the last one. We've seen at the end of each season how close it gets on the points, right? So this tournament, even though it's half the points of the last one, it absolutely matters just as much, and the teams are going to be trying just as hard.
Hearing just from all the teams, I was chilling with these guys at BB Dacha, and everybody's talking about Dream Leagues. Like, they're putting 100% effort into every single Dream League. Like, this is basically the new DPC.
The circuit,
Yeah, this is the circuit. So they're trying really, really hard for this.
We saw the second to last stop is ESL 1 Spring 2024. Fog, that doesn't have a location. Do you have a bucket list of locations that you would like to go?
Where would you like?
I will say we have no
2025
idea.
though, isn't it?
2025.
That's a typo. It's fine.
We're going back in time.
We're going back in time.
We're going back in time.
But I mean, we have no idea where it's going to be, and I figured maybe we still have time to influence it. So, where do you want to go?
That's true. You could announce where it is.
Japan, let's go.
Has to do it there.
Japan,
ESL 1 2025 Tokyo. Get ready to buy your tickets. We're booking it right now.
No,
we're not.
That's not a thing.
Maybe though. Who knows?
I feel like if we did a vote in chat, Tokyo would genuinely be the number 1.
Didn't it say at some point last year it was set up to be Europe? Normally that one is in Europe. We have had Birmingham. We've had Stockholm and Berlin around the same time zone. So
we have, and we've had some great crowds. Last year, right, was Birmingham, and it was fantastic. Obviously biased because British, but if we did end up going Birmingham again, I wouldn't be disappointed. And I know there'd be a whole stadium of British fans, or fans also traveling around from everywhere, honestly. Some people came from really far. I think some fans from like South America. I remember meeting last time ESL 1 Birmingham, coming over for that one. People have a great time. So Birmingham would be great, but anywhere in Europe, I'm happy.
Of course, he's going to say Birmingham.
So what are you going to say?
What are you going to say?
How long has it been since we've had one in Sweden?
2 years?
Yes, true. Because we did do a lot of kind of tournaments.
Stockholm Major.
Yeah, Stockholm Major was the first major after COVID.
And then before that, we were going to have the
TI?
TI.
Yep. First in Sweden, then in Romania. Sure,
Yeah.
you're right.
And then we did always have TI in Copenhagen, which sure it's Denmark, not Sweden, but that is very close.
Still
So-
Scandinavia. The Swedes get catered to.
I just feel like there's a lot of Swedes that play Dota.
There is,
The
for
crowd
sure.
would be
Sure.
wild here.
It would be. But I would imagine a lot of them would have been able to come over to Copenhagen.
How about a country that is great for a central location in Europe, easy to fly into? Everybody in the country speaks at least English, but
They
also
like to
maybe
bike
a little
a lot,
bit of
lots of
German.
bike
They
paths.
like to bike. Everything's easily reachable. Maybe
Birmingham
a little
does
Dutch. A little bit of Dutch. I got the band on board. A Dutch major would be fantastic. I
That would
sign
be
for
pretty
that.
high.
That would be cool.
pretty hard.
And you wouldn't have to go anywhere because you guys could just
I could drive
over there.
Easy.
Yeah. I wonder when we'll find out. I don't know. When do we normally get to know these sort of things? When do we normally get to announce these things?
I know Bangkok got announced.
How many months ahead?
Maybe a month ago. Just
That was
after,
pretty far ahead.
Was it during TI or during Wallachia? Like somewhere, like about a month ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Month or 2 months ago.
Yeah, we'll see. I
Tokyo,
imagine, they
baby,
probably
let's
won't get announced till after ESL 1
Or
Bangkok,
maybe
right? 'Cause
it's
that's the next
announced
big one.
during Bangkok.
Yes, that would be cool as well. So I reckon around there, that's probably when people are going to find out where we're going to be going next year. Including myself, so we don't know. But yeah, of course, if you're on the Twitter and the Twitch, I'm sure there's still time if you want to make sure that ESL knows where you want to have the next big thing.
Yeah,
next big
definitely. We
tournament.
have all the impact to decide this.
No,
This
but the
is very
fans
true.
do, The people ESL wants to know where the
Actually,
fans are, where they want to watch
unironically,
it.
every time there's a survey, there's a lot of surveys after ESL 1
Yeah,
Stream Leagues.
you can
Fill
give
them
that
in.
feedback.
Someone actually reads everything.
Yeah,
So,
thank you.
send your book in just for reviewing if you need a free editor.
Please
Don't
don't.
do that.
It takes me many hours.
He's legally obliged to read everything that gets
They
sent
put
in.
it
So, yeah.
in my contract years ago, and I've been reading them since.
All the books.
Please don't submit surveys.
No, submit surveys.
Submit
Very
surveys.
great.
Submit surveys.
But you can't really give a survey yet about this one because we're only just at the beginning of this Dream League season 24. And for this one, we got 16 teams joining the fray here.
Oh, look at that.
Here they are by logo. Oh, and these are the 16 teams here for the upcoming 2 weeks. Do you have any dark horses and teams to keep an eye out on other than the usual suspects?
Well, it depends how usual you would class like heroic. Obviously,
Sure.
they just won quite a huge tournament over at Wallachia. I really love watching them play. I think they won over a lot of fans in what they were doing, especially obviously with Parker. I feel like it's been a while since I watched a team and just like an individual player. Not that the rest of the players were holding him back or anything, but if anything, the way they were complimenting him as well. But how he as a carry just stood out like consistently across many different series against all these top teams. So obviously at Wallachia we didn't have all of the tier 1 teams. This tournament round, now we've got heroic, and they're going to get to have all these crazy matchups. I think it's going to be really fun to see what Parker does against all these other top carries in the world.
Very true, and let's also not forget that there is a lot at stake for this Dream League. There is $1 million up for grabs. Fogged, do you think the teams care more about that or the points? Because that's the difficult one, because it's both very important.
They're just playing for points, probably, I assume here. I mean, yes, it's great money, but I think they're just looking to play for Riyadh, right? So
The points, Jenkins.
points. Sure, it's good money, but these guys all make, at least the teams that are
A lot of six. That's the thing.
really good
Maybe
money.
the teams that are normally not qualifying to, or at least getting directly invited to the big things, they care more about the prize money, but the rest cares more about points.
I think the points matter. The placement also matters. I think a lot of the modern day esports contracts.
Yeah.
I don't know specific details, but
They're pretty good.
I think a lot of the contracts are like if you perform well, the salary goes up, and that's something that people talked about for many years. Should be a thing in Dota, but TI prevented that, and that's kind of happening now. So
Hot take. To support the scene, should the prize pool money be swapped? Because let's be real, the top teams
Well,
generally
no.
don't need the prize money because
That
they got
is
great
a
salaries.
terrible idea.
lose on purpose, baby.
Well, yeah,
No, because the
Interesting
points
concept.
stay the same. The points stay the same, but the prize money is reversed.
no.
I think you should be running
No.
ESL. I think you should apply for CEO position. That makes a lot of sense.
I mean,
Let's make a team.
Fuck, you just said the players definitely play for the points.
No,
So
but
that
no,
means-
but it just leads to a lot of ways that would encourage bad play. Say a team's not doing great. Say it's the end of the year, right? You have this reverse prize pool for the last tournament before it, a team knows they're not going to get enough money to go to Riyadh Masters, so then they're incentivized to lose because then they can make from the short time a better payout.
I'll mediate here.
So it doesn't work.
I think
We're not going to be doing this.
Maybe there's an argument for a more flat structure because the points matter so much. However, making the 16th team get $300,000 is definitely not a good idea.
It would actually be 15th and 16th.
15th, double the prizes, the prize pool.
At the end of the day, it's competition. We're meant to reward the people that play well. If you play bad, I think it's a bit generous. We're giving you any money. You come last, you should get nothing at all.
Oh, well.
Okay, that's brutal. You guys are on the opposite end of the spectrum here.
Because there's a lot of investment in time. Because let's take a look at the format. Because these teams are going to play a lot of Dota. The format didn't change from last Dream League. In case you don't remember, it starts off with 16 teams, and in one group stage, that is a round robin with 2-game series with 2 groups. We eliminate 8 teams, and with those 8, we're dealing with one group. Round robin, best of 3 into a 14 double elimination, Jenkins.
Yeah, I remember the first time we did this format, every single game mattered. It does mean that there's a lot of group stage matches. That means there's a lot of streams going on at the same time. But it also removes a lot of those games where they just don't matter. Like you lose one game that you shouldn't. You throw one game that you shouldn't. And there's a lot of throws right now, by the way. Dota's a game of throws right now. You're out. We're eliminating half the teams in 4 days. Or is that 5? 27th to 31st. That's 5 days?
It's including tiebreakers, probably 5 days.
That's 6 days with tiebreakers, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, math.
So 5/6, yeah.
Imagine getting eliminated from Dream League on Halloween.
That would be very unfortunate and very spooky as well. Let's see, because groups then make a big difference here, and we can take a look at those groups. Group A, first on our screens. And Fogged, what is the thing that stands out to you most for this one?
A lot of good teams, but it's definitely pretty top heavy. I mean, there's top heavy in terms of the teams that people expected to be doing very good, but we also saw them not do that great at BB Dodge. So we see Liquid and Gaming there, BBT is up there. So I mean, this group looks quite strong, pretty scary.
Pretty scary with Group B. Oh, and would you consider it the same level of scariness as it's a little bit?
Yeah, I honestly, I think the group's kind of balanced.
They look pretty balanced to me.
Yeah, I feel like if any was maybe jumping out to me, the fact that I'm seeing straight away from recent performances, Heroic, Tundra, Team Falcons. So, right, we've got 3 finalists from the... and Heroic, of course. Wait, did I say Heroic?
You said Heroic.
I said Heroic.
Yeah, Spirit looked really good.
Spirit, sure, they're rising up, but I say kind of out the whole group here, Heroic, Tundra, Falcons. You expect those to be the top 3. Which way round that's going to go, who knows? So I'm very excited that we have got like Heroic in the same group as Tundra and Falcons, because those matchups are going to be very fun to watch.
We have rematches all over the place over the last few tournaments. It's going to be sick.
I think there's one team that a lot of people are looking forward to, or rather maybe one player that a lot of people are looking forward to seeing play.
Is it Watson?
It's Fortnite Man.
Oh, Fortnite Man.
Yeah.
Oh, man, yeah.
Fortnite Man.
I'm looking forward to it. I've heard a lot about him. I've read a lot of threads online about him. I didn't actually get to see any of the games that he's played, so I'm looking forward to just jumping into the casting booth. And
I just can't wait for Owen to be yelling this the whole time. Fortnite Man going in. I'm just going to try not to crack up the whole time.
Than anyone else on that team, absolutely.
I heard you guys had a lot of fun with PP.
He was a massive popularity with the audience. Everyone loved him. People love PP. I don't know. I did not even mean to do that. But no, he was really popular.
Yeah.
It's a shame he's not here. He I don't know what happened. He didn't qualify. Did they come close in the qualifiers? Do we know he wasn't playing this qualifier?
Well, there's 2 teams that qualified. It's Vasca and Heroic, and he did not qualify.
So yeah, I don't know how close he got in the
too.
qualifiers, but didn't make it this time.
Yeah.
Hopefully. We'll make it next time.
Yeah, let's take a look at the schedule to see when all your favorite players are playing, because like Jenkins said, there are 4 streams going on at the same time. This is happening on Stream Ember. Gareth and Wagamama will be able to take you through Enigma Galaxy and BBT and Heroic and Azure, and I think this is one that people want to watch. Did we talk about Enigma Galaxy?
No, we didn't.
That's what I thought you were talking. I thought when you said there's one player here that everyone's ready to watch, I was waiting for the back chest. But
Gareth and Wagger are going to have a quick day, huh?
Oh, dear.
It kind of looks like it.
Come on, let's be honest. BB team looked so good.
They're scary.
In Dota. This is the old BB team without the choke.
Okay.
And with they actually have fun playing the game. It's I have very high hopes for this roster.
Yeah, they look really good.
Let's take a look at our Storm stream. You'll be able to catch MLP and Jonix Fire for that one. Extreme Gaming versus Nouns and Spirit versus Team Waska.
Those could be kind of close.
More balanced.
More balanced, I would
Yeah,
say.
closer than the first.
I think Spirit Waska is interesting because
Yeah, agreed.
I think a lot of the new Spirit players are not going to know what it's like to play against an SA team.
Yeah, the SA and the SA teams are just they're getting better fast.
I say look really good.
They're getting
Yeah.
You
quite
can
good.
never underestimate these guys in any tournament.
With
They
that
will-
being said, though, I mean, Extreme, we have not seen Extreme since TI, correct?
Yeah, not the new roster. That's true.
And Nouns has not been looking too hot.
Nouns, yeah, they kind of disappointed in Dacia, but I do feel like a lot of their group stage games. I watched all the games. It was close. Like the games were pretty close.
Yeah,
they got a little unlucky.
I don't feel like they've gotten the one sad thing though for me for Nouns is they haven't gotten better and they haven't even like stayed the same. They've kind of dipped a little worse at times rather than like anything like that.
Yeah.
So,
Well, let's take a look at Earth, Seek and Strike, and Winter. We'll be talking about Avalanche, Paravision, Polyanitsia.
Palyanitsa.
Polyanitsia.
I had to do a voiceover for this one, so I was like, watching the pronunciation. Of
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't pronounce the I at the end at all?
ChatGPT.
No, it's like a sa, I believe. Palyanitsa.
Okay. And Talon. That's Fortnite, man, by the way, in case anybody,
is.
like, everybody remembers Fortnite.
He's playing today.
Is that a potato?
No, it's a
No,
bread.
it's a bread.
Oh, it's a piece of
Palyanitsa is,
bread.
I believe, type of Ukrainian bread.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
it looks,
I didn't know this.
It looks delectable.
It does. It makes me hungry.
Whether it's a potato or bread, it looks good.
It's bread. It's very clearly bread if you see the enlarged version. So, but that's on the Earth stream. And then, we're saving the best for last. We got a lot of grand final rematches.
We're
This
so
is
blessed.
crazy.
literally
We're
grand
so
finals.
Day one, and you're getting this.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
TI grand finals, last tournament grand finals.
Literally yesterday. Like, it hasn't even been 24 hours for these players when they play again.
I want to say one thing just so it does. I don't want to sound like I'm biased for Nouns when I said they got unlucky in their matches.
Yeah.
I also think Liquid got unlucky. The game that they got eliminated versus Yakult's brothers was some like 60 minutes, could have gone either way. It was, I mean, a lot of games were just the chaos factor reigned supreme in Dacia. And I think that's just the patch. So I'm really excited to see that. I think they might just stomp Gaiman because I think Gaiman, they lost more like honestly. They lost like a 29-minute game to Aurora or something. They just got beat.
That being said, I also heard from Little Birdie that Team Liquid flew home earlier than Gaiman did to play today.
Oh, so they'll be more fresh.
Also got a bit more time.
So I think they're a little bit more fresh, maybe.
Was I the bird?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I was the bird. Yeah, I saw Ace and Tofu at 4 a.m. today. I left
my
at 4
goodness.
a.m. and they were coming in from the after party, and I don't think they're boot camping in Serbia. So I think they just went to the after party, didn't sleep, and then are flying out somewhere. So
We'll
this
see
might
how
be
they come
messy.
in.
And Insania told me, he's like, we're on the grind. Like, they left early, not to rest. They left to grind
grind.
it out and to get ready in their boot camp. So they're like ready to go.
Oh, that's good.
They
That's good.
really value these Dream Leagues.
Yeah, you have to, right? And as you say, well, they didn't do too well in that last one, or at least, didn't get the result they would have been happy.
Yeah,
with,
for,
so.
for them. I mean, they just won TI.
No, for sure, but exactly. They want to stay at that high. They
I'm
don't want to
saying
have like
they
a
have high
post-TI slump.
expectations. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of exciting Dota coming our way, and you guys need to maybe take a little bit of a rest before Liquid Gaming, which will be our first series, and we are gonna dive right into that one. So let's get started. We are gonna be looking at Liquid and Gaming, and for that we change positions because it's time to talk shop. It's time to get the analysts with the smart things to say in here, as well as we are joined by Kezu and tech analyst Purge. Good afternoon, Kezu.
Hello, Shiver. Hello, Jenkins. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Hello,
Good to see you.
Kezu.
Hello,
I haven't been
Kev.
sitting at this table for 30 minutes with you.
That's true. It's also not cold, but you're here now,
Not cold.
Jenkins. He's gonna warm me up, so I'm
You had a
ready.
wet handshake. Is it cold sweat?
It's cold.
Are you nervous?
No, I'm just cold.
Very soft hands, though.
I'm cold.
Self-moisturizing.
Anyway, Shiva,
Anyway.
please continue.
Purge,
This is
how good of you to be here on the tech
Thank you.
analyst
Thank
job. What about this matchup stood out to you most?
Well, I think what's interesting is both of these teams have had a very good 2 years, and I'd love to talk about that pathway that got them to the disappointing tournament results that happened mere days ago.
Yes.
I mean, if you think about their TI results, Liquid got 5th, 6th 2 TIs ago. They got 1st this last one. Game Gladiators got 2nd both times, so they've been doing as a whole great. That's not even mentioning all the other great tournaments they've done.
Yep.
But let's take a look at the chart for how their results were throughout the tournament at Boom Dacha. It was they both went 6-4 in the group stage. So it was pretty decent results.
Yeah.
And then once they got out of group stage, they had to play Team Falcons. They lost 0-2. That's the team that won the tournament, by the way, in a very close Game 5. Gladiators lost to Tundra. That's the team that lost the grand finals in a very close Game 5. And then the lower bracket was where things got a bit more disappointing. Both teams getting upset by teams that have less prestige, certainly. The Occult Brothers, probably the worst logo I've ever seen in all of Dota. This one looks better, but they lost 1-2 against them. They just played very good, and then the Gladiators losing against Aurora was also a bit disappointing. But Aurora is looking really hot right now. I think their squad has been fantastic. So a little bit disappointing towards the end of the tournament, but as a whole, the two teams just have tons of skill still. They still have tons of potential, and they went through some roster swaps, which is arguably the more important thing that led them between the stuff before until now. The roster swaps were Saberlight swapping out for 33, and then on the other side we got Watson instead of Drachi. We actually have a graphic, I think, that we can show to really talk about the qualities of these guys.
Let's
that
do
really
it.
is why
I would like to talk about the qualities.
It's really the height. These guys are really
Damn,
tall.
they're tall.
They are tall. Have you seen them in person? They
That's
wanted
really
tall
funny.
players.
Can we, production, can we convert this into feet? As an
190 is about 6'3".
That's true.
6'3". Okay.
183 is about
might be-
6.
Yeah.
All right, I guess.
Oh my God, they actually did
I
it.
guess Saberlight's height, because that's my guess. The Watson's as confirmed. He's confirmed 6 feet. They actually asked the team. I'm just completely guessing on Saberlight. I feel like he's about my height.
I would say Saberlight. Well, the thing is, Saberlight is one of those people that has definite gamer posture.
Okay.
So if he would actually stand up, I think he is.
He's got your beat, maybe.
Because obviously, normally
Yeah, it's probably true.
you check with yourself.
But I also gamer hunch, so.
I think he is indeed a tiny bit taller than I am, and I'm 6'2".
Really? Oh shit, he must be in.
I got.
But only tiny bit.
I think you're
Maybe
taller
it's
than
the
me,
same.
Cheever.
I got a follow-up question.
I am
here.
6'2".
Can
I think you're
we
taller
get
than
the graphic of those gentlemen up one more time? Pull up the graphic computer.
Computer.
Pull up that graphic.
Thank you.
What? And we changed the height to aura. Who out of these two has more aura? Would you say?
What? Or
It depends what type
I mean,
of aura I feel like we're talking
if
about.
aura means charisma, then Saberlight wins.
Yeah, but
against
I feel like
all
Watson
players.
has like the anime badass character aura.
that's
No, I feel like
That's
so.
true.
Watson has.
I
like
will also
the,
say Watson's hair here looks phenomenal.
That's
yeah,
true.
that's really good hair.
I mean,
For the
Watson has
hair-
like the solo carry aura, whereas I feel like Saberchat, he's got like the vibe aura.
Okay.
So for
So-
Saberlight, we
True.
go for vibe.
We'll say
what does
vibe.
Watson have? I mean, we already
Anime.
Anime plot armor or
Yeah,
something.
we'll go vibe for Saberlight and anime for Watson.
Very good. We're starting strong.
I can't
This
believe
is really great.
Very good.
Just ask for
I don't even know they
anything.
could do that. The computer figured it out.
All right.
Wow.
AI has really come a long way.
So yeah, these players swapping in, really, it does change the team dynamics a little bit, and obviously their play styles are going to be different, but they're very good players. These are top teams that got their pick of the litter, I'm quite sure. Yeah, they'll be fine. Just the first tournament kind of a thing.
First tournament
Second
kind of a
tournament
thing.
thing. Who cares? They'll get better.
Let's focus our attention first a little bit on gaming Gladiators. We do have a very clear carry-to-carry matchup. Both teams slotting in. Doesn't change a lot for the rest of the players. I mean, obviously, other than Celery, because he gets a new player to lane with. But in terms of leadership, it stays the same. It's just the play style that has to be adjusted, right, Kaiser?
I mean, it is still like a huge deal because I will personally say Daracho is not my favorite carry player. I don't think he was the best, but he was very good for this
Yes.
team because he fit in perfectly with what they wanted to do. So it is a huge change for them, and that's something that they need to work on because we know they're all amazing. But will he fit in? I think he will, but they need time.
They do need time. And if we want to learn a little bit more about Watson, well, we got you covered.
Watson is one of the most unique and best carry players in the world right now. Most recently playing for Entity, who then became Cloud9, his results include a respectable 5th place at TI 2024. Despite that, his success over the years has not been as good as he's hoping for, and is probably capable of more. Looking for greener pastures, or should I say deeper seas? He got picked up by the extremely successful Gaming Gladiators as a replacement for Dyrachyo, after getting second at TI 2024. On paper, this roster has a massive amount of potential. The question is how they'll mesh together. Will Watson try to adapt to play like Dyrachyo? Will Gaming Gladiators get used to playing with an entirely different kind of carry player? Maybe this will be the start of a new era for Watson in Gaming Gladiators. Maybe we'll have a slightly different Gaming Gladiators versus Team Liquid Grand Finals to look forward to. Either way, we can expect Watson and the new Gaming Gladiators to put on a show for us here at DreamLeague Season 24.
Thank you for that, Purge.
Yeah, I read the words. Thank you.
This guy's good, yeah. He's really good.
Yeah, you should get paid for that.
I do.
No, great. Nice. Got that covered. I am curious to see how Watson is going to do in Gaming Gladiators for this upcoming Dream League. They had a warm-up, BB Dasha. Didn't go according to plan in terms of results for sure, but we'll see them develop as we focus more onto Team Liquid, their opponents for today. I do want to bring up one difference that we've seen between the two teams. If we can pull up our US Air Force Wisdom Rune. We want to talk about offlaners because Saberlight's the new kid on the block, but we also want to compare him to Ace. So not just to Watson in terms of height and vibe, but also in terms of actual in-game stats. Because, Jenkins, there's a very big difference here when it comes to their style of play.
Yeah, basically what this means is that Ace builds auras and Saberlight doesn't build auras.
Or less, yeah.
Yeah, or less auras. In particular, I think Mech is the one that's doing most of the healing there, unless somebody's building a Holy Locket. So, and that's, what we've seen. Ace likes to play his Underlords. He plays Broodmother. He'll go Greaves. He's not going to go for some, like, carry build. Maybe he'll go Greaves into a carry build, but almost always going for auras first. That's how they played with Dyrachyo. They're trying to do it again with Watson. I think that's the correct approach. Watson's a very greedy carry. It's worth having Watson on your team and letting him be greedy. So I agree with Ace's approach and still doing that.
And then on the other side, if you look at how Mickey plays, Mickey does sometimes play a hard carry, but other times he's just a Razor, which is not the hardest carry. It's more of a tempo hero. And being able to support him by doing more initiation or carry potential from the offlane can be a good strategy.
I think it also goes to show that it's just different stuff that's viable. Like Amar has 0 heals. He builds no auras. They won the most recent tournament. So it's just difference of hero pools, because Saberlight, he's more like your Mars, your Night Stalker, like your team fight dude without the auras, whereas Ace is like the kind of tanky man who runs in and heals his team.
But if you also look at 33 is on this list as well. Saberlight does also have quite a difference between him and 33, and that means that Team Liquid surely has to adapt.
Right, that's an adaptation. I think if you included Bloodstone in this, ATF would actually be #1 for healing.
He would be pretty high.
Because Bristleback is such a huge hero in the meta. The offlane meta is really interesting right now because I feel like closer to TI, it was like one player, it was Ramses playing Mars. People would 1 out of every 20 games pick a Mars as the only initiator, and then everything else was Greaves Pipe. And now it's kind of in this position where you can go for anything, or people are figuring out what's good. Like if you play Bristol in the off lane, you're not building Greaves Pipe, you're a carry, but you're still like a tanky frontline offlaner.
It did get nerfed a bit, and I think that's also why, because you mentioned earlier, we see more throws. I feel like you see it more now that one team builds auras, and they kind of need to win fights. So the moment that they lose a fight in the mid game towards the later stages of the game, it's like a huge deal for them, because the other team they did, and they scaled more for themselves.
They scale better.
So when you lose a fight, suddenly it's like, oh damn, what do we do?
There's a big difference. I mean, we can talk about the players and the play style and how they fit in, but in terms of Team Liquid, I think one of the bigger differences is not just losing their offlaner that they won TI with, but also Purge losing their captain. Because now Mickey has taken on the role of the stronger voice within the team, and he's not used to that role.
It's got to be hard to transition as well if you're a core player doing that, because now you have to talk more, which means you're focusing less on your game, and you're more likely to make these small mistakes. And because so many games are lost in these crucial moments where there's a throw, aka someone makes a mistake that another team punishes, if he's using less brain power to make good decisions for himself, that could be why they're losing a little bit more. And he did have a very self-depreciating tweet after they lost the tournament, said, "I played bad." I don't remember the exact words. It was probably more R-rated, but
at BB Dacha watching Lornoff play Viper, and he maxed the W, and every minute he went to stack a camp.
Yeah.
And Milan is sitting there, and he goes, "I played with 33. That's Neta influence. That's Neta influence." Like Neta will play with you and legitimately micro your items and your decisions, not in a abrasive way, but in a way where he's like, oh, I did this build, it was really good, you should try this sort of thing. And then obviously people trust him and he wins TIs, so it makes a lot of sense. And losing that is a pretty big deal. But Liquid has also, I mean, they looked rough with Neta at a point, slotting him in. So I think any doubters because of one tournament are wrong, or they bet on matches and they're angry.
I mean, that's their second offlaner in a row, basically, that they've had to swap. They keep doing it. So, and I felt doubts about Neta for a good 6 months after they roster swapped. So I give Liquid so much rope at this point that like they could underperform for 6 months, and I'm going to be like, okay, it's eventually going to work. Especially because Saberlight's charisma is so good. I feel like they're always going to be happy as a team, and that's really going to help in the bad times.
No, I think that's very fair.
Like, the problem is, like, you can tell how big of a change it is, because, like, 33 changes the team he goes into. You look at Tundra, they get second. When he played with Liquid, like, all this last year, he kind of, like, makes the team, like, everyone does what he kind of wants, because that's how you're going to win when you have this type of player. So, yeah, it goes to show even more that losing this guy is, like, such a bigger change to, like, the team than just, like, oh, we're swapping a player. You're swapping, like, so much more in the team.
Yeah, and I don't have doubts that they can do it, but I will say, if you put all of the things that 33 did on Mickey's shoulders, I think that's unfair.
Impossible.
You can't do that.
They have to have a different dynamic.
Yeah, so because I don't think it's just Mickey that needs to. Okay, you're the captain now. Have fun.
Good luck.
I don't doubt that they can find a new dynamic, which is good, but they will never emulate what 33 can do at this level of competition and this level of like player intelligence. You just can't do it. There is going to be no other 33. But also, there's going to be no other Nisha. They also have Nisha.
True.
There's going to be no other Saberlight. They have Saberlight.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, we're going to see how things play out. As you can see also, we have a timer ticking down in the bottom right of our screen. That means the draft is very close by. Better yet, I believe the draft has already begun. That's right. That's why you hear the PogChamp Pandas coming in as well. Let's start talking about what we can expect coming out of these two teams that are so familiar against each other, playing, I would imagine they also scrimmed already since TI. They played many finals. How are they gonna go into this series, you want to see, Kezu?
Well, I still think the tempo for both teams is going to be like kept very high, because it's kind of just, I would say, their style.
Yeah.
I wonder about heroes like Storm that were very prominent in like BB Dacha and whatnot. I do think this hero's very good, but I think it's starting to be figured out a little bit. Like, because I also saw like a really nice draft that Tundra had against it, where it's like you have an offlaner that's gonna build pipe, you have like an Ember mid that can like kind of stop the Ember's like Storm's movement, where you like just address it, because you need to be able to fight into him.
And if Ember's banned, they do Earth Spirit.
Yeah, like you have
There's
this
options.
Earth Spirit, Puck is usually banned, or like Invokers. You need to stop his timing a little bit and then like fight into him with like a pipe or mech.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if this hero is gonna rise more or not. And yeah, that's kind of it. Mr. Jank, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree. I think for Gaiman, one thing that they really relied on that is abusable is Watson is pretty much always like a turret carry, and they have auras. He's been SF in like pretty much every game that they can get the SF. And then in the grand finals of BB Dacha, we saw the priority on the SF go up for non-Watson teams. So let's see, what's the first phase bans looking like? So it's not first phase ban, but I could definitely see it getting second phase banned or picked up by Liquid with the Tusk.
I mean, one thing Gladiators has been doing a lot the last like 6 or 7 games, they have been picking cores typically in their first phase, at least the first pick, the hero that they prioritize the most, and they're going to go with the Luna here to fill that role. It has been a pretty successful carry throughout the tournament. It has some weaknesses sometimes, and it did get nerfed compared to how strong it was at TI, but it's still really impactful. I mean, you basically just have extra skill points compared to every other hero in the game. So.
Did they play Luna a lot at the
Yeah, they did.
Dacha?
They did. It was his second most played.
Yeah, because I feel like Luna is nice because she's not like, I feel like Gyro and Medusa are great heroes, but they're also very tailored in like how they move on the map. They're not very fast. It's like, oh, hey, just get this item, go on. Where I feel like Luna has like more like clutch potential. You can smoke crouch, you can go through the gate and like do stuff like this. The one thing that I'm looking at for Gaiman is that from their position in the draft, they only have one ban. Luna is a hero that gets covered by a lot of heroes. There's like Beastmasters, Enigmas, Darkseer, so you can't cover all of them. So they already need to know, like, moving forward, how you make this hero like get through the lane. It is her strength, but you need to make sure that she also gets to, well, play to it and have a good laning stage.
I do think also Tundra showed and I realized they lost the game 5.
Yeah.
But Nightfall was 15-0 on Ursa.
He was destroying everyone on the entire map.
He was destroying, and Ursa is a very good Luna counter because you don't care about the Conda. You're jumping in with damage reduction. You can burst her from full. She can ult you. It's not gonna. You can kill her before she kills you. It's one of the very few heroes. But these melee jump heroes, the Slarks and the Ursas of the world, just aren't that strong. Which is why I am excited to see a team finally first phase picking the Luna. I feel like analysts have theory crafted this for a while, and it's always gotten second phase picked. Speaking of second phase, Muerta pretty much always gets picked up in this slot.
Yeah, it's just like the support that every team is playing. It's just fairly reliable. There's not a ton of counters. It feels like you can layer lockdown to counter mid heroes is another thing. Even if it's a little bit hard, just using the Revenant and pushing a guy into it maybe twice gives you kill potential that you wouldn't get from many other supports. And she can potentially scale as well.
The scaling is super nice.
And they just buffed her ulti duration. It used to be like 6 to 8 seconds, depending on you leveled it. Now it's, I think, 8 at all levels. So her ultimate just has more oomph, and it'll keep you protected for longer against enemy threats.
I mean, it's also like pretty deep. Like, it can be annoying for Tusk. Like, I think either he's gonna like snowball into your spells, or you can like pop the silence on the guy you go on, so maybe he can't like blink save it. So either way, Muerta just seems like I feel like people just seem to enjoy playing it because you can build decent items. Like, you can go ATOS, you can go 4s, and like you guys mentioned, you can scale later. So it's just like a feels good pick.
This is another hero that was gaining a lot of popularity near the end of Dacha. And I think a big reason for that, for a lot of these carries that are now strong, are that the item timing that you're going for is like a 2 to 3 item timing rather than 1. Like on the last patch, it was basically build 4 bracers on some universal hero carry like Windrunner or Mirana, and then 1 item, and then you're active. But now bracers are terrible, and so the universal heroes have fallen off. Then all of a sudden, heroes like Medusa that need 2 or 3 items, they're strong.
I mean, I also like this Dusa because Dusa generally is like one of the better carries into like these Lunas and SFs. There is maybe also this world where, you know, if you force Gaben into like some, let's pick offlane anti-mage, that you can play the Medusa on support. I do think it is just going to be their carry. And Gaiman kind of, not telegraphed, but they protected their Storm pick with the puck ban already. So I'm sure Liquid know, like, when they close this phase here, what they want. Could be this Ember Spirit type hero, so I like to see him a lot to like kind of cover. It's good against the Primal in the lane. It should be good against most mid picks that come out here as well. So I think all in all, like, both teams are, at least for now, getting exactly what they want.
I'm curious how you guys feel about the Primal. It just, to me, doesn't seem like much of a second pick hero. It didn't have much of a place in the draft. Do you think it's just Saberlight wants to play it and they're thinking about the other picks and he's like, just give me Primal, I'll do fine with Primal against the Luna?
Yeah, I think so.
I feel like it's a better teamfight hero than some of the other heroes he's been playing. Like, if he's playing some like Night Stalker pick-off hero, it's not as disruptive to the overall fight, and they need somebody to frontline. And if you're playing against a Luna and you just get blade mails on heroes, at least you can reflect a lot of damage with just a little bit of gold.
That's a good point. Maybe the idea was double blade mail. Like, they want Earth Spirit and Primal, and they're like, okay, we can get away with picking the Primal first. We'll save the Earth Spirit for later until we see the matchup. They see the Storm. All of a sudden, it's a go to Earth Spirit game, and now they also get the 2 blade mail heroes. Yeah, I like that.
And it gives you gap close against Muerta. Like, the games that Muerta did badly was usually against like Clockworks or other heroes that are good at getting on top of Muerta.
Right.
If Primal gets on top of Muerta, she's spending seconds just to try to not die at the start of the fight. So they need gap close, especially when you have a Dusa. Someone's got to go in.
Boy, that is an incredible Underlord ban. Imagine this guy getting a pipe on Underlord. You send all these melee guys in, and then all of a sudden they're just taking all this AoE damage. They're stuck in the chains. Like, that would be a nightmare.
Yeah,
I mean, for now, I feel like this is not the easiest Luna game. It depends a lot on like your early game, but Luna hates being collapsed on. And Liquid have like some of the best collapsing heroes in like the entire game. You can literally get rolled on by by Earth Spirit, Tusk can run into you, the Primal as well. So I think for now, Gaiman need, well, they have last pick, luckily for them. They need an ace hero that, in my opinion, you need auras, and you need to help Luna at like minute 10 to 15 when they are really strong. And I feel like right now you can maybe already decide if Liquid make this first move bottom, whether you answer it or you're looking to dodge it. Because when this Earth Spirit comes to you in this lane and there's some Tusk gating and a Primal Beast charging in, I don't think you want to be responding to this move.
Some CM Muerta is not going to want to fight that.
Yeah, no way.
That's 2 supports dying right there.
Does Liquid need I mean, they could pick a 4. Like, they can pick a 4 or 5 on Liquid here. They could play the Tusk on Insania with the Medusa as a carry.
So, maybe one option is that they just dodge that play that you mentioned and they pick like a Beastmaster for gaming, and instead they just play the other side of the map.
They pick up the Pugna.
This pick is really damn good. I'm starting to love this pick a lot against Storm. Like, you have this facet where your ward heals you for like 40% of whatever mana people use. It's actually very nasty against Storm, and I think it's really good like with Liquid here as well, because you have these heroes that go in for you. You just need to enable them to like not stop. Like you can help your Earth Spirit to be topped off, your Parma Beast as well. So Liquid, big fan of their pick.
Do you think they're just going to up-tempo with the Pugna, basically, like dumping mana into their low mana cap but high tankiness strength heroes?
Because at least for now, you have the matchup, at least the one-to-one matchup with Dusa against Luna. Dusa does out-carry Luna and make fights kind of hard. So if you make sure that your 3 to 4 man ball matches game in and your Dusa keeps farming, you should be pretty happy.
And it gives them a second save from their support perspective when they already had a great one on Tusk. So now it's like, okay, if Storm goes on Pugna, Tusk could save him or someone else. Or if somebody goes on Tusk, then Pugna can save him. So it makes it a lot harder for the one mobility here on gaming right now to be successful in his jump, which is usually really, really important.
So what's the gacha pick Gaming goes for?
They absolutely need a pipe builder.
Maybe Darkseer?
I was thinking of Darkseer as well. The only issue is you're playing Darkseer with 4 ranged heroes, but we've seen people do it. A lot of people are not really valuing the Darkseer combo in lane, and instead they're just playing to have a strong aura builder, and then it's very good against Medusa. It's like Darkseer or Beast to me.
I'm not finding too many heroes that give me like this team fight in the mid game, but are also a good answer to Medusa. That's why I feel like Darkseer, maybe he's a bit awkward with you, but he gives you everything you kind of want. I think this one is also very good, because your Medusa doesn't really touch you that much. You have Stampede to like run in and out. I guess it's an okay Blade Mail game as well. It's not insane, but it's pretty good.
In Dota, everybody was building Crimson against Medusa first item, so I can understand this approach. I do worry about the other heroes being a little unanswered. I mean, Centaur can build Crimson and Pipe, so it's fine, right? It's just that Centaur more recently has been going for the Crimson build, but he'll go for both. And I do like this hero for jumping the Pugna in the backline.
Yeah,
that's nice.
And Stampede is wonderful for helping to counter the jump that your opponents have when they have way more than you, giving every team on your team, every hero on your team haste for a couple seconds.
Yeah, you just run away from their engage if it looks really good for them.
If you aren't ice sharded or stunned the whole time. So there's still some big worries that they're going to have to address, but I think Centaur is a decent pick.
Do we then feel that Liquid still has a little bit the upper hand in this draft because they made the last pick for Gaming to have to do so many things that they kind of maybe were drafted into a little bit?
I would say that I prefer Liquid at least a little bit, like maybe some 60-40. Of course, it's playable for both teams, but they should be pretty happy if the game continues in like a nice way. They're very happy. For Gaming, what I see them do is they need to like put their 2 subs with Quinn and really like open up the map. If they do, I think they're on the back foot like pretty hard.
If this were last patch, I would say I like Gaiman's draft because I feel like the Luna tempo versus Medusa, and with the heroes that they have, they could just run around and brawl. But on this patch, I'm pretty confident Medusa will get to like the 2 to 3 item timing, and I think that's where she'll be totally fine against the Luna, especially with the heroes that she has to back her up.
I mean, per normal, the lanes are still really important, and putting Centaur against a Pugna 5 doesn't sound that bad because you're doing a lot of magic nuke anyways, so they have some leverage there, and if they can get ahead in net worth, it doesn't matter as much that your opponents have dive advantage against you because you're like, okay, well, I have an extra item over you, so I'm going to survive, and I'm on the offensive anyways, so lanes are, as always, very important.
Is there one lane in particular that you're going to keep your eye on?
I'm not sure in particular. Do you guys have any ideas?
Maybe Saberlight early on, because I don't play that much Primal. I don't know how well he's going to do in this lane. And then after, it's the mid lane.
It's the mid lane, but first some Saberlight action. That's what we're going to look at. But you're going to look at everything, because that's the way it goes. And we are going to have Game 1 ready for you. We're going to head over to OD Pixel and Fog. But first, some PogChamp Pandas.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome
to some Dota 2 action with myself, Fighting Pixel and Fogged. We've got a banger of a match here that's already kicking off, and already first blood has occurred. It is a Gaming Gladiators against Liquid. A bit of a rematch, Fogged, of course, from the grand finals. A little bit of a change here and there, obviously, right? Well, with Liquid, 33 out, Saberlight in, and for Gaming Gladiators, Derecho out and Watson in. We're going to see how those changes affect the matchup and who's able to come out on top in this first series of DreamLeague Season 24.
And let's see if that last tournament that they all just played has any type of effect on this matchup too. This is definitely looking to be a pretty exciting one. I'm siding with what Pano was saying too. I like Liquids a little bit more. It feels like they can be very aggressive and get the space for this Medusa. But Gaming, getting first blood, definitely going to help.
Absolutely, of course, yeah. Quinn able to get the pick up on that. So, let's see if they can get him in return. They've caught him in the shards.
Looking pretty dead.
He's looking very dead. As Quinn will try and run away, but will get charged down. So Gaming Gladiators trying to fight back, but they are heavily outnumbered. Tofu has managed to get Insania pretty low. Won't be able to kill him off. So,
Tofu's mid now.
A little bit of revenge, but now is exactly right. Well, Quinn got the first blood, but does subsequently miss a couple of creeps here or there. Last hit and a deny, but yeah, I guess it was literally just one. So not too bad. I'm sure Quinn is still going to be very happy with the way that this one is starting.
Yep, good lane for him too versus that Earth Spirit. Yeah, there's some little plays that can go around with ES versus the Storm, but overall Quinn should have a very, very good start here on the Storm. And let's look at these other lanes. They did end up putting Boxy on the Pugna for the 4. They want to have this melee plus range to be able to harass. It is a strong lane to be able to put pressure on versus the Luna and the CM, but I haven't really seen the Luna struggle too much in laning phase lately, even if it is these type of pressuring heroes to get on top of you, so we'll have to see. And the CM overall, it does protect a lot versus that Primal Beast in most situations, so I think Watson should be pretty good down here.
Sure. But overall, do you have sort of a vibe from one of these teams, one of these drafts that you're kind of liking a bit more? Feels a bit safer to play with?
Yeah, I was saying that I think at least a little bit for me, Liquids, just because they have this like double save thing. This Pugna plus this Tusk with Medusa just feels pretty ridiculous. But Gaming does have a very strong fighting lineup also early. They can snowball pretty hard, and they can scale, of course, very hard when they have the Storm Luna combo. So it should be pretty interesting series, pretty interesting game. Lots of aggression definitely can come out quickly here. These two mid laners definitely going to be the ones to watch. The spirits in every game.
Every game.
Every single game.
So much.
I mean, these drafts actually are... I feel like this is what we're seeing non-stop lately.
It does kind of feel like, you know, no hero here is a surprise.
No,
right?
I mean, the Pugna is maybe the slight surprise in a way, right?
Sure, I guess out of all of them, the more so. But we have seen it, and we've seen it been run with the Dusa. But everything else, it's all the familiar faces of this current patch showing up for this first game. As should be the case. As, of course, you know, with this tournament, it's quite a long one. We've got about, 15 days of gameplay. So around that. Highly expect that it's highly likely that by the end of this tournament, we're going to be seeing some pretty different drafts.
I really hope so. I mean, maybe the patch also, if we do get one. I hope, of course, help that
We're all
too,
hoping for that one.
I think the amount of Luna versus Medusa that we're seeing in all these tournaments is definitely starting to get a bit sickening, but it's okay. It's all right. Looking at these lanes right now, Gaming doing a fantastic job in the CS department, but they will lose Celery.
Well, indeed, able to get in aggressive and take him down there. Saberlight gets the kill. Yes, mid lane matchup. Quinn getting the edge as the Storm, and of course is boosted up with that first blood. Yeah, it shouldn't be too much of a bother for Nisha. We've seen many an Earth Spirit not have an easy time in the lane, but get themselves back into the game with some really good rotations.
And he could just like go for kills constantly if he does get a rotation, because Quinn is low. He's got Fairy Fire. Oh, the Nether Ward.
That was close, yeah. Good attempt there from Boxy to drop that down. He wants the kill, Boxy.
He's got to get him.
He's going for it, and indeed he will. Boxy making sure there that Quinn doesn't stand a chance of getting away from this.
I've been waiting for... and we do see people doing it quite a bit here. Saberlight.
A little bit of a dive, but he's got the charge. He's ready to get away.
I've been wanting to see that more because it's spirits picked every single game, right? And it's just the Storm Spirit almost every time. That I want to see those rotations. You know, when there's an Earth Spirit mid, you can do the kick under towers. You're gonna lose lane, but you can do these type of things to make you win these matchups that you don't normally win. So,
ooh, a lovely
nice
shot there from Insania. Pretty much max range, catching Tofu in. They'll try and push Wicket back with a dead shot, but Tofu, man. It looks like they can't actually commit for him here with Ace presenting himself. Same time down bottom, Saberlight gets in on top of Celery. Once more, but Boxy takes him out. Watson also ends up dying for that effort to try and fight back.
That's pretty massive for them because if you look, Saberlight only has like 10 CS.
He was struggling in that lane, but now they've just got a double kill between the two of them down there.
That's beautiful. If they're able to get on the CM first like that, it's huge. They have multiple ways to slow down and stop the Primal in the lane, but if Celery's dying first, it's going to hurt Watson a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
no ways to like double slow and hold him back. Yeah, you have a beam to stop a charge, but...
Well, that's the thing, right? I feel like getting kills like that in that lane, it depends how you want to look at it. It's either great plays from Liquid or maybe some misplays from Gaming Gladiators. You have with the loosened beam, you have potential methods, obviously, with the Crystal Maiden as well to hold back those plays. And Liquid's finding chances to play around that and get killed.
And Boxy left the lane. He left the lane and then came back, and they got the kills right afterwards. He's level 3, and he has a Vitality booster already queued up. He has boots, wand, and 800 gold on this Pugna.
Yeah, they got to calm things down on that bottom lane. Gaming Gladiators, they can't afford to give up any more kills. They're getting so close to maybe getting Boxy there, but you can feel after the recent events, they're being much more careful about trying for that sort of action. They're not going to fall for that again.
Yeah,
they cannot afford to die again on that bottom lane.
Because they can, at this point now, it's like Saberlight, yeah, his CS is still not the greatest, but the kill threat is constantly there. Luna is fragile. CM too, if you don't get the stop of the charge. So they're putting a lot of pressure on this bottom tower.
Can't make the move there for Ace, but Saberlight lined up the Hoof Stomp.
Celery.
There, Saberlight, they're going to be able to do it again.
They were hiding for so long. Like, they were literally just missing out, I think, on almost 2 full creep waves because of the play that they went there. And Boxy's still just, playing safe.
I mean, Boxy's getting so much done right. What, 3-0-2?
Pushing the limits.
This is some hot stuff here on the Pugna.
And yeah, Vitality Booster done if he wants to go the route of that and go like something like an Atos. If he wants that, doesn't look bad at all this game when you're playing versus the Storm. Could be something cool.
Yeah, sure. I mean, a lot of fours nowadays do love to rush the Atos, right?
Yeah, I think it's like, that's why Muerta's getting picked like every single game. People are trying to find the good floor positions to be able to build it. So maybe Pugna is going to be on the rise.
I'd love to see from Insania with the blocks, and tell you what, it's going to go and work. They're able to close it onto Ace. He'll get the Hoof Stomp out, but won't be able to run. Liquid getting the kills across the map. You see on the CS, all 3 of Gaming Gladiators' cores are farming that little bit better, but the moves, the plays, the kills, it's all favoring Liquid so far. And bottom lane,
is that a solo kill?
It just continues. I mean, Saberlight should die for this. Quinn comes in with a rotation. They have to make him pay a little bit. He's got a Lotus and the stick, but won't keep him alive. I mean, they had to kill him for that. I mean, Saberlight, he's getting away with making so many moves down on this bottom lane.
This is wild stuff. They're getting an insane amount with Boxy's Pugna and with just Saberlight alone. He's got Phase Soul Ring, 19 CS, but that net worth is not reflected. He's doing excellent. He's top 2 net worth. He's bottom of the core on CS.
They want to go top again, Nisha.
Super aggressive.
Still around, gets the slow onto Ace. If Ace has got any way out of this, I don't know if he does. As he'll slowly but surely being chased down by Nisha.
Too. They got a TP going for it, okay. Because Boxy, I was like, where's Boxy? He's going for the wisdom while this play's happening.
It's taken him a long time, but the job is a success. They get the kill. That's indeed Tofu for Gaming Gladiators, able to make sure the Boxy doesn't get away with that well. Because if they were getting away with making that play and also stealing the wisdom, things was maybe starting to look a bit rough for Gaming Gladiators in this early game.
Liquid, they're insanely on top of things right now, though. You can tell with the movements, especially from Boxy, as he tends to do, has these really spectacular early games. They're on top of these little things. So it's like, yeah, okay, these 2 heroes, they can kill this, and he makes that move to go for wisdom too. It's very heads up. Sure, he doesn't get it, but yeah.
We're seeing on the net worth for Boxy, he's getting close to having the same sort of net worth as we're seeing on the Centaur.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And we can discuss about the Pugna game in particular. It's a phenomenal game for it with the Medusa. Watson again.
Oh, look at these body blocks as well. I mean, Watson will survive, but backup has to come in and will turn up.
Boxy's going to full heal. The Nether Ward does not let Storm play.
They'll be able to finish the Nether Ward off. They'll turn over towards Boxy. They'll get the grab back. Good job from Quinn. Once again, doing what he can, really, to kind of keep this bottom lane in an okay position with his rotation.
Quinn really is that X factor that's kind of salvaging this early game a bit here. All 3 of those kills sure as the first blood, and then the ones afterwards, but yeah, nice moves. But yeah, that's the Pugna thing. You're going to see that constantly. That's the one thing about Storm versus Pugna that makes it really complicated, is if that Nether Ward is down, he's just going to be full healing constantly when you're zipping.
Yeah. And so, if he's full healing, if he's surviving right, he's getting the chance to save his teammates.
Yeah. So that's definitely going to be a bit of a thing that we'll have to see how gaming responds to answer later on. It's going to have to be somebody to deal with these double saving supports. So yeah, we'll see how Quinn and Ace, because they're the ones who are probably going to have to do it in particular, will be able to do so.
That was a tricky one there. They were going to see if they could try and trip Quinn up, but he had full mana. Nisha's going to try and chase on, but backup's coming in. Won't be able to get the opening stun. Nisha will be dragged back to safety.
Whoops. Anti-synergy. Pulled him as he magnetized.
Oh, he pressed magnetize. Oh.
Yeah. I heard the rumbling.
Okay, yeah.
I heard the rumble. I was like, wait a minute.
I didn't see no rumbling, but you're right, you heard it.
Yeah, I heard that.
At least he had the arcane going. So
he did.
60 seconds, but I mean, I gotta say, that's probably on Nisha there. I feel like Insania made the correct call. He's like, bro, we're not killing these heroes. We gotta get out.
Blaming it. Nisha.
Well, you're blaming Insania. You gotta blame one of them.
I would take the blame if I was Insania there.
Okay.
That's my core with an
Sure,
arcane.
that's true. In the moment, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to keep Nisha like,
Gotta keep him
feeling comfortable. Oh, well,
What?
there we go. What's it?
Wait, what?
Talk
Again?
about not feeling comfortable. What?
What is going on?
He's dead again.
I tipped him. I don't know what's going on, but I need to start watching bottom on my
he
screen.
needs more than one tip, I feel, for what he's doing down there. This is some crazy stuff. 5-1 of 3. Over in the mid. Estonia.
They're trying to give Quinn the kills. They're trying to give him the last
All
hit.
on Quinn.
Tofu's dance. I think the calling got the last hit there, but trying to pump up Quinn as much as possible. During nighttime, too, he does have that extra bonus damage, so a little bit of extra thing that he got from the Luna there. But a 3K lead already, 10-4.
Quinn.
And he gets the haste Nisha.
Quinn. Is there any way to save him from this? Okay, he's got a lot of one
He
charges.
can zip away, but he might have to just full zip away. Oh, he's going in.
He wants to try and turn tape down Boxy.
Oh,
He's very... Well, maybe not.
That nether ward.
Is he going to be able to walk away from this?
He's
He is.
moving.
Oh my goodness, he survives. The
And they're
snowball
stuck.
comes in. The shards are out from Insania, who's been able to trap Tofu in as well.
Oh my goodness,
How
they
does
are just
Boxy
playing
keep
too well.
getting away with this?
And Nisha.
Oh, he wants it. And he's going to get it. He's
Yeah,
in.
put
Keep the
another stone.
magnetize going. All right. All right. The cleanup crew's turning up pretty early in this game. 10 minutes in. 13-4. Gaming Gladiators.
Looking rough.
They are. It's a rough start to the game for them on this
Look
one.
at the nether ward. It was in range. Boxy also had stick. Heals up. What a pull.
And at that
then
point,
they're
yeah,
stuck.
Quinn's completely out of mana. They pop a stampede. It doesn't matter. The
And
ice
Owen-
shards are down. There's nowhere to run.
And even though the magnetize was wasted earlier, that arcane rune, it was
It
back
really
up,
did.
you
That
know,
arcane
back
meant
up.
that it was up for that play.
Yeah.
And it was up for that play. So it all worked out.
Mickey's got the freest game in the world. There's zero pressure on this Medusa. Everyone's making all the moves around. They're pressuring Watson. They pushed him completely out of the bottom lane, and they're just having difficulties in responding.
Yeah.
A panel mentioned there was going to be a very difficulty in the early game based on the collapse that they can do with these heroes. With Saberlight on this Primal Beast, with the Earth Spirit. I mean, the Pugna may be a bit of a, not one that was going to be diving as much, but he's doing insane work, and there's not really good ways to respond. These two fragile supports, they don't want to show up to these fights. They just die.
This is going to be tough to slow down. I think what the panel was talking about as well, when Mickey hits these, what's kind of the 3-item timing, which he's going to hit very fast this game, and he turns up. It's good luck to the Luna, right? You know, in terms of timings for Watson to try and match the pace, or at least kind of keep the distance he wants between him on a Luna and Mickey on the Medusa this game. It's going to be very hard for Watson to get there now after he suffered in this early game.
And it's a very enabled Medusa, as we're going to keep saying too, right? It's got Pugna, and it's got Tusk. So you've got Drinking Buddies, and you've got the Drain constantly to be healing you up. So it definitely looks very difficult for gaming in this mid-game, now that the lanes did not go in their favor. I feel like they're kind of on some weird recovery mode. And Liquid could absolutely do this kind of... This game could end pretty fast, because Medusa is one of those heroes that you can get that early roast, you get like the Manta Butterfly, and you close the game. So could definitely see Liquid play at that type of pace with this type of lead that they've got right now. So gaming, they've got to respond. They've got to respond with like numbers and have to be ready for the moves faster. I think if they TP one by one to the dives that are happening from Liquid, it's going to be disastrous. I think either CM or Tofu, maybe even both, have to just play together for these next upcoming moments until they have Ace being able to get involved.
There we go. Probably one of the fastest Atos timings we've seen in a position for Pugna.
12 minutes? Wait, what? Aye, that's crazy. Well, they've got more control now for the Storm.
And for the Stampede, bro.
And for the Stampede, yep.
Yep.
Yeah, these timings are absurd. They're farming the Ancients as a team.
Dire's middle tower is under
Liquid
attack.
looking for fights.
For Quinn. They get the jump on him.
He's got the Atos.
Yeah, with the Atos, they can very easily find the setup, and that's only going to continue before he gets the time to farm up his BKB, which is a long way away.
Owen, that's one of those moments where he literally goes, Boxy has a Atos? You know, it's like, what the hell is going on?
I'd imagine if this was a pub, Quinn would probably not be too happy with his teammates at that point.
No.
When he sees this Pugna walk up and Atos him at 12 minutes in, he's going to be like, guys.
He's like, wait, Pugna was a 3, right? Pugna was 3, right? Jeez.
That's got to feel rough.
Yeah, this is
Boxy
crazy.
continues it as he's up to the top, gets the opening onto Ace.
It's just smooth. Ace?
I mean, they may dive him. Yeah, they'll dive him.
Oh, TP's coming in.
TP's are coming. And they'll be able
Nisha.
to punish this a little bit. Oh, will they? The heals? Boxy trying to get them with the saves on Anisha. Won't be able to keep Anisha alive. This time, Liquid biting off a little bit more than they can chew, as they will lose the 3 heroes here.
was a little scared. I was like, oh god, his wasn't gonna die for a second. Yeah, but off more than they can choose, definitely. You know, they got excited. They got excited. They were feeling themselves.
Were they going to dive the tower? I mean, with everything else that's happened so far this game, you know, you can't blame them for being like, yeah, let's try and go for this as well. But this time, Gaming Gladiators set up for it, and Watson able to get a very well-needed double kill. So a little bit of a boost to help Watson get back into the game. And with that in mind, you know, he is not falling too far behind that of Mickey at all. That double kill really getting his game back on track.
Whoa, what did I miss? He's level 12 now too. Yeah, his levels are actually pretty good.
I mean, it's just huge kills for him.
Yeah, they were massive, actually massive. I mean, couldn't have asked for a better moment for it to happen because things were starting to really get out of control there. So
yeah, as we were talking about earlier on the panel, right? That the power at the throw this patch is pretty strong, right? You get a little bit of a lead. If you make a few mistakes, though, it can really come back to hurt you.
Definitely true. Tofu. Whoopsie.
Okay. A few misspells here and there, and with the Stampede out, Liquid's not going to get that kill that two of them may have thought would have been an easy one.
Just really wanted to just full disengage, I guess, there. Okay. Don't know if the Stampede was fully necessary, but that means that Liquid, they could look for dive plays versus no Stampede. How long on the Eclipse? Eclipse is going to be back up in about 20 seconds, and Quinn is going for the shoulder. So the build that we saw popularized so much, I believe it was Wallachia was one of the first, at least I saw them buying it every time at 15, but this will allow him to fight early a bit better with his team too and add some extra damage that they definitely need. Because it feels like without Eclipse, they can't fight too well early on. This could help.
Quite a bit up from Boxy. Going to be able to allow Nisha to get the angle in on towards Watson. Quinn jumps across. Again, Liquid, they're fighting into a large number of Gaming Gladiators. Saberlight's going to try and come crashing in onto this. Gets the grab onto the backlines. He's caught the Crystal Maid as they take out the two supports. Liquid, and it's working out. They're able to split them apart, and Liquid take them down one by one. Triple kill for Saberlight. Back to the aggression, working perfectly for Liquid.
He gets the bing bong him as well too. The blade mail. Quinn killed himself. Right back to how it was before with Liquid dominating.
Let's look at that again.
Couldn't do much.
Quinn just sort of hanging in the sidelines. They're looking for a chance to get back in, but as you say, with that zip away, tries to turn and fight back, and at that point it's all too late. Trampled and blade mailed. Saberlight cleaning up house, having a fantastic game here on the Primal Beast.
Yeah, he's absolutely dominating. He's almost got the BKB done. He's almost matching the farm of his Dusa. And Mickey, he's going Scotty, it looks like. Okay, that's fine. He wants to go down this route too. I mean, they have such a tremendous lead anyway. Good aggressive wards too. That's another thing that I'm seeing gaming struggling because they fell so far behind early. They can't get vision out and they can't actually take out these wards.
I mean, does Mickey really need to do anything? They've had 20 kills. He's only had to show up for 2 of them.
No.
You know? So Mickey, he could just keep hitting the creeps, hitting the neutrals, and he doesn't need to do anything right now. He is the fullback of the fullback.
And the really scary thing,
the backup plans.
I mean, on top of all the other scary things, obviously, is that the BKBs are coming out for Nisha and the Primal Beast. So pretty much all the damage that's coming out from gaming is magical, and it's especially going to be coming from the Eclipse. Now there's just no way to burst them unless they don't get the BKBs off, and they don't really have the greatest forms of initiation yet at this point.
Tofu will be found, but at the least that should give Quinn enough space to escape. Tofu gets left behind.
Who are you going to give it to? They're giving it to Nisha. Nisha probably telling them that he's... Oh, just kidding. Boxing. All right, cool.
I mean, he's like, bro,
I was like, Nisha's right next to BKB, though.
I'm going to take the kills this game.
That was pretty funny. It looks like they were saving it, and Foxy's like, no, chill. Back to business. Philosopher's Stone also for Boxy, so even richer. And these wards, they just have vision of everything. They're setting up for Watson already. He does have vision himself, so should be able to sneak away. But every time he goes to hit a camp, they're just running at him. Look at 5 heroes collapsing on top of Watson.
I mean, he's run so far, and they're still going to get him.
They're still on top of him.
They're still going to be able to cut him off there with Nisha and Insania coming in from the top side of the river.
There's no space on the map whatsoever. Quinn is jungling top, Ace is jungling bottom, Celery stacking, so there's just nowhere really for Watson to go, and Liquid is identifying that perfectly.
Celery?
Oh. Ah.
Well...
That's not where you want to be.
No, that was definitely one of those moments where he kind of found himself in a place where he didn't want to find himself.
Yeah.
So I'm here. What am I doing here? I didn't want to be here. I'm here. I'm dead.
2 school bullies just jumping him.
It happens. And now there's this mid push coming in. You know, it's like, well, I might as well turn up, stop, put some pressure on. Nothing else is happening.
And I'm actually glad. You know, I was saying like I thought he was going to do Manta Butterfly at first because that's the we're dominating, and I'm going to end the game on my 2 item timing. Scotty, either way, he changes it up. So. Solar Crest already finished. Their timings are just crazy. Everybody is so farmed on their team. and they're just continuing to just shrink the map and not let Watson play. Quinn has been literally playing in the dire jungle for the last like 2 minutes. It's the only place that he feels safe to farm with the aggression that's been put out.
He needs his BKB.
It's so
kind
far.
of one of the mood he's on right now. It's just like, guys, I'm AFK farming BKB, and that's not because he's mad. That's because it's the only thing really he can do as having a hope of turning up to these fights.
Yeah.
He turns up without it, he's dead. So he's just got to get that timing, hope for the best, hope that the game keeps going, so he can turn up and fight.
I mean, it's exactly where he has to play. He has to just play kind of this AFK style for now. As Watson trying to smoke and find places to go. Ace will get spotted.
He's running.
He's got Blade Mail Pipe.
And he's pretty tanky.
Dire's bottom tower is under
They're going to keep searching for him.
Oh, they know.
They will find him. Very well played there once again by Saberlight. He just knows how to catch them every time. You cannot hide from him.
I want to see more of
down
this.
on this bottom line of the map. Saberlight, he always knows where they're heading.
I want to see more of this Saberlight Primal Beast. It's giving me like flashbacks of, you remember like when Saberlight first getting in with his axe? Remember like his iconic axe kind of just jumping in? And this is bringing me back to the like Saberlight just dominating lane kind of thing. It's been a long time, obviously, but I hear a CM ult. Just clearing a wave, I guess. They're trying to just, it's just desperation. They're literally just nuking waves, trying to find anything while Liquid, they're just bullying.
Quinn
looking for targets.
He's not got a huge amount of mana here.
Uh-oh.
He play his way out of this. That's all the mana that he's got to use.
He cannot.
He's not got anything else to do. It was inevitable, right? You're farming this top side of the map. Eventually, you're going to get found. In terms of progress on the BKB, how much?
Wait, Watson?
Keeps up against Ogu Club in the recipe.
Oh, they got Watson again. Saberlight is just on him. And yeah, you can't get out of this.
Oh? Oh? Maybe?
No.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make it exciting. I'm just trying to help out the viewers here.
They are just anywhere. Anyone who shows on gaming is just hunted instantly.
Oh, and the
then
Atos. Boxy.
You bully. Take it again. Take the kill. Wait. Oops.
Give it a
There
boxy.
we go. Oops.
He missed.
Now Nisha gets
Ah, there we go. He gave him a chance. He's like, bro, if you're going to miss, I'm going to take that.
and immediately pumps Nisha back up. I want to see Pugna so much more. And of course, this one may be a bit of an outlier.
plays a lot
but
of it right. I feel like he is one of the Pugners.
Yeah, and this hero I think it's gotten buffed a lot of times too, and it definitely has these type of games, especially versus Storm. I'm going to put this one out a lot of times because it's one of the ones I really like to play or like to see versus Storm. Yeah, it's looking phenomenal. And I don't even think I've seen him have to drain the Dusa because it just hasn't had to happen.
No, Mikkei's just chilly.
He's
not
doing whatever
needed to really be involved that much. He's turned up for a bit of a push here and there.
Hello, Ace.
But he's just doing his job, and at the moment that's sort of sitting back and hitting the creeps. Now he's going to be present for this, but they just can't fight into it. They have to back off Gaming Gladiators. They can't really touch this Medusa run.
Is it Roshan time? It might be Roshan time. Look at the line drawn. I can't tell which color that is, but I think if that looks like Saberlight perhaps. I think he's just knowing, they know that they're trapped in the base pretty much already at this point. It's 20 minutes in and they are having extreme difficulties getting out.
That's pretty crazy actually, but Boxy, he's only got, at least on his main account, probably his own account, because they're all good boys, aren't they, these pro players? It's 49, only 49 games. And
That's a bit surprising.
86% of those games were played as core. So the support Pugna gameplay, I mean, maybe if any reason why we're sitting and playing and get this farmed, you know, he's used to playing
Look at
support. He plays
go.
this game. I mean, this game, Fog, it feels like it's over.
It's felt like it has been.
Yeah.
He hit 4 heroes, though.
Yeah.
That was pretty beautiful. And Watson.
They're just diving.
High fives.
I think we go next.
Yeah, I think it's... They're not even going for Roche. They might just go for the high ground here.
32-7. 23 minutes.
A beatdown.
We did hear from Jenkins.
They did just fly in.
It wasn't Jenkins saying that he saw some members of Gaming Gladiators rolling out of the after party at the previous tournament at 4 o'clock this morning.
It could be true.
Maybe still feeling the ramifications of that one.
Well, they got destroyed. Yeah. Bottom lane in particular probably can't happen like that the way it did. You know, Saberlight getting these solo kills constantly while Boxy was rotating as well too. So that one was probably the standout for me because Nisha, yes, he made nice moves. I feel like Medusa, Insania had some nice ones, but that bottom lane absolutely destroyed the entire game. And yeah, Darth Boxy, whatever you want to call him, out of control.
Yeah, he crushed it this game. Yeah, that duel then was fantastic. I mean, everyone did. Everyone did the jobs on Liquid. Gaming Gladiators. It's the first game. As I said, maybe just waking up. I'm sure, you know, that's just what they needed to kind of get a bit of a kick in their step. And then next game, we're going to see a bit of a closer one. Gaming Gladiators just needing a bit of a warm-up. It is the afternoon. But that, some of us gamers, can be a morning sometimes with sleep schedules as they can be when you're playing the old video games. So maybe game 2, we'll see a bit more from Gaming Gladiators, as this one we just did not get to see much at all. And Liquid, yeah, it's business as usual for them. They turn up and they completely smash this, Fogs. Game 2, I mean, you were saying from the start, right? You did feel that Gaming Gladiators missed a bit of a beat with their draft, right? So they could change.
Yeah. My worry is when I see so much, like the fragility of their lineup. It's like they have 4 super squishy heroes versus 2 of the highest, if not the highest strength gain heroes in the game. Earth Spirit and Primal Beast, I think they're the 2 highest. And then you have Tusk as well, too, which is one of the highest also. And they're also just very good damage dealers at the same time of the tankiness. So I was worried for early game of how this sandwiching was going to happen with who shows up to defend the towers. And it actually never happened. Ace, I feel like he wasn't even in the game. So, yeah.
Well, there we go, boys and girls. Not necessarily the most exciting start to the season, but there's many games ahead of us, and there's going to be one more game ahead of us between these 2. So we'll look forward to that, and let's hope that Gaming Gladiators give us a bit of a better fight against Team Liquid, because Team Liquid in this game 1, they make it look pretty easy.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Fog. Yeah, they do make it look very easy. This was not... Well, first of all, this is the lobby. That's great, too. But this was not the way we thought the game was going to go. We did think that Liquid was going to have a good early game, Kazu.
True.
But this...
Well, I liked their draft more, but this looked like a shitstorm.
Yeah.
This, like, the game was over at, like, minute 12. So I thought it would be easier for them, but you talked about gaming. You know, they probably didn't have much sleep, maybe not many pubs.
No, I know they didn't.
Okay, even worse.
I was there. I saw them. It was today.
Because
in another country.
It showed in this game 1.
Yeah, that was really bad. Let me see. Who can I call out? CY?
Watson?
No.
Wait, he died like 8 times.
I actually think Watson was the one guy that went to sleep.
Yeah, but he still didn't play very well.
In the game, he was the one that suffered.
Yeah,
from his
his team wasn't protecting him.
Okay, fair.
I don't even know how a Primal Beast solo kills Luna CM. That's crazy.
Maybe it's the boxy factor. You know, the Pugna, he did do a lot in this game.
He did.
So maybe he's like, the odd one out. But yeah, I think we just have to credit Liquid for what they did from the laning, the early stuff, then like boxy TPing mid, getting kills there, and then they just play their draft very nice, keep going on them. They outplay them and make it look easy.
That's a second pick Primal too. And
I mean, you knew exactly what laning was going to go up against, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
that helps.
And just looking at the draft, I didn't understand the Primal. I feel like Saberlight just asks for heroes that he wants to play. I know that he did that at Dacha with Dawnbreaker. He just likes the hero, thinks that it's good, and wants to fit it into drafts. So they tried to do that, and they did decent there. You know, top 8. Nothing to absolutely scoff at with a new roster.
Both teams got top 8 though.
Yeah, they did. They did. But once again, I'm gonna go up to bat for Liquid here. The way they lost against the Colts brothers, I feel like every single Dota pub player has lost a pub like that, where it's like bullshit. You know, it's like mega creeps versus mega creeps. Anybody could win.
Yeah.
Some double damage rune spawns, or somebody mirror shields a spell that they shouldn't. You forget they have a mirror shield and a Linken's, and a guy put a Linken's on them. Everybody's Agnum Scepters, Agnum Shards. I keep rambling on about the insaneness of the 60-minute plus games if you want.
Yeah, that didn't happen today. Today we had a stump. And I do want to talk a little bit more about the one-sided matchup we just saw. Mostly in relation to how, Primal Beast countered Luna there. It's fine. We saw how the mid lane went. And actually, Quinn starting with the first blood, pretty good for him. I want to focus a little bit more on Mickey's Medusa, because I felt that there was no plan on how to deal with him, or were they too far behind to even have a plan?
I mean, I think the plan with the heroes could be that like Centaur and Storm, they can like kind of kite Medusa. Like Luna can play on long range with Beam, you have Stampede to like run in and out, and Storm can zip in and out. But when you're this far behind, they actually never got to that stage where those heroes would be good against Medusa.
Okay.
But I will also say that you are correct in the fact that they don't have the best answer to Medusa. It comes out of like outplaying and outpositioning her, which means you're not in the best spot.
No, so it wasn't even just
he had a free game.
Gaming not showing up for game 1, but it was also a little bit of an.
I don't even know if Mickey was at his computer for that game.
He didn't have to be.
He didn't have to do anything.
Just click the ground and chill.
He did miss most of his third spell, the Gorgon's Grasp, but that didn't matter because he's top net worth hitting creeps.
Watson's looking at Liquid and being like, why is my team not doing this? This is the ideal carry game. Your team is just like 15-0 on other lanes. You don't have to do anything. You farm whatever you want. Farm their Ancients for all that.
For all that.
For all that.
For all that.
For whatever.
Okay, so
It's a stomp.
It was a stomp. Like, we can overanalyze stomps, but at the end of the day, one team really didn't play as well as the other team, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. And my question would be, though, how to recover from this, because if it is an issue with lack of sleep, and today is just basically a write-off.
Well, you can use game one, because some teams do this where it's like, oh, we didn't sleep well, or game one curse. So it's like, you know, it's the warm-up game, go next. But I will say, draft-wise, I don't like picking Watson's hero this early.
Yeah.
Like, I think if you can have your Lunas or Shadow Fiends or whatever. Are you ChatGPTing this question?
I am going to, yeah.
Well, let's not wait for that answer. We don't like that. We're going for a real human answer.
Whoa.
And well, the answer to the question in this case would be, what is our Kitty award of the game?
Thanks, Shiva. I can answer that one, although I am slightly close to ChatGPT. The award of the game was the point of the game where Team Liquid had won their laning stage, and once you have that advantage, you need to get on top of your opponents, and you need to kill them and really solidify the lead. Look at the gold advantage that they have here. It's not that, I can't read that far, Shiva. I don't know if you can, but it's this ward right above the Ancients spots the enemies, and this allows them to dive. It's a 3?
3, that's a 3.
Gosh, the number's gonna get a lot bigger after this team fight. With vision, allows you to make good decisions. It's nighttime here.
4,
if they don't...
5.
Okay, please, very distracting. If you have vision at nighttime, it allows you to make good teamfight decisions, and having vision near the Ancients where the carries are farming, that allows Saberlight to feel confident zipping to the backline to grab a hero that should feel like they're safe in darkness, especially because that's against a team that has a Luna, so they have more night vision than them. So vision advantage against Lunas again during nighttime, big, huge thing, and it turns them from a, I think, what, 3K gold advantage up to like 7, I think at the end was what I saw on stream. So
I would have continued counting if I was allowed.
That's the blow-up moment of the game after the great laning stage. So if Gaming managed to win that fight, if their initiations were worse, the game could have turned around. But that was like the nail in the piece of wood or coffin. ChatGPT would have a better analogy than that. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Well, we'll find out what that analogy will be some other time. But for now, we're going to prepare for our second game of the series. So we'll see you after this. is going super smooth here on the first day of DreamLeague Season 24. Promise. And, well, definitely for Team Liquid. Because they just smashed it in Game 1 against their opponents, Gaming Gladiators, in the first series.
Smashed is a good way of putting it.
It was not close. And I'm actually very disappointed, Kevin.
I mean, I'm happy for Team Liquid. I mean, they're both aiming to do really good, and it feels like the team that deserved to win by practicing and sleeping has done a better
Sleeping
job.
is good.
I mean, the biggest criticism maybe we can make is that Watson got solo killed a bunch of times, but I think that Team Liquid is a little bit of a momentum team, at least right now. So Saberlight fitting in well and like smashing his lanes, grabbing his opponents, and smashing them against the ground 3 times, it's just only gonna make them play better. So see if it keeps going.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they wake up after this Game 1, because, yeah, you know, there's some draft stuff, but this is mainly gameplay. Like, if you're not showing up, you're getting solo killed, you're getting killed when you're not supposed to. Yeah, game's gonna be hard. Yeah. I will say that Boxy played incredibly well. Like, he TP'd mid early, he helps his mid get a kill, he goes back bottom, he has like a 10-minute Atos, he kills Quinn, 11-minute Atos, TP's top, kills Ace, and then snowball.
I wish snowballs made that noise whenever you rolled them down hills.
That would be really funny.
If we can maybe make it happen.
Nisha played well too.
Sure, he did.
Did 20k hero damage in a very quick game, 10 kills. They picked the 2 melee fat guys to run in with blade mails and against the Luna. It worked. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why you don't see that much first phase pick Luna, and instead it usually comes out in the second phase when you have a couple of bans and a hero to support it.
Well, maybe something different will come out in the first phase in game number 2, because that's coming our way right now. Draft's underway. We got Team Liquid this time around on the Radiant side with Gaming Gladiators on the Dire side, and first pick going the way of Gaming Gladiators. As we got a round of bans coming in. Gaming actually putting respect on the Primal now in the first phase ban, so they do change things up. Based on previous game, we got also the Brood banned out now by Team Liquid, and previous game was ignored. But that does mean that Shadow Demon is still in the pool, so is Enchantress, and so is Sand King. Broodmother was banned out first game, guys. Sorry, I'm about.
Kazu?
Yes?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question as a professional coach of a tier 1 team?
Okay, just ask your question.
What do you think about the strategy of if a hero annoys you, you ban it?
I think
I'm genuinely serious.
It can work, but I think one of the biggest skills of a Dota player and a Dota team is to actually draw the correct conclusion. You shouldn't just ban a hero because it's annoying to you, like emotionally, but because it's annoying to the heroes you actually play. Right. So maybe what they want here, I think Gaimin are setting up for a first pick Eng. I would consider Primal to be very good against Eng. And maybe overall Watson is playing more of the range type heroes. Most range carries suffer a lot against Primal because he gets on top of you, he builds blade mail, whatnot. So
I'd say Kezu failed the vibe check, but he is correct.
Vibe check failed. First pick Eng comes. Here you go.
It's a lame answer, but it's the right one. I think it's more fun to just do what feels right when you play Dota. And there's a lot of players like that.
True.
Where you ask them like, hey, why do you think this is good? And they're like, I don't know, man. It just
feels good. Yeah.
And I'm like, give me an answer.
Yeah, but what we don't realize sometimes, when something feels good, it's because they won with it a lot, or they do, like, it happened a lot of times. But there is actually thought processes based on it that don't realize
something subconscious. Yeah. I agree, and that's kind of where I was going with that in general. Like, I feel like a lot of the time, if a hero is consistently annoying you, it's because
there's something about it.
There's something about it that is either just blatantly overpowered and people have not figured it out yet, and it will make its way into the first phase. Or it counters your playstyle.
Yeah.
One or the other.
Oh, very much so. So we do have that Enchantress first phase pick. We got the Instant Nyx Assassin combo. I mean, that's also not really unfamiliar to see up against that Enchantress. I think Gaimin will probably also be expecting that pick.
Yeah, I mean, it was, at least I first saw it more commonly at TI this year.
Yeah.
I think there was a weaker team. What was that? That team from China that was unexpectedly in the tournament, and they got
Team Zero.
Team Zero, I believe, was the first team that I saw pick Nyx against Enchantress because you get the one shot on the neutral creep. So it's like as a lane matchup, it's fantastic. The Enchantress can't just bully the lane like you normally expect, and then later on you're great at bursting her with help from allies.
It legitimately beats Enchantress in lane, which is crazy because a lot of these other Enchantress counter heroes, like something like Mirana that insta kills the creep. Eng actually has a positive win rate against Mirana in pubs, at least the last I checked on Dota Buff. And I think the reason for that is even without the creep, she'll just level heal and impetus and deal with you, and then you send the creep somewhere else, etc. But Nyx, like, with the Mind Flare, Warp Flare, whatever it's
Mind
called,
Flare,
and instantly killing the creeps, like he will out-farm, and then he can kill the Ench if there is +1 hero that's doing a little bit of damage. I think Tundra did, it was Visage Nyx, and it looked amazing against the Enchantress.
Yeah.
That's why we see the Visage being one of the bans coming out from Gaming, together with the Earth Spirit we saw Nisha play previous game.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that this Nyx was not banned, but they just preferred the other bans over. Because most other teams that will set up for this pick, they do ban out this hero. But obviously there's more that, like, you know, Ench gives you more than just a creep in the lane. So maybe they want to look for, you know, an aggressive carry and then abuse the fact that you can still play aggro against, like, maybe some dual melee, or that Ench still wants to, like, play on mid. It wants to play in the offlane with, like, a gate. So you pick Watson, a hero that can facilitate this and, like, solo in a way. Because, you know, Celery, he is one of the best enchantresses in the game. He should know his counters or his matchups, so he should know how to play around it.
Yeah, I remember seeing Celery legitimately just dodge the lane as Ench. He would get a creep, go through the portal, or send the creep through the portal and keep his hero in the lane. So he has some very interesting ways of playing against it. This is the one player, I think, that has like the most experience dealing with the Nyx counter. I will say, though, regarding the Nyx, you know, since we haven't seen any other heroes come out yet, Tundra did an interesting thing where they picked the Nyx out of the first phase. There wasn't any jungle heroes that were picked, and then they later picked the Chen. So they picked the Nyx, blocking the jungle creeps from being picked, so they could get it in a later phase, which I think is an interesting approach.
Because it's not a hero we see all that often. I like Liquid's pick out of phase here. Pangolier is a very good hero, especially from second pick, because you can flex him mid, you can flex him offlane. You're pretty good against Ench, because she's more like, she wants to like whittle you down and then eventually kill you. You're high armor, you have good damage, you have shield crash to like work against the constant harass. So overall, Liquid should be pretty happy.
And like all of your skills do damage to Enchantress when you choose to do it, basically, except for right-clicking, which isn't the biggest component. It's like you can roll through her, you can shield crash her, you can swashbuckler as well. So it helps you get away from her and defend towers if you want to, if she's pushing.
It's a nice lane, too. Like, I think a lot of the time when you're playing Nyx as your position 4, even not against Enchantress, you're probably going to be dragging waves, pulling to camps, one-shotting creeps, and just kind of playing like the lane cheese sort of style, which is exactly what Pangolier likes in lane. He just wants to get out of lane with, if he can 50-50 in the off lane, he's more than happy to do that.
I mean, I assume Gaiman should be picking their carry. Yeah, or at least this makes sense. Like now, if you lane into Pango, you're happy. If he flexes away from you, you still rupture him, and he's pretty not happy about it. Same with Nyx in the game. So overall, I think Gaiman found one of the better picks they could go for.
Do you agree that this pretty much means it's going to be an offlane Pango?
I think so, because I just feel like offlane Pango plays better into this matchup than a mid Pango would.
Interestingly, Liquid didn't play Pango at all in the last tournament. They just didn't touch it. Well, yeah, it was decently picked, like 30 games, 40% win rate, so trying something new here, I guess.
Yeah, it is one of Nisha's best heroes, so it is a little surprising. Although he doesn't play that many pubs, and the new facet people are going for.
He has been doing it a little bit, and I know that the Saber man, you know, he likes his roly roll.
Yeah, he does.
He's a good driver.
We'll see which position they'll play it at.
The line's the obvious response to a Carapace-like hero. You hex him when he approaches, that way you don't have to worry. You can actually disable him without stunning yourself and giving him a setup for your opponents. So line quite good there, but a little disruptive to play line against Pango. I guess if you go first, it's good, but if he does get Rolling Thunder off, you're kind of one of the vulnerabilities on the back line. So line's got to be pretty careful this game.
A lot of smiles coming out from Nisha after that lion pick. I wonder if it's something to do with the heroes or if they're just having a good time.
I do want to mention, by the way, in Dota, Watson did not play Bloodseeker once. It was actually Ace that played it. So we could still very easily see a carry pick come out here from Gaiman that's like a more gacha type pick for Watson.
Ace really is the like play carry heroes with auras type player though, so I could see him doing it. It's not going to be fun to play Bloodseeker against SF though, because that's like one of the best mana fight to the death stand in place heroes of the game.
I feel like this is also a bit of a block pick, considering this is Watson's most played hero in Dota, and Liquid obviously knows that Ace is more than happy to take the Bloodseeker offlane. So Gaiman could have picked the SF and then got some sort of like aura hero, or well, they would already have the aura hero and the Bloodseeker, but some hero to go in for the SF lane.
So Celery's been playing this a lot. I'm assuming Insania will be great with it as well. This is actually at the moment, this is a hero I can talk about because this is the hero with the highest win rate, position 5 in Pro Dota right now, Kazu.
Honestly, this hero's pretty good. I mean, he's
52% win rate.
It's not bad.
Which is way higher, by the way, if you pick the stupid facet rather than the strength one.
Learning curve.
Learning curve. Learning curve has way higher win
I mean, that one is also way better.
Yeah.
Like, you're a bot level 1, but when you get level 2, this lane is insane. You have like 6 spells, like 6 levels of spells. You have minus armor, you have raises, you have like double level ignite and a stun. So this lane together is really strong. Also, the attack speed with SF, of course, is quite incredible. But I feel like this time around, Gaimin are getting more of the type of heroes that they actually want. Like, now I can see them like actually aggressing on Liquid. They're the ones to collapse. You can bring your out, like he jumps in, Pango gets ruptured. Suddenly SF can't really stand his ground. So overall, Gaimin are finding very good picks, and I think they're doing a lot better than in the first draft.
Yeah, I think the scary thing for Liquid, like you said, is if SF gets jumped, they don't have counterplay. Usually a lot of players love to pair SF with like an Omni Knight, so you can guarantee that SF has a good team fight no matter what. But the upside is that Liquid has really good disables, they have relatively tanky heroes, and they have pretty good jump of their own. Another thing that I really like about their draft that's a little synergistic is not just relying on a Shadow Fiend, but pairing him with other minus armor sources. So having Pangolier be able to do that as well, even if it's a bit RNG, can sometimes push his damage with a Daedalus from like high to like, oh my god, I didn't know I could die that fast territory. So
I want to. Sorry, go ahead.
Bloodlust also accomplishes that to help accelerate it.
I want to take these two bands that do some theory crafting here because there's a lot of ways they can flex this on both sides. I believe that Liquid was thinking of doing a Pango Nyx offlane. So the Alchemist comes out. If you're going to be cutting the wave and playing to 50-50 against an Alch, Alch's going to destroy you. He's going to freeform. He's going to get a super early Radiance. He's going to destroy the game. So now I think that Liquid is more likely to put the Pango mid, sacrifice the fact that you're playing into the Bloodseeker, and then pick something that is going to punish the Alch in lane more. Like some Timbersaw type hero for Saberlight. That's where my mind is at in terms of how this draft is going.
It could make sense with the Stormband too, because it does kind of cover Pango from like... Because now if you're a gamer, I think you want to like pick a mid that is obviously good for you, but if they were to pick Pango, like if they were to put a mid that you make it like hard for them to do this. Because I think what you're saying is very true. They would like to pick a new offlaner. I don't really know exactly what that one looks like, because I think you need either A, someone that goes in for your Pango, so it's not just Bloodseeker like herp derp, I hold my Rupture forever, or a guy that builds auras to at least allow your Pango to like survive throughout the game. I mean, and Gaimin need a mid pick. It would be nice if they can play through, well, their mid hero with their 2 supports, because also their 2 side lanes are like fairly static.
Yeah.
I could see something like maybe a Quap or a Puck, especially with heroes like Sniper being banned out, because that's already 1 counter to both of them.
I love the idea of the Puck. Sets up for the Bloodseeker spells. It's a gank trio with the Lion and the Ench active hero to make some space for the Alchemist. Does well against Pango.
They didn't play Puck in the last week at the last tournament, though. They did ban it 9 times, though.
It should
so
be... Yeah, this hero's contested a lot early, especially with all these like Invokers and like Storms that are coming out.
Monkey.
Okay, I like it. I mean, it kind of... one of the things they banned was Storm Spirit. It's a dive hero. Monkey King is kind of similar. He can actually go find and pressure the Shadow Fiend, interrupt his ulti, that kind of thing. He's got to worry a little bit about getting caught by Nyx, but there's maybe a little bit less danger for him being Monkey King since he's on trees a lot.
Now you really don't want to put the Pango mid. Do they just go Nisha Queen of Pain?
Maybe. You need something like that, because I feel like they're on the back foot. They don't have much time, and I feel like this pick really, it really needs to hit the mark.
Yeah, something to stomp the monkey. Okay, they do go for it.
Well, great damage follow-up for the Nyx. You can play around Pango roll as well. Even Bloodlust is decent on Queen of Pain, even though you're pretty nuke-heavy these days. But there's a lot of disable on Gladiator's side.
There are.
You've got to worry about silence from Bloodseeker, which normally is not that big of a deal, but really dangerous here. If there's a stun in that, like all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay, I need a BKB early.
Yeah, I think exactly what you're saying is what Gaimin was banking on, where they pick the monkey mid to deny the Pango mid, meaning the Alch has a free lane. There's like 5-head stuff going on here. They're anticipating the Queen of Pain. It's Nisha and it's a counter to Monkey King, but they're like, you want to pick Queen of Pain into Rupture, into Lion stuns, go for it, you know? So this is just really many levels of things happening in both drafts for both sides. I'm very impressed with both of these drafts.
So game 1 definitely felt then more of a warm-up game because we feel like this is even.
I feel like Gaiman this time actually have the upper hand, at least to me. I don't know if there's a quad build where you can go dagger, because I think you own monkey a lot if you level dagger.
If you 2 points in dagger,
yeah, so I feel like you kind of need to do that if you go to Scream of Pain where you farm. I feel like this pick doesn't really accomplish what you need.
Because you can just mischief dodge the screen.
But this time around, I feel like Gaiman are the ones that will do the same thing that Liquid did to them in game 1.
Ooh.
Good lanes, they aggress them, they collapse on them, so I think this is going to be a 1-1.
I think it's really important that Saberlight, with his Rolling Thunder, goes and covers the Shadow Fiend when they eventually do dive SF. If you can make sure that the SF stays at least even, gets kill trades, or doesn't die in these dives, he's going to get ahead and he's going to start doing like giga high damage, and he's not going to care about being ruptured or fighting a Monkey King because he's going to do pretty good damage. So I think the goal is protect the Shadow Fiend.
The SF could definitely do a lot in this game. I'm just very confident in the Alchemist. The way that they forced the off lane to be such an easy lane for the Alch, like they're really giving Watson a free game. And I mean, I suppose if his game goes like the first one, if he's just having a bad day, that could be really rough because there is pressure on him. But I liked how Gaiman drafted this time. This felt really good.
They're more ready this time around. Let's see if that shows in the gameplay because it's time for game number 2. But first, some PogChamp Pandas.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the beginning of the action of Game 2 here between Gaming Gladiators and Team Liquid. So, folks, anyway, we heard from the panel. They seem to feel that they kind of liked it a bit more this game. Do you agree, or are you looking at this again and feeling that Gaming Gladiators might have some issues?
It looks way better. It looked infinitely better than last time. I like Liquid's draft again, though. I think, at least for me, it hits more synergy in terms of the way that they can play with each other. But I think gaming, it looks infinitely better than last time. I'm just a little worried of this Bloodseeker being put to the off lane and how much he's actually going to do in the game. Yes, of course, the job of him is to rupture the Pango. We see that Saberlight's gone for the shield crash fast rather than going for the speedy one since he's playing versus the rupture, so wants to try to have a better lane as well. That lane's going to be hard. Or it should be hard on paper, obviously, the Pango Nyx versus this Alchemist. They're trying to set up Watson for success this time around, so... Yeah, I mean, last game was literally the Saberlight Boxy show, so this one, it should definitely be better for gaming, but we'll see in the mid-game too, because gaming just didn't really play that great either. Besides their draft also looking a bit wonky for me in that last game, they were kind of all over the place. Quinn?
I have the setup here with that blood grenade. And chasing Sania down.
It's got 2-1, 2 stick, one more hit. It's not enough.
It's close, but indeed not quite close enough to let them get the kill.
That little 2-stick charge, just enough to keep him alive. He's going to be able to go back to base, reset. That was a lot of time spent there from Token chasing. He's still lingering in mid for a moment here, but...
And that was what they used to 4 bounties for gaming that.
Wait, did they actually?
Yep.
Oh my god, with an Alchemist.
With an Alchemist.
Alrighty.
Okay,
that feels pretty nice. And Tofu gets the D-ward. Nice play from him. He like fake walked in, so Nisha moved, and he's like, oh yeah, there's a ward here, so he gets that too. And overall, too, I like seeing Celery playing Enchantress way more than CM, I do have to say. Like, this is his most comfortable hero. CM, he looked... Yeah. I mean, maybe he was just a bit out of it, of course, too, but he looked very underwhelming.
Yeah, that lane...
Is a lane.
Yeah, that just was that feels like one of the worst lanes that we're seeing Gaming Gladiators have in the same lane for quite some time, really. It was just rough. It was rough all around.
Absolutely. And yeah, let's see what Boxy's going to do as this Nyx is. He's going to get both of the couriers.
All right.
Unacceptable.
Yeah.
But they both lose it. They don't micro them. Just walked right under tower, and he was doing his little wave kind of pulling. Well, he was before doing the wave pulling, so he just killed couriers for free. That's the dream. When you're playing these melee 4s, it's, I mean, Earthshaker's not really played so much anymore, but a lot of these melee 4s, that's what you play for. You play to put a ward down, you play to snipe the couriers and pull the lane. And yeah, he'll get that successfully. Yeah, let's look at him mid. That's what they were talking about.
So far, it's going very well for Gaming, right?
It is.
You know, 6-4 on the Monkey King against the 4-1 on the Queen of Pain. Top lane as well as Watson.
Boom!
He just walks up, throws his concoction at Saberlight and slaps him down.
Ace is going to be able to get away.
All right,
so on top of 4 bounty runes.
Yep.
He gets handed a first blood too. This is going to be one of the richer alchemists,
I
perhaps.
think so, yeah, and this is... It's just going to be a huge turnaround from what we saw in last game. You know, last time around, Saberlight was crushing it on the offlane. This time he's just giving himself up as first blood to the Alchemist.
And he's counterpicked. He's not only counterpicked in lane, but throughout the game too. You can dispel the shield with the enchant, you have the Rupture, you have instant disable that comes from Lion, you're versus Wukongs. So Saberlight is definitely going to have a bit of a rough one, it feels like. So initiation on the side of Liquid maybe will be a bit of an issue too in the game. If he's off to such a rough start.
This mid lane, right? Like, you do pick the Quap to have an edge against the Monkey King in the mid lane, right?
It's the first level that you have Scream instead of having Dagger, and then you get 2 points Dagger, and then you try to bully. But I just don't even know if you can. I'm
just
unsure.
seeing this lane played out, and Quinn, he's completely comfortable right now. 14 for 6 against the 10 and 1. He's getting plenty of last hits, plenty of denies. He's having an easy time.
It should get harder.
Okay.
It should get harder for him, but he's got boots, and Nisha doesn't have Blink, so he'll have to TP. Yeah, let's see also, because Shadow Strike is not something you usually want to have these points in. Of course, we talk about this a million times for the Queen of Pain. Never want to really put more than 2 points, or even any points in the laning phase, but he wants to try to apply some pressure. But yeah, it's just not happening.
Yeah, Quinn's crushing this. Very good start for him.
Ooh. Big raise is bottom. Actually, both tanked double raise. Ace is really struggling. It's to be expected, though. They threw him to the wolves with this pick. Yes, he's still going to be able to do his job once he gets his levels with the Rupture, but his farm is going to be quite weak.
Top lane, despite dying earlier, looks like Saberlight's managed to calm things down a bit. He's getting a good farm out there.
Good CS. Can never pressure the Alchemist by any means unless a rotation comes out, but speaking of rotation, it's actually Celery. He's doing the Enchantress, the standard Enchantress move. Trying to get the wraparound.
Can they set up onto Mickey?
It's not a great creep. He's just going to burn some mana. And they could actually die if they do go for the play onto Mickey. They're going to try.
Let's see. They've got the setup into the Blood Bright, but
that's risky.
Not nearly going to be enough.
An Ace. He could be dead here.
They've got a Blood Grenade. I won't be able to quite line up a sort of the distance for the double raise. So Ace will live, but these are attempts from Game of Gladiators to make something happen that aren't really making much happen at all.
Yeah, I mean, Ace is literally getting 0 CS, so they're trying to make him get something, because he can't even walk up at all. And now they're going to start making some moves on Watson. Since the Enchantress left, they're going to look to apply some pressure onto him there. Yeah, we'll see how Ace recovers. This definitely feels a bit scary, the fact that he's literally getting nothing. And Pango's getting a good amount. Did he put the third point in Shadow Strike? I think he did, right? So, all right, Nisha's in on the Shadow Strike.
Yeah, I guess
he really wants to try to pressure that Lillian now more, but... Wait, Roche got him! Oh my goodness. Gaming just doesn't even get...
Yeah, Boxy, he's just having one of those days where he's just, you know, he's crushing it. He's just completely... You can't outplay this man.
Okay, can Ace get a last hit? Oh, he's been sitting at 9, I think, for like a minute and a half. Okay, he got 10, but... Oh, look at his timing.
all part of Boxy's plan. He was like, yep, I know he's coming through.
He did walk that way. I mean, it could actually have been something where he's like, oh yeah, he's coming through. But yeah, Mickey is getting absolute free farm. Uncontested free farm, and Ace is getting still. They literally cannot get a CS on. He got 10. Okay, 11. He's getting like maybe one every like 2 waves.
Every time you say he's not getting any,
he gets one. So I'm gonna keep doing it.
So you gotta keep doing it.
Okay.
You know, help him out. He's having a tough time.
He's having a tough time. Another blood grenade, Insania. That's 2 wasted. Can't quite go for the kill there, but yeah, setting up Mickey beautifully for absolute free farm. Looking at mid still, even though 3 points in Shadow Strike, he's starting to do better. But Quinn's still farming just fine. And this is going to cause some results in later, you know, with his rotations, not having max Scream. But we'll see what type of effects it does have. It's 6 minutes 30. Foxy.
Oh, they
get spotted.
Oh, they'll get him this time. They'll take the 4 of them. Easy stun. I mean, he's playing with them. They get the kill, but it's 4 heroes having to turn up for it. He's putting that down as Space Maid any day of the week.
And Ace get another last hit. And another one there. And they're going to be able to set up for the Wisdom Rooms, get some stacks going as well, and Watson is still, yes, not the same free farm as the SF. He did get slowed down a little bit there, but yeah, he's having a very good time. So yeah, infinitely better than that last game. That I think we all hoped for, but I'm just, Ace's net worth is just still very sad.
And I think maybe not as good of a start as you'd expect for a team that got 4 bounty runes and first blood for the Alk.
That's very true. Difficult to get aggressive in a lot of these lanes, though, with the way that we're seeing Liquid play. Quinn
is trying to make
the
plays.
Saberlight's here.
I mean, they're all in. They've got Nisha as well with the backup. They get the jump in on towards Tofu. He's going to try and get under the tower to safety, but Mickey's able to finish him off. Celery caught in the river as Saberlight and Nisha will be able to deal with him. Liquid, they'll get 2 kills. Gaming Gladiators not able to find any sort of trade there.
Nibbling the numbers. Foxy.
Worthy
Creep.
And Quinn's looking at a chance to get back in on this, but
You got to be careful.
Yeah,
they have a tango.
they can't cut the tree. But
he might just be dead.
He's looking very dead. He's going to have to turn and throw the balance out before he's able to build up the Jingu.
Oh.
He's under the tower, but they got him. Saberlight's got him. Liquid.
Don't fight this SF. He's got 2 stacks now. Don't give him more. Don't keep it rolling. Nisha will be able to secure the rune off of that too. A pretty huge move from Liquid, collapsing, bringing everybody together, and now that mid matchup, it's evened out. Quap is fine, good levels, good move. Didn't have to use ult for the move either.
And Boxy's ready to come and be nice and annoying here for Watson.
Steal some creeps. Let me see that Centaur and Mind Flare. Any second there. Here we go. Can you get it? Yeah, he can. Takes 2.
There's a couple of CS there.
Just being pesky. Mid lane.
Mid. The setup.
Enough.
Just enough with that last right click from Quinn.
Very nice. But Ace is going to need somehow to bring him back into the game. Because it's just the biggest concern is, yes, the Alk is huge. Yes, the MK is still doing decent and everything. I don't know how much Bloodseeker is going to contribute, but it's maybe just literally just a rupture at this point in the game, unless they start getting him some type of recovery.
Radiant are scanning.
There's the smoke from Gaming. Now look at the top. They want to continue to make sure that Watson has a good time. His farm's still very good. He's on track for a good Radiance timing. Liquid's bringing in the numbers as well, though. Saberlight, he's actually going to be the one to try and start off the move with the Rolling Thunder. Kind of jumps over Celery there, but still gets him on the roll back, so they'll get the kill. Watson, he'll turn and throw down a concoction. As Tofu's thinking of trying to see if they can fight back, but the Requiem comes out, the Sonic Wave as well. Jumping from Nisha, they're on top of Watson. Watson will fall. They got Mickey, but they lose 3 heroes for this Gaming Gladiator. They may lose Quinn as well. The stun's back up from Boxy as he's able to line it up on a Quinn. It's just not Gaming Gladiators day to day, it feels. These moves now, they're losing so much, and they're getting very little. They got 1 kill there, sure, it's Mickey, but they lose 4 heroes.
And it was a Rupture that came in, but it did pretty much nothing. Ace, he just can't contribute as a Bloodseeker with literally nothing. As this is your offlaner. That's the big scare. And the combination that comes out there from Liquid, their team fighting, their lineup for team fighting overall, it's great. Especially if they ever have SF ult. The 3 main cores, right? All 3 cores have great team fighting capabilities. While for gaming, the team fighting capability is going to be coming out from the Monkey King. Pretty much exclusively until Watson gets items. So it definitely feels hard for gaming to make those type of moves and fight back, especially if Liquid has ults. If Liquid has ults up, I think you might have to just run away. 2K lead now versus a team that picked up 4 bounty runes with an Alchemist.
And first blood. This was an outcry that Watson, he had 4 bounty runes, he had first blood, and he's only slightly ahead of Saberlight on the Pango, who gave up first blood. You know, Saberlight, he's cleaned up his axe after that, giving up that first blood, 3, 1, and 4, and he's right behind the farm of the Alchemist.
He's already got a Vessel, too. So I've been seeing this picked up a bit more in the offlane in particular, and this is a great game for it, versus the Alk, versus Ench, versus all of them, actually. Everybody but the Lion. This is a phenomenal Spirit Vessel game. He's going to have it, very early. Relic is online. Yeah, like you said, only 600 ahead. They set him up for this lane to dominate too, right? They picked the Ench Alk, they forced the Pango offlane, and don't think Gaming got exactly what they wanted out of these lanes.
It looked like that they maybe get something going around the fact that Quinn was having that good time against Nisha in the matchup, but they didn't make much happen with it. Quinn tried to make the moves, it didn't work out. Top lane Ace will be able to save himself there as he ruptures Saberlight, stops him from being able to roll on.
We'll be able to maybe disengage. They do have a ward that they are going to actually run into Tofu instead.
I'll give at least the room for Ace to back off, but the Tofu Joy. One final mana drain.
Is he going to get away? He went to jungle. They saw him going
he's
jungle.
staying on the map.
Boxy's on him already. He's got Cannabis if he needs to. Easy kill. Oh boy, concerns for gaming.
I was expecting a closer matchup than what we're getting.
Well,
I'll be honest, I weren't expecting this, Fog.
Yeah, they're getting kind of crushed right now. I think it's going to all have to rely on to what they can make happen with the Radiance on the Alk, because as you see, like Ace, the contribution, it's Eruption, they can just stop the roll instantly. So it's tough to see how they bring him back into the game unless they start getting successful fights, but their lineup just doesn't have the best team fight. Lion's level 5, Ench is 5. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely feeling the struggle today.
Yeah. I'm feeling last night's after party. Yeah. Maybe.
Again, Ace, he goes. This is the other thing too. I'm like trying to think of what build he wants to build as a Bloodseeker. Do you just build for yourself, or do you build for the team? You don't really go auras, right? So I see he went phase Falcon Blade, and then he's going Blade. It feels so awkward as an offlaner. You know, they kind of got forced into the position to put this as offlane, but yeah, this is not having much effect and not much to slow down Mika's farm at all. But Watson is still top of the net worth. It's just, yeah, the other two cores are starting to run out of space. So let's see what Watson can do.
Let's have a look. Can he carry this, Watson?
That was work cut out for him.
Have a look.
And he's versus Vessels, and he's versus very high burst.
Yeah, like they can just focus and kill.
He can get 100 to 0.
Until he's... I mean, but what kind of items does he need to be able to fight this?
Maybe this might be a Radiance BKB, but I hate saying that one. So maybe Radiance Manta, maybe Blink. I'm not sure on. Does not feel easy to fight into this lineup. Everybody's got so much damage.
Ooh, Quinn, good awareness there to jump out in time. Boxy was looking for the wraparound. They're going to rupture Nisha. I don't know if they can do much with that. I mean, the rest of Liquid's coming in from the side. Gaming Gladiators, they have to try and run, but Sableye is already in with the Rolling Thunder. He's made the connection onto Ace and onto Celery.
They will get Nisha.
Okay.
Watson came in.
And they've got the Wukong's command down. Stun opening as well, on towards Sableye. It's a lot of burst. Not enough, though. Sableye able to walk it off. He'll get away fine. He's even got a haste for a nice 3-man concoction, but won't manage to do anything with it. They get something. They get Nisha. Yep. But again, they're losing 2 heroes. The trade's still not benefiting them.
Yep. But Watson's able to come in and at least get something. I don't think he got the last hit, though, did he? No, Celery was the one who got it.
Dire's middle tower.
Sableye. They have Quap Ult ready. They can go again on Liquid. Gaming do not have Wukongs ready. Feels like they're pretty reliant around that one to be able to fight versus the Liquid aggression right now.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
14 minutes, Wisdom Runes. Liquid rather playing aggressive instead of looking to go back for those. Still looking to just occupy the map. Quinn. We'll have Maelstrom done. It's scary for him to walk up versus Quap. Ult at the ready. Boxy.
He's going for it.
Yeah, there's no stun. Yeah, he's got the Hex, but they should.
Yeah, but they can play around with him. He's going to tick out.
Oh!
Ooh,
the tower hit.
Tell you what, he gets the job done in return, Tofu.
There you go.
Get something. Oh, one of the better trades they've had this game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Liquid just continuing to play aggressive, occupying enemy jungle, waiting for fights to come to them. Requiem back up in 30, but they're not reliant on that one to fight. Wukong comes up in 10 seconds. And I think they do... Okay, he is actually going to BKB. I mean, I saw he was queuing up. He actually queued up all 3. He queued up the Blink, then he queued up the Manta, then he queued up the BKB. I suggested BKB because there is those 3 big ultis. It's just that... It means you have to win the fights with that BKB timing, though. So we'll see. Oh, off the mark, Quinn.
Boundless Strike. Not making any sort of connection there. Well, on the plus side for him, even if it did, maybe they don't.
Probably don't get it anyway, yeah. Slowing things down a little bit here, Gaming, trying to get these next item timings. But Liquid, I don't know how much they're fussed about things being slowed down. They have a very good, well-rounded draft. And Ace, even though he is starting to get some recovery,
look at this.
Watson, it's a juicy one.
Oh, he's found him, and they've got him with a Sonic Wave.
Pop the pinata.
Boxy, he's had Watson's number this entire series.
Yeah, he's just a menace. First pick this time as well, too. Next, he's got Dagon. They've got the double Dagons at the ready. A lot of these heroes are just going to fall over in an instant, it feels. So Gaming, I finished the BKB on Watson and then look for fights, perhaps. But Liquid, they're going to fight every time. They're going to look to just run into every single one of these fights. Yeah, Saberlight's just having a phenomenal series.
Dire's
Phenomenal
bottom
game
tower
again.
is
Super
under
tanky. He's
attack.
almost got Crimson.
Dire are scanning.
Where's the damage going to come out from gaming? These heroes just feel like they're getting too durable too fast. Especially that Pango.
Illusion.
Mickey. This is good setup.
So if they've got enough burst. The Hex, the Finger, they've
do.
done it.
Very
Look at
nice.
the kill, now can they get out? Saberlight comes in with a Rolling Thunder. Tofu will be able to TP away, but Quinn will be left behind.
But they got something.
They do get something, and indeed was playing from behind. They'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
It's not, it's not the best thing in the world, of course, because you lose Quinn, but yeah, you get something. You reduce his,
Dire's middle
reduce some of these
tower
souls
is
a little
under
bit there.
attack.
And Watson gets space to finish the BKB too.
I think there's only one way they can win this game.
What is it?
Get that Aghanims out. Give it to the Lion. Blood Rage the Lion. He comes in.
How are you even thinking of this?
With this spell amped up finger. Team wipe. Lion Rampage. Top of YouTube. Highlight. We're there. It's going to be brilliant.
Brilliant. I can see it. I can't see it.
We need the big Lion comeback.
Precious bounty.
He is getting time to finish the BKB, but yeah, time is just not favoring them because you see the net worth just going up more for Liquid during that downtime. So even though Alkill have BKB, it's just the question is going to be now, what do they want to do with it?
I mean, I think you're right.
And is it going to be a good
just
fight?
go Manta Blink, right?
I think he has to actually, I don't know if he can do the Manta. I think he actually goes to
Just
go
get
Blink
Blink.
Basher at this point. But we'll see, because Liquid, I think they're just going to look for every single one of these fights. Ace has to be careful. He's got Blade Mail.
Backup comes in. Sonic Wave for Ace.
Nisha blinked in.
He did, but he's got backup.
He
Rolling
does.
Thunder comes across. They're trying to take him out. They'll get him. They're doing the damage here with the four of them as Nisha's caught under the tower.
Can maybe get more kills here, Mickey. Requiem hits.
Is ready to push back the three of them. Jump in with a four-man. Shield crash there as well for Saberlight, giving him a hell of a lot of protection to fight on through it all. They try and take him out, but he's able to slide away with a swashbuckle perfectly fine. I mean,
They're
Liquid,
going back in.
They're looking at it closing back in once more. Another jump forward from Saberlight. He's blocking off their retreat.
Beautiful.
Allows Boxy to line up the two-man stun. The tips come out for Boxy, and they're back to dive in the tier 2. Tofu's trying to hide. Saberlight, he may just find him as well. The shield crash won't get him. The TP, it won't save him though.
4 stacks. Not level 15 for the presence affecting buildings, but either way, Minus Armor started kicking up fast in the fight. Beautiful stun from Boxy and great reinitiation that comes out here from Liquid.
Yeah, they nearly were able to keep Nisha safe, but a little bit too much tanking the tower hits. Tsunami 4 has beaten down onto him.
Beautiful from Mickey. This
yeah.
Requiem is actually
Look at this.
so nice, the angle. Like, it's as the BKB is ending as well, too. They get the stun pop, and then the 4-man shield crash.
I mean, at that point, it's over.
That fight's
you can see them trying to hit Saberlight, but they're like, you know what, boys, we can't kill this man.
No.
We can't kill this man, and if anything, he's going to start killing us. And indeed, coming back in, blocking them off with these body blocks as well, making sure that the stun lines up. They're making it look easy today, Liquid.
They sure are.
And in particular, Saberlight and Boxy, they're stepping it up to another level this series.
They're kind of just doing it on their own, these two. They still have lasting presence for how much longer? They actually can get... They can get Roche. He still has 4 stacks. I think they can just go for it.
Yeah, I mean, there's...
SF plus Pango. Let's see that minus
nobody's
armor.
stopping you.
Oh, minus 15.
Game of Gladiators, they can't even take the time to get down.
No, they won't make it.
They can't head over it. So this is going to be Roshan Aegis going for Liquid.
Whew. And Boxy's already scouting. He's got his Quelling Blade. He moved it into the slot. He saw the monkey jumping in trees.
Ooh, that would be dirty.
He might Quelling the tree. Is Boxy going to get the right one?
Oh, he's looking. They probably need to get... They got to get out of it, Gaming.
Can they all get out? Tofu's got a blink. He's got a TP. Nisha's on his back. Should be out, though. 9K lead. Liquid. Now, even taking the top net worth spot. SF over past the Elk. Even the Quap soon going to be doing so. Nyx is massive, almost the same as Ace on the Bloodseeker. Who, yeah, just it hasn't been having the effect I think they wanted. They really wanted to be able to get these ruptures off, have it like as this offlaner to sack it, and it's too sacked. And the ruptures just have not been having the effect at all. Boxy.
He's looking for that tree.
Dire's bottom tower.
Dun, dun, dun,
Oh,
dun.
he knows!
Oh, Boxy.
I mean, that was a
guy's just too
risky.
good.
It was a risky little hop to do.
Sure.
You just hop into the tree next to him there, Quinn.
Boxy just... He has their number today, completely.
Dire's bottom
Oh, this TP. I mean, he's got BKB, he's got Chemical Rage. He's gonna walk it off. Just walk it off. Can't walk it off.
All right.
Well,
That's that.
oh well. You know what I think? I think they need a good night's sleep. We know they can do better than this. This wasn't what we were expecting to see.
But Liquid came by. No mercy. None whatsoever. Boxy, of course, in particular, but I have to highlight Saberlight a lot, too. I think he's had a pretty phenomenal 2 games.
Yep.
And then he got counterpicked, right? This is a game where he literally got like 4x counterpicked as the Pango, and he has done just fine. 4-1 and 14. Literally only died the once, and it was the first blood. Good now. It feels like they can go anywhere. They can do whatever they want around the map. Gaming. What do you do?
Aghanim's line.
Aghanim's
It's the
line.
only way. I want to forget about
really
that
want
blink
it.
dagger, Watson. You got to make sure that Tofu's got an Aghanim's coming his way. Did Ace take the right talent? He's not taken it yet, so can still take that plus 15% blood rage spell amplification. Because that is what? That's a 45% spell amp.
It is.
45% spell amp to Aghanim's finger.
He doesn't have that.
No, but he's got an alchemist. That's why he's got an alch on his team.
Yeah, he just needs to get 4K gold on the
I know, he's already got 2K.
Not fair.
Yeah, you're laughing. You're
killing me right now.
If Watson queues up an axe, imagine that. Ain't no blink dagger gonna solve this 17k gold.
You are right. You are right about that.
You know,
but I mean, neither will Aghanim's
just to go out with a bang.
Truly. Well, they might go off the bang anyway pretty soon.
The blink dagger. Disappointing. Disappointment all round. Here's the push.
What do you do? Watson will stun himself. Liquid, they're expecting the flank. They make the move over, even just to check, just in case.
Just gonna keep it in the high ground. See what you do. Tier 3 gone. A minute and a half on this Aegis. Very close to Mika being able to get out that completed Daedalus.
He just keeps getting buffed up. Bloodlust, Fire Shield, Solar Crest. Nisha. Also has
the barracks.
He also has an Arcane Rune. Gaimin.
Gwen.
3-man stun.
Okay. They got the Wukongs out. Bandless is only going to connect onto the 2 of them. The turn and burst through Toad.
The Requiem catch Watson! He didn't even get the stun off.
Yeah, as soon as he walks to the fight, he's kind of out of it. We'll be able to put the BKB, tries to run, but the right clicks are too much. He's out of the game for 50 seconds. Ace is going to slowly but surely die as he tries to get Boxy. Won't be able to get him. Saberlight toying around with Celery inside of the base. GG will be called. This series is over. Liquid take it. 2-0.
Absolute beatdown.
Both games about 23/24 minutes in. Yep. Very quick sort of pace to them. Not close at all.
No.
And as I said, we know we can expect much more from Gaming Gladiators. This definitely was a rough day at the office for them, folks.
Absolutely. And Liquid, you know, we saw this at TI, of course. Yes, there's been some changes, but this was pretty reminiscent of that TI domination that they did it versus Gaimin as well, too. So, yeah, Gaimin, I think there's going to have to be some changes, at least in the early game. Unless today's just like, you know, they had a rough day, of course, but these early games, they used to be one of the powerhouses of early game, but Liquid just made them look like they don't know how to play that early game, really. They kind of just destroyed them on every front.
They really did. Yeah, again, you know, we keep going on about Saberlight, but again, to point it out, he died the one time this game. It was that first blood he gave up to an Alchemist.
Yep.
An Alchemist who also got 4 bounty runes. You know, they had everything lined up for a beautiful start, Gaming Gladiators, but indeed not able to do anything with it today. And yeah, Saberlight goes on to not die again. Ends 4-1 on 19 on this offlane Pango, looking brilliant.
Great synergy too, right? I just feel like Liquid, they look like they didn't even change a player from TI. At least these games. You know, I've seen a couple other ones where they did look a little bit mixed, but yeah, they look really on point. And we definitely heard, you know, Jenkins told us this morning, they're taking this very seriously. Like, they're going into this with tons of prep, and today really showed it.
Yeah, absolutely. These sort of results, yeah, there's no question about it. Yeah, Liquid more than ready for this series in particular, and I'm sure for many more of the series to come. As I said, I'm sure Gaming Gladiators will be able to step it up in their future ones, but this is a rough start to this season of Dream League for them. This series, it's all Liquid. They take it 2-0 against Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, we thought this game was going to be a lot closer than game number 1. And to be fair, it was a little bit closer, Kezu.
I guess it looked like it in the start, but this game, it took a pretty quick turn. Because honestly, yeah, I thought Gaimin would have a better chance this game. I was completely wrong with saying that. Well, I thought their draft was better. I think it obviously shows that it's not, because they got their asses kicked once more, Mr. Jenk.
Yeah, I'll just repeat what I said to you guys backstage, which is that I think that Liquid won this draft. They won this game 2 days ago when they decided to leave BB Dacha early and go sleep in practice. Those were very long days. Gaiman, they stayed until the end. They, enjoyed some of the amenities. They flew to their boot camp today.
Yep.
They're tired. They need to sleep. I saw it in the cameras. This is not the Gaiman we're used to seeing. And it's not Watson's a new player, they're figuring it out. That rhetoric does not fit here. This was beyond bad from them. And the only excuse for that is lack of sleep, legitimately. And then Liquid also being very prepared and trying their absolute hardest.
It's like Gaiman aren't really connecting on their moves, whereas Liquid, when I look around, Boxy's doing good stuff early. He's going against the AUG, stealing stuff. He finds the right targets. They're building the right items. They're connecting, where it's Gaiman, I feel I don't see no entry in the game.
They're missing spells and stuff too,
yeah, that's
not usual.
The 3 heroes lined up. Monkey King stun should go here. Kabam! It goes over here. What is he seeing?
Probably double, if I had to guess.
Oh my goodness. I wonder, what are the odds that in just a couple days' time we'll be talking about gaming? It's that one series they had against Liquid, if they would have done different there, maybe their group stage would have looked different. Because the group stage is pretty unforgiving. 8 teams in one group. Top 4 moves forward, bottom 4 is out. And now I know this is only game 1, so there's a lot that can still happen and they can recover just tomorrow. But what are we thinking? How fast do you recover from something?
They will bounce back.
They'll bounce back tomorrow.
Yeah. Tomorrow?
Legitimately, yeah,
They'll
will.
sleep tonight. They'll bounce back tomorrow. No, because also they did really bad in this recent tournament in Dacha, right? Now they get their asses kicked in this first day of DreamLeague. So you're going to have some talks of what you want to do, maybe how to build your draft a little different to make it easier. And well, obviously that you're going to get sleep and pubs in, because they didn't practice today. I've seen Liquid, they're pubbing, they're warmed up. Gaiman, they're oh, who are we playing? It's they're not ready. Liquid were ready. Easy to.
I do want to give credit where credit is due, because Liquid did look just very smooth, and whether that was their opponent just not showing up as successfully as they normally do, Liquid did look very smooth, Jenkins.
They did look very smooth, and I remember they were getting a little bit of flack after leaving BB Dacha, where it was kind of are they pissed off that they got knocked out, they just won the TI, and now they're getting top 8, is there something wrong here? And so I literally straight up asked Insania, I was like, did you guys do you guys not care about this tournament or whatever? People are saying this, what do you think about it? He's like, no, we really care. We really care. We're just trying so hard for DreamLeague, because this is the guy I heard it from, that all these teams are taking DreamLeague very seriously, because I don't know who said it in the pre-show, might have been Owen, the point difference between going to EWC and not going to EWC can be determined by one of these Dream Leagues, and these Dream Leagues can be determined by one series because 8 teams go home in the first group. So I legitimately do think it could turn out to be a mistake for Gaiman to not have gotten adequate rest on this one. There's a world where that happens, but also
there's no excuse. If this is what actually did happen, and sometimes you get outplayed, but if that's the main reason, there's no excuse. You can't do that.
You can't, and I will say that the point system is also pretty unforgiving, because there is just a heavy drop of, you get a couple of points, but normally those are not the deciding factor. But being top 8 definitely makes a big difference from being bottom 8, not just in terms of prize money, but again, in terms of points. Now for this series, we also have an Acer Predator head-to-head, and for that, we're heading over to our tech analyst, Purge.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, for the Acer Predator head-to-head, I wanted to focus on the offlaners in this game, because in the draft, they pick the Pangolier. The obvious response that's going to shut that hero down is going to be a Bloodseeker. So Saberlight was playing the Pangolier, Ace was playing the Bloodseeker, so you'd think that Pangolier was going to have a bad time getting ruptured. Well, Saberlight played against it very effectively. The net worth difference here ended up being a lot towards the end of the game. The hero damage is a big difference, and that's because outside of Rupture, it's hard to make Bloodseeker an effective hero from the offlane. I mean, there have been some periods of time in Dota where Bloodseeker was a viable hero, but for Saberlight, it's a lot easier. You just press your ultimate, and you actually get to use your spells here. And this clip, he's just got a Boots and a Bracer and a Wand, and he feels more than comfortable to fight in these engagements. So a little bit easier to make your impact felt.
Do you think that there's also the case to be made that obviously we saw Pango against Bloodseeker, but then we got a Queen of Pain added to the mix, who also kind of needs to be ruptured. Therefore, Pango gets more freedom? Like they had to like split the rupture?
I think, yeah, it does give you a little bit more freedom. It does give you the option to go on Queen of Pain, but the problem is that Queen of Pain can deal damage even while ruptured. Pango is more countered. Like, Pango can't really do damage while ruptured. It's more like he gets ruptured, he turns off his ulti, and he's like, okay, well, my fight is done. I'm not going to die. So the Bloodseeker just didn't quite get what it needed to done. And also, the other thing is that Bloodseeker against a Shadow Fiend is really scary too, because you're almost never going to kill him first in lane. You're going to maybe get some last hits, you're going to offset some of the damage you're taking, but you're not going to be able to kill him in lane unless players rotate. So I just feel like Saberlight's able to do more with less, and that was kind of the result. The Bloodseeker, again, is still there to counter the Pango, but it just doesn't do that much more.
Do you think that, because Bloodseeker's always been a counter to Pango, right?
Yeah.
Should Gaiman not have picked it here, or should they give it a different priority?
Well, they were definitely trying to force different lane matchups potentially, or like Jenkins pointed out, shift him to the off lanes that the mid is less countered kind of a thing. They're probably just playing draft mind games here. Felt like that gave them the solution that they wanted, and it's a good thing to try, and it's something that you need to have up your sleeve if Pango is a picked hero. Maybe there are the right games to pick Bloodseeker, but maybe this game it wasn't quite good.
And with, you know, basically coming off of the conversation we just had with the other two, if this is actually the thing that happened, if Gaiman was awake, would this have been better pick?
It's possible, because it's always like small stuff, right? Like being the best team in the world versus the second best, it's like little tiny things, but they matter obviously because winning is important. And if you're going to react or die one more time because of a small mistake, whether it was a misclick or you weren't quite paying attention to how your opponents are moving, or if they got the jump on you because they ran around a tree that you didn't expect, all those things really add up. One kill is space. Sometimes it's like you get killed in the laning stage, you don't body block the pull camp, now they get to pull, that's like 2 to 3 creeps denied from your carry, now they get 6 before you do, they kill you. It's like that one mistake of you dying in the laning stage can like completely change how the game goes. So being sleep deprived or underslept or tired is just, it is a big deal.
The butterfly effect coming in hardy potentially as well. We have a phone call! And the phone call is coming out from Mika, and I'm gonna walk to the other side of the studio because that's where he is. Hey Mika, how you doing?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm doing great.
Great. I'm glad to hear that. Because you guys left a little bit earlier from BB Dasha, and it seems to have done you guys really well. Did you feel a little bit more rested than what you otherwise would have been?
No, for sure. I think the flying early definitely saved us this game. Because I think if we didn't do it, I think this game would have been a very disaster, I guess, for some of us.
Yeah, but I can imagine that would have been quite tricky. But this one felt incredibly smooth. So fantastic start here to DreamLeague. Mickey, obviously, I've got to ask you some of the questions that you probably are expecting. But and correct me if I'm wrong as well. But I can call you Captain Mickey now. Yes?
Yeah, you can. I guess.
Yeah. What do you think? How are you feeling about it? What have you learned?
I'm still a little bit skeptical about it. William kind of forced me onto the role because no one else wanted to do it on the team. So, I have to kind of do it. But it's been going great so far. I definitely noticed things, like more things than I used to do because, there's more responsibility now than before. So there's some more things that I noticed that I get annoyed by, but, it's life of a captain, I guess.
Yeah, because I would imagine it comes with, of course, a large responsibility outside the game, because the drafting aspect is a very large part and is obviously also very new. How does it work for you inside the game? Because I don't know how vocal you were before and how vocal you feel the need to be now.
I think with Neda leaving us, I had to take a little bit more responsibility in that sense as well. So, I don't think anything has changed much. I think Boxy is still calling a lot, and I'm just calling the mid game and late game, I guess.
Yeah, but that was what you were doing before as well, right? A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I was doing that before with the help of Neda. Yeah.
Are you liking it? Because you're saying you got kind of forced into it by Will.
For now, it's exciting. I'm learning new things, and it's fun to, I guess, lead a team. But I don't think. It's nothing new, I think. It's just extra responsibility outside the game, like drafting and whatnot.
Okay, well, it's going great. Obviously, first series, maybe not the information to go off. You got a couple of goofers in the back. Speaking of that, I got 2 questions regarding both of them. One, we saw KP joining you guys in Lima all the way in August, and that was, from my perspective, mostly because Will couldn't make it then, but then you guys liked him, so you took him on board. Is he a solid fixture for your team?
No, for sure. He's helping us a lot in game. The stuff that William can't help us with, he helps with. So the void that we were missing, KP helps with. And yeah, he's been doing great. So no.
Awesome. Along for the ride.
Yeah.
We're there for the full ride, the upcoming year, so to speak. Yeah. And then, of course, I gotta ask your captain opinion of fitting in Saberlight to the squad.
Well, he's a goofy and funny guy. You know, he fits our vibe, obviously. He's just a fun guy to be around, and he's owning it so far. So.
Great. Is there anything you felt like you had to work on a little bit more with him? Because you guys are not unfamiliar with playing with him, because even before you had him as a stand-in. But as a stand-in, the way panels talk about stand-ins is generally like, oh, they're trying to make the stand-in be as comfortable as possible. And this is kind of like the other way around, where you're fitting him into what's already working for you guys beforehand. Is that something that you actively work on, or are you just getting in the hours will get that done as well?
I think for sure getting in the hours will help him. We have changed a lot since last time we played with him. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we played with Neda for years, so the playstyle shift is a lot, but I think it will take a little bit of time before he 100% like feels comfortable, I guess. But right now we're just taking it slow, making sure he's like fitting into our system, I guess.
That makes sense. Although taking it slow kind of went awry with this series you just played, because it went by pretty fast. I also got Purge, who'd love to ask you some Dota-specific questions.
Hey, Meke, one more question about Saberlight. What's the process like to shift your team to add a new player into it? Because you guys did it with Zai, then you went to 3-3. That was some growing pains, and now you're going to Saberlight, who's a different Dota player than 3-3. So what does it take to like mold your team around a new playstyle?
Just, I think a lot of practice and scrimming will get us there. Right now we're a little bit unpracticed, I would say. We've been a little bit lazy, too lazy for my liking as a captain, but you know, the guys are picking up, and with more hours we will they're flaming in the background, but more hours we will you know, do better.
So is it
show results?
Do you have to like reformulate your team around like stunner or initiator type heroes and then figure out how that works for you? Is that how it's different than auras, for example?
I think a little bit. I mean, he's versatile, so he can play both, but we just need to find out what's like in the middle and balance first. And that will take time, like I said.
Gotcha. And how much does it focus on your play to have to do a little bit more captaining? You said you were getting frustrated by some things that you were seeing because you were the leader, for example. But is it difficult to balance that while still trying to play at the max level as a carry?
I don't think so. I think it's been easy for me so far. If anything, I'll like it more this way. William is helping me a lot, so it's no problem in the drafting aspect. So I don't have to, you know, learn everything from scratch. So yeah.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for joining us for the interview.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, that was my job.
Bye, Steven.
Later, Mickey. Thank you for joining us for the interview. Thanks, guys. All right. Well, with Liquid taking that one 2-0, and before our next series, we got one thing we have to still check in with. One person we have to still check in with. And for that one, I'm going to the other side of the studio. Lacoste, it's your time to shine.
It really is. The social media segments are back. We are so back in the business. So whatever we have, you know, what Dota players have been tweeting, we also know that Dota players, they don't have much time, the people who watch, so we want to give them, we want to inform them with, you know, a minute or two what's been happening on social media, Twitter, Reddit, maybe some fancy comments in the Twitch chat, but we're going to start things with positivity. That's what Dota community is famous for. So we're going to be seeing some of the tweets from the players.
Okay.
That did happen, and this is AUI 2000, that he's really proud of his team and resilience that they showed at Bet Boom Dacha. And also speaking, these are like TI winning captains. These are TI winning players because this was one hell of a series. And there's one name that is sticking out, and that's Fortnite Man.
Oh, yeah.
This guy is straight out of nightmares for pretty much every player out here except for his own team, because this guy has been grinding and this guy has been owning. So everybody will be saying a lot of Fortnite Man throughout this tournament. And we can also check some other tweets from the members of team that did win the tournament some time ago. By some time ago, I mean yesterday, less than 24 hours ago, where Skeeter also feels pretty happy. This was one of the best series that we've seen in a long time. We had some really nice grand finals at Wallachia, now at Betboom Dacia in Belgrade as well. So Skeeter, he's pretty happy about it, and they made a really great progress in that Game 5. And we're also going to be seeing something more spicier coming out from Skeeter, where he said we're going to be playing Tundra again today. Can't wait to be exposed for the frauds we are. You know, there's always a lot of things happening when they're playing Team Falcons, whether players like them or not. There's always a Reddit thread saying, you know, do you guys like Team Falcons or not? But they showed that they are a very good team. And I also wanted to show something interesting coming out from Reddit, because this is the biggest one that I've seen. So I'm going to read it. It's a lot of text. And biggest comeback this scene has ever seen. Are you ready? Probably going to be answered yes. I'm talking about the greatest team that MENA, or MESA region that we call it nowadays, has ever produced. No, not you Falcons. I'm talking about Nigma Galaxy. After countless setbacks and relentless criticism, Nigma has been biding their time, quietly perfecting their craft. Miracle has been grinding non-stop since their last defeat, and Kuro's ready to jump in back at any moment. For 6 years, they've been holding back their ultimate strategies, waiting for the perfect moment. Now the stage is set and Nigma's ready to unleash absolute chaos. Are you prepared for the show of a lifetime? And there's this word that I can't read. It's batch est or bat. I don't know what that means, and I think it's bat chest.
Bat chest. I think that's very apt. I'm looking forward to those games. Obviously, Nigma Galaxy will be playing is playing on a separate stream, but they're also playing tomorrow, first series of the day. I'm getting way ahead of myself. Looking forward to all of it. But first, I mean, you already mentioned it. It's time for the rematch, Falcons versus Tundra, coming your way after a break.
Hit me up, dark brown with body mix fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric Times Square, with the wind in my face and a scrunchie in my hair. Fold out my rolling D50. Gonna bring back the vibe, moonwalk back to 85. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. This is my 80s fluorescent pink dream. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. ready, you ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid, I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit it up, talk about the party, big fly, the future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, put metal to the pedal, flash back to the beat. Step into my time machine. Feel the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
I hope all of you have been enjoying your time off from Dota, right? I'm sure there was nothing else going on after TI, because the only thing that really matters is DreamLeague Season 24. I can't wait. Let's get this evening shift started with our good friends, the PogChamp Pandas. I'm being a little tongue-in-cheek because, in fact, there has been a great deal of Dota that has been going on post-TI, which I'm sure my co-host, Pyrian Flax, has been privy to this entire time. Pyrian, how are you doing?
We just spoke about this, Neil. I've avoided Dota at all costs for the post-TI because I thought I'm going to be here for 2 weeks watching nothing but Dota. The last thing I want to do is burn out. So, I'm already a burnout, as you well know, Neil. But I thought I just want to avoid Dotes, chill, play some other games, played a bit of Dotes, and then let the chips fall where they may.
That's fine, because I'm glad you're coming into it with fresh eyes, because these two, Cinderin and Cap, have actually been tuned in. They are knee-deep in what the post-TI Dota has been like, and Cinderin specifically has been quite promiscuous recently. You've been swinging with casting partners, it seems. You casted with Lyrical earlier, and now you're going to be casting with Cap for this DreamLeague. I didn't know that you worked that way, Cinderin.
Yeah, I like a lot of different men.
What can I say? Slut.
Yeah, that's what. Honestly, at this point, I'm about building a legacy. Okay, I want to be remembered as the Dota 2 slut.
Was Shannon privy to this? Did you warn him that you were going to be taking a little world tour?
Yeah. Do you have an open relationship with Shannon?
I think it's his fetish, actually.
Oh, yeah, I can
he was the
believe
one.
that.
He's been orchestrating this whole thing. He was like, "You go have fun with some other guys." That's what he really wants.
Send me some vids.
Shannon's watching right now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's really enjoying the broadcast.
Absolutely.
I was saying you're like a sort of Dota cougar out there conquering all these young men.
That's rich coming from you.
Well, hey, I'm retired, baby. Come on.
He's out of the game.
Yeah. I gave up casting long ago. Last officials I cast was TI4.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but you're a backup caster here. So we may have to dust you off.
Backup caster. If someone gets sick, it's going to be me, baby. Yeah, do it.
Get a little cough.
Already?
I get that.
I would. We can swap.
What, you want to do panel?
I mean, not for the whole thing.
Patrick is 100% there. He just said yes. He said yes. Tyrion, you can cast a series. He said no.
You want to replace me that badly, Patrick? Damn.
You'll get your opportunity. Don't worry.
Well, here's the thing. I should cast another game with you because I need to add to my body count, right?
Oh, damn.
So
I'm just another
I don't think I've ever cast a game with you, Ted.
No, probably not.
Do you think Shannon would like it to see you with an older man?
You and I have casted games before. Remember the NA Makeup Major Regional Final? Where we were supposed to have a major.
That is definitely not the official name of the tournament.
Whatever it was called. We were supposed to have a major, and then they canceled it because of COVID. And then you, me, and Effie did a TriCast for North America. You remember that? It was in the studio. Please tell me you remember it. Japanese Spider-Man, does that ring a bell to you?
Oh, that does.
There we go.
Okay, Japanese Spider-Man definitely rings a bell.
It was that event.
I think if I cast a backup tournament for an NA event that got canceled, that one I might have, just compartmentalized as fast as possible.
I forgot Ireland 2. I was one of the casters for Ireland 2.
Oh, so you casted
Yeah,
TI4.
I have casted.
So you're a liar.
No, I was mistaken.
Oh,
when you get older, Sin, we can forgive.
Yeah, I was about to say, it was like, that was a solid 5 minutes of Ted just sitting there ruminating through the many memories of Dota.
Cast my mind back here. The tournament Ireland 2. Ireland 2, they call it.
We'll go to the modern era then, Sin, because you did the first event post-TI. What were your enduring memories of Wallachia, the tournament was the introduction for all these shuffled teams. A lot of them had stand-ins also, like the Tundra we saw there is not the Tundra we'll be seeing here. What were your sentiments around the event?
So I think the biggest takeaway was how different the games were from TI. I think the contrast was what stood out the most, because TI had almost every single game on stage was 2-0, and most of the games felt over at like 25 minutes.
Yeah,
or
the
30
laning
minutes. Like
stage.
very decisive, very deterministic Dota. This tournament was totally different. Tons of games went to like close to an hour or beyond the hour mark. Almost every series, I cast 17 series with Lyrical, of which 16 were best of threes. 14 of those went to 3 games.
Wow.
And the finals was 4 games, right? So we cast the maximum amount of games minus 3. We could have. So there was a ton of games. There was a lot of data. The teams, that's also what you get when you don't necessarily have the most pristinely prepared teams for the biggest event, but rather a mixed bag of teams that have just come back from TI and some tier 2 teams coming in. The games were a lot more, I want to say, vibrant. It was just way more interesting, honestly, which is a shame. It's unfortunate that TI's games were very, I want to say, flat. Honestly,
it was the polar opposite, because we only had 1 game that went 3 series
Yeah.
at the main event of TI. How about Belgrade, Cap, the most recent event?
Well, can I tell you what I remember from Wallachia?
Please.
What I remember was, very interesting games, but all I remember was Cinderin going, do something!
Oh, yes, that is true.
That game was also really interesting. It was really
we had our
interesting for
own
all the wrong
something,
reasons. It was, yeah. Oh, you had one too?
Dude, Wallachia, Belgrade was like...
You choose your words carefully.
Can we just not cast any Falcons games?
Oh.
Is that okay?
I
Can
got
we just
bad
put that?
news for you, buddy, because that is not going to be the case.
I don't want to cast any Falcons games. I don't want to do it, man. Watching them be up 20K at 20 minutes, and then another 25 minutes goes by, and they're up by 65. What is going on?
Great.
That is actually a problem. They are killing Dota.
Well, who's...
Jesus.
Okay, so now the question
Somebody
is,
needs to stop these guys.
whose fault is it? Is it Falcons for building their lead, or is it the losing team for not taking a risk and then ultimately losing 95% of the time, but then at least taking the fight versus hiding in their base for the
Just trying to
inevitable
survive, Cinderin. They're just trying to survive out there.
Playing-
Big bullies, Falcons.
Playing not to lose is the worst strategy in Dota. It always has been.
Don't worry.
I mean, that's kind of what Falcons is doing, though, as well, right?
Well, it's
in
different
some
when you're
ways.
ahead.
So you're saying that playing to lose is a better strategy than playing not to lose?
Ted's been doing that for years.
My point exactly, Cap.
No.
Okay. So it's the second worst.
If you are the team that's winning,
Yes.
playing not to lose is fine.
I
If you're the
see.
team that's getting crushed, you have to take risks, because if you do nothing, you continue to lose.
So play to lose.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, here's the thing. If you have 2% chance to win by taking a fight, and it's like this fight is borderline impossible, and you know, it's still better to take that 2% fight than to just sit in your base and lose 100% of the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, and I just feel like a lot of teams against Falcons don't take that risk.
Sometimes those games do stall out to a point, though, where you get to a late game where I think it actually goes the other way, where that win percent actually starts taking away from you, which is why, like a lot of times the Falcons games, they close it out at 55 minutes. 5 minutes away from when the tier 5 items come in, and you
That's
can't
where there's
actually
most
have more of a
variance.
swing,
Yeah,
right?
that's fair.
But it's like, I do think sometimes they actually don't, it's actually bad sometimes for them, that they are actually losing percent by drawing out the game so much. But I think most of the time you're right.
Especially we were battle-hardened in games like that during CDPC, where many times we would see a team have a massive advantage and then drag it out just a little bit too long, and it all falls to pieces.
Yeah, but that's forgivable because they were bad.
And Falcons are
like the best
too
team in the
polished,
world.
I see.
So,
well, no, they didn't win TI, did they?
No, but that's the thing about life, though, is that if you set the expectancies low enough, then you can't fail.
That's my expectation of this casting duo right here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Woo!
Baby, I can't wait for it. All the
This is
comments
gonna be a
about
mess.
like,
have you cast
this
before?
cast is good,
Yeah.
but like I wish Sunsfan was there, or I wish Avery was there. I'm
Avery.
looking
Yeah,
forward to those.
I'm thinking the Avery
good.
angle more.
Yeah.
We have cast before. It's
We
been a
have.
while, but I think we've
When?
cast 2 or 3 events before together. Not full events, but
Yeah.
like...
We casted Kiev Major together.
Oh.
Do you want to know my memory from that one?
That's really long ago.
Yeah.
2017.
Is that the last one?
It was
Oh,
the
what?
last big tournament that we
7.5
casted
years
together.
ago.
Yeah.
What do you remember?
Flatulence.
I remember I got a thread about how I was being mean to Cinderin.
Perfect. The perfect cast. Well
and now
done.
he's with Sunsman, and Sunsman just shits on him all the time. And I remember specifically, I tried to banter with Cinderin, and he didn't banter back with me. So then it was just me being a dick to Cinderin.
He's an asshole.
But we're friends, so I was like expecting him to banter back with me, and he didn't. He just left me out to dry.
I think that's if you make a funny joke at his expense and he just goes silent, that's the power move.
That's true.
Like, it's like you
It
can't.
basically was that. I remember one time I opened one of those intros, and it was like I did some sort of joke about Cinderin's competitive career, and then he just went to analyze the game that we were gonna do.
Sunsman would never do that.
I was like, what the hell?
Damn, Past Sin sounds awesome.
Yeah.
I love that guy.
Bring him back.
He sounded very British also.
I like that guy.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was.
Have you learned lessons from that experience? Or are you gonna
Yeah, I'm gonna be really nice to Cinderin now.
People are gonna hate that.
This is a new experience for you having a curse. I'm busy. Gabe was probably very nice to you.
Oh yeah, he was.
Of course he
He
was.
was.
It's okay. You can channel your anger because guess what type of team you're gonna be casting right now, Cap? It's gonna be Falcons versus Tundra. That's right. I'm sure not only have you been completely unaware of any Dota that's been going on since TI, but surely you didn't see this matchup 17 hours ago or so.
Yeah, I had to dig real deep to find footage between these two teams, Neil.
That's right, because Brian and Effie, what a pleasure to have you to join me for the expertise of two teams that people won't know anything about, Brian.
Absolutely nothing
They're
of
clueless.
recent. Yeah, so when I looked at the matches from 17 hours ago, I saw a lot of the chat and the memes about the Nightfall. And what we saw a lot is he's coined the term, he's become notorious for the BKB TP outplay. That was happening a lot during BB Dacha. And even though, like, okay, he's got his own emote, but I was wondering, like, how much validity is there to this? Is this like a self-fulfilling prophecy where people only notice it when he's doing it because he's known for it? Or does he actually do it? So I decided to compile a bunch of clips from his BKB usage yesterday in the finals. So we're going to start with a good one where you're going to see the BKB get delivered to him right here. And he's going to turn that into a triple kill. So let's be clear, he's not always using his BKBs to do the Nightfalls.
That was a fight, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So now we're going to see a few times where he uses his BKB to pursue some kills, like to get through the arena, and then they walk away and it doesn't work. And this time you're going to see him use a BKB and then nothing happens. So it seems like he starts using his BKB a lot preemptively for kills. We're going to see one more here where this Nature's Prophet completely alone. He might be scared of like the counter initiate, but now we're going to see the first Nightfall. We get the kill on crit, and then he TPs out.
He got the kill, though, Brian.
But wait, here we go. We're there now in the enemy base, up by 16k. BKB and the Nightfall. Okay, so we saw this is all during the final series yesterday, remember? So this is him putting the BKB in his inventory as he's respawning with the Aegis to use the Nightfall. So he did it at least 3 times in this series yesterday, and now we're going to see a BKB usage trying to lock down the Pango. It's not going to work. And I saw this clip, and I wanted to use it last because I'm thinking this whole time right now, he wishes he could do the Nightfall. This whole experience of him trying to run away, these are the reasons that he saves his BKB to the end of the fight rather than committing on it for the kills that we saw earlier. And I was thinking about, should we be giving him any tips from the viewers at home or myself? But no, he doesn't need tips because Skeeter will be providing him with the tips today on BKB usage during this series. So
I would like to defend him on that series because it is funny to see that, but in a lot of the cases you showed, he would have just died. So isn't it better to Nightfall than to die?
There's a story to it. Like, you know, he's one of the best players in the world. So there's rhyme and reason to why he's BKBing early for certain kills, why he's holding on to it for so long. Sometimes it's just BKBing out. Most of the Nightfalls were when he was up by a significant margin or on Ursa when he's 10-0. So he's doing it mainly when he's ahead. So
he just doesn't want to get shamed.
Exactly.
He doesn't want anyone to say, imagine if he had BKB or anything like that.
Yeah, or use a voice. Like, nobody would make a voice line
Of course not. That would be preposterous because all the professional players play to an optimal degree. And Nightfall specifically is now on Tundra. So, Effie, I was hoping to get your insight on now the fact that he was on BetBoom team for around 2 years, finally jumped ship, and everyone is immediately impressed.
I mean, he was impressive on BetBoom team as well. there were a little bit of issues with that team, particularly the Nightfall, like Brian showed us, but it felt like that iteration always played way too safe. And probably a lot of the safeness that BetBoom did play last year was enabled by Nightfall. But somehow you take that style of player, you put him on this team with Tundra, 33's vision, and all the cards are aligning. He seems to fit them so well, and sure, they didn't win the finals yesterday, but he looked damn good.
Because now we're getting into game 6 of a best of 7, because it went the full 5 games, Ted. Game 5 was a 70-minute game.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they're feeling very refreshed. We saw Gaming Gladiators were looking peak performance.
They've just flown in. They're literally landing and running straight to their PCs. There's a lot of Dota these days.
There is.
A lot. But the fact that there have been, 2 tournaments between TI and now is crazy. When we chat to the players afterwards, I'd love to know, I guess from their perspective, these are all relatively short careers. The more Dota, the better. The more money they can earn in that time, the better. Is there too much Dota? Like, I would like to know. Would they like more?
I think this year will be the test.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
Because we've spoken to players in the past where we've had tournaments, I think DreamLeague was guilty of this, where they would play like 1 best of 2 and then they'd have like 2 or 3 days off. And I remember some of the players saying, like, we can play more than this. Like, we play Dota all the time anyway. Give us more. So maybe they're like, I don't care. I would be playing Dota anyway. This way I'm doing it in a tournament. So what do they want? More? Less? Who knows?
We're going to find out in a post-DPC world, although one team that has been consistently dominant over the past year was Falcons, and they were dominant also just 17 hours ago because, Brian, they won that best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think I talked about the Nightfall in my analysis just now, and I was watching a lot of Skeeter. He's looking exactly how he's always looked. He's the consistent stunner guy for their team, and I think it's interesting to see how Falcons and Gaming Gladiators were 2 of the best teams in the world last year, consistently placing top 3, top 4, and one of the teams got rid of that style of player, so I feel like Skeeter's kind of the only carry on the top tier teams right now that plays this way.
But did you ever see Skeeter get as much grief as Dyrachio did?
No.
Why, though? Because I agree that
he won TI, you know, so.
True, so that gives them just immunity from...
I also feel like Skeeter does it... He is more farm-centric than Dyrachio. Like, he's still playing, like, DK and Alchemist. Like, yeah, they're stunning and Sven, but he's usually getting top of the net worth, while, like, Dyrachio will be behind Quinn, for instance. So people see the carry 4th on the net worth chart, and they're like, like, support Alchemist. Stuff like that. So I think it's mainly the numbers that make it so Skeeter doesn't get the same hate.
I think they're just different players too. Like, they do have a similar style of joining fights early, always making themselves available to their team, but Skeeter has been doing it consistently for a very long time. He doesn't get picked off in the same farming areas that Dyrachio does, and for that reason, he's not going to get a lot of the hatred. And also, it works. Falcons won so much of everything last year. If it works for you, why would you get hate, right? You could say, sure, people were hating on Dyrachio when it was working for Gaming Gladiators, but I feel like when you watch both of those teams, they do fit their teams in a way that they're individual pieces, but it does look different when they both do it. Like, Dyrachio, one game and win, sometimes it looked like a bit of a tall order, whereas with Skeeter, it felt like snappy, you know?
And the fact that Falcons maintained that dominance should be no surprise that they didn't do any roster changes, Ted. Of all the post-TI shuffles, Falcons remained steadfast.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously very happy with the team. I would be too. They seem like a really good team. They have good, like, the way they're bonded together, talking to the lads. Like, I talked to Snake King at TI a lot. I talked to Crit at TI a lot. And the morale is high. I think they really do love playing together as a team. Obviously, they were disappointed. Snake was like, we messed up. I'm really sorry. I wanted to talk to Crit at TI when they got knocked out. He was devastated. But the point is, he came back. And it's like, I was talking to you about it. I feel like Crit is a guy that attracts stability in a team. And I think that might be something that he preaches to the team, is like stability, stability, stability. And if you look at Liquid when they won TI, a lot of people would say that, that team has been one of the other very stable rosters, really. Obviously, they had 33 added and now 33's gone. That's the most instability we've seen from Liquid in a while, really. A lot of teams that are like, it's this guy, it's that guy. I think that leads to infighting and negativity and blame avoidance culture and stuff like that. Stability means if there's a problem, we will figure it out because we know you're good enough and we're going to get there. And they're the best team, really, that didn't win a TI. They're the best team. Sure.
And on that note, like, Falcons were the dominant team of last season before auras came into play, right? So the auras that came into play that everybody started to play around, that was the second half of the season. And that got nerfed. Like, they're still being played, but they're not as strong, which just makes it so that Falcons are back to being dominant the same way they were last year.
That's why 33, who arguably made his name on Wraith Pact, rose to prominence yet again when auras became popular.
And who's he paying at Valve to make that happen?
Just around TI time.
Just make it like right around June so people get a pickup on it, but they're not like, I've been doing this for decades. But I think for the side of Falcons, like Mira mentioned that there's way less auras being purchased. They're still there, but not like 3 of them on the offlaner every single game. And the fact that I'm seeing Mars for ATF in the final series as like a signature, that's what we're going to probably see today, because his like stylistic play and his like overall just individual skill is, I think, largely why Falcons were such a commanding dominance throughout the entire season last year. And you just don't get to do that when the auras are big.
And as we move into this game, which again, I will consider to be more of a continuation of the previous series, because Beastmaster and Visage were consistently banned out by Falcons in first phase during their Belgrade finals. Although one difference is that Tundra usually banned Bristleback first phase during Belgrade finals, so we'll see how much of an evolution there is, because technically this is like game 6.
Yeah, I mean, those are the 3-3 specific heroes that you have to take into mind. Like, we talked about that style of play being nerfed, but it's still something he does to perfection. You have to think about his Doom, you have to think about his Beast, you have to think about his Visage, you have to think about his Broodmother, and then also Bristleback, which was an incredibly contested pick at the Dota tournament because of how quickly it hits his timings. And you don't want to give 3-3 timing-based heroes, so you'll find that most teams will target all of their bans versus Tundra around 33-0 blue.
The one difference between that match from 17 hours ago, as you may have seen during Lacoste's social segment, is that AUI is on vacation for Dream League. Now, I'm sure he has set up the fundamentals for Falcons quite well, but maybe, now they can cut loose a little bit. Dad's not home to watch.
I was going to say, they've had a sleepover together.
That's right.
Dad's not home.
They have permission to go wild.
Pizza party. Oh, wait, no, that means kicking somebody. No, not pizza party.
Brian, you said you watched hours of Nightfall's perspectives today.
Yeah.
So I got the feeling after watching the grand finals today that Tundra have so much more to learn from that series than Falcons do that they could easily adapt. And going into this, I actually favored Tundra for that, because a couple of their games that they lost looked very winnable with like slight adjustments. Do you think that's the case?
I think it's a lot of team fight coordination and execution that it felt like I didn't show these BKB clips, but there were a lot of times where like he would use BKB and then the rest of the team wasn't fully ready to commit, like it wasn't all synchronized, and then they just used these BKBs to retreat. And when I watch Falcons, it's like a lot of the time it felt like the macro game was in favor of Tundra, which is not surprising based on who 33 is and how Owie is as a coach. Not Owie as a coach, sorry.
Moonmeander?
Yeah, Moonmeander. I was thinking, for some reason I'm confusing all these coaches, but he's on break anyway. But when I think of 33, every single team, it's like, how are they going to play the map? How is he going to hit these timings like Mira mentioned? And that aspect of the game, it seemed like everything was consistently in favor of Tundra, and Falcons was playing like an uphill battle. And like when I'm watching Nightfall, his perspective in the game, it felt like he was getting to go wherever he wanted. His movements were clean, like his farming patterns. He wasn't ever colliding on the map. And he's playing like Lunas and stuff. He's consuming the entire map. And so going into today, that's going to be the tiebreaker for me, is basically Tundra. They're going to hit these timings. Is the execution going to be there where they clean it up rather than having like to BKB retreat?
And I kind of glossed over it, but Ted, I imagine there's many people like you who have not watched any Dota since TI. What was your take on 33 leaving Liquid and him constructing something on Tundra with Saksa?
Obviously, I mean, I've spoken to a few people about this. As far as I can tell, it was something that he wanted to do anyway. Like, regardless, he was going to go back.
Pre-Riyadh, he had decided.
I think William made a statement where he was like, everyone's saying, oh, it wasn't a good fit, and it was, blah, 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 and it was, 33 wasn't a Team Liquid style, and everything was talking out their ass. I think that's what he said.
I mean, of course, they won TI.
Because they won TI. But even other than that, I think this idea that was going around that it was just like, oh, are they going to make it work? I think he's just, he won TI, he was probably having fun at Liquid, but maybe he wanted to have his own thing. And I suspect that now he's won 2 TIs, this has made it even more likely that he's just like, actually, I've got different ideas. And, he's now, as a legendary player, has probably got enough sort of, what's the word, sort of gravitas, if you like, that essentially people are going to listen to him. I mean, people have always respected him as a player, but now no one can say that he's not like one of the greats. Win 2 TIs with 2 different teams, that's crazy. So,
the only person to do it.
Yeah, so I think that this was a decision that he'd obviously wanted to go and do something more free, with more of a free hand. So that's what it feels like.
I was going to say that, like, when Falcons formed, it was because Tundra kind of split into 2, and a lot of that was because I believe they ran out of steam as a team because Soxa was having, I think I remember he needed to take breaks, like he was having
sleep issues.
And he consistently, during the event, would bail out, like it was something that he was trying to push through, and then it became too much several times in a row, and their results at the very end of that team fizzled out because of that, and it was never because anyone on the team was not capable. So it's really funny to think that like old Tundra is now split up on 2 separate teams who are now like
playing in the finals each other right now.
And in the finals of the previous tournament.
Yep.
So I think like there's something to be said about maybe he didn't feel like that chapter was fully closed, like that journey with Soxa is not over and didn't really get its proper finish.
Also, just last note on that is he's a very visionary type of player where he has very strong ideas about the game, and from what I've heard, his ideas work, right? That's why everybody wants to play with him and be around him, but he can be a little bit inflexible with those ideas, even in teams that are working very heavily for him. So for him to build a team centered around his vision, the way that he sees Dota, the way that they'll listen and absorb was a very important aspect of him leaving too, because even though it worked out well, he thought that he could do even more with his Dota sense and his vision. And that's why he handpicked this team, apparently.
This year will be a test, though, that maybe if you surround yourself with too many yes men and you're not being challenged enough, then maybe you get into your own echo chamber on your ideas. But 33 has some amazing ideas, so if he is being enabled with players that he has had a strong affinity for, like Soxa, then we might reach new peaks yet unheard of. But we can get into the draft for this series, and I mean, how does it compare to Dota Belgrade's drafts?
It's funny because Tundra was the one consistently taking Bristleback first pick overall when it was available, and then now this time Falcons took Bristleback first, and then Tundra was, I think, caught a bit off guard in the game 5 where Falcons first picked Alchemist. So then Tundra took that. So there's kind of like a little bit of back and forth stealing of each other's drafts from the other day. So they appear to both kind of like what the other one was doing.
I mean, these are just heroes that have been played so much over the last 2 tournaments, but the idea here is like Bristleback as a hero has been so contested because he hits that Ags timing so early, and a lot of the timing-based heroes from TI were nerfed and don't feel as good. Whereas Bristleback now is in a position where he does feel good. He gets like 15-minute Ags into Shard and his team playing around him. And conceptually, you want a hero that hits similar timings to Bristleback to play into him. Like, you don't want to be playing into Bristleback with some Medusa carry. What you need is something like an Alchemist who, if you enable him on lane, he will also hit his timings early enough to play into Bristleback. That's
that was
the
a
concept.
really good call on the Medusa pick there, Mira.
There you go.
And you literally said that like a Medusa carry, and then they just picked it at the exact second that you said that.
But I was talking about
you're talking about picking it against. I know, but like in theory,
on the same team is good too.
You're saying Bristleback's going to have really high tempo, and he can run around as a frontliner for his entire team. That usually sets up the carry to have a lot of space. So picking a hero like Medusa with it makes a lot of sense. And you said that Alchemist will be able to combat that because he has the Radiance Blink BKB timing that comes out earlier than any other hero. So yeah, I mean, Alchemist, I feel like when we saw that the range carries were getting nerfed, you had to think like people were picking range carries because, hey, I buy Gleipnir and there's no carry in the game that can match my tempo unless they also buy Gleipnir. So basically what we're seeing is a continuation of what was working at TI, but now the items that are doing it and the heroes that are able to do it best are different, with the Gleipnir nerfs coming in hot, and then also like the hero targeted specific nerfs like Wind Ranger being out of the picture now. So yeah, Alchemist makes sense when you think about carries that are going to hit that window. And he just keeps rising in prevalence even more and more. So we're seeing him overall first pick for carry. That's pretty rare across any patch.
Yeah, and this is cool by Falcons because Medusa versus Alchemist doesn't feel good for Medusa. Like, Alchemist just hits way too fast, drains her mana shield too quickly, but it's picked as a counter to Doom. So Falcons have this idea that they can easily play around this Alchemist initiation. Maybe they'll provide some vision hero or some initiating hero from the mid lane to soak up a lot of the attention off of this Medusa, who's then going to go crazy. Because if you're looking at pure core-to-core matchups here, it is favored for Tundra, but it works because now the Doom, he's forced to only Doom the Bristleback.
Well, yeah, so I'm thinking like you're mentioning that it's a counter to Doom, but I'm wondering, did they pick Nyx potentially to cover that? Because I know every Nyx I've seen was taking the facet that makes you run really fast when you're in your ultimate and cover over...
As opposed to the mana burn.
Yeah, as opposed to the mana burn facet, but I have to imagine the mana burn facet's not so bad that you wouldn't take it against
a Medusa.
Yep. Right? So is that... Do you think they might have considered that mirror? Like, okay, they're likely to pick a counter to Doom in the carry role and Nyx covers that? Or do you think it's just kind of...
I mean, maybe because you don't want to... What I've learned is you don't want to count out facets in Dota. Like, nobody paid any attention to Pango's, like, super speed facet, and now it's what everybody's doing. But the facet for Nyx that makes him go very quickly just provides way too much by way of, like, vision advantage and initiation that maybe they won't stray from it. But what it does do is, after Doom gets a few levels, it frees up Nyx's ability to rotate, potentially go through the Twin Gate, and pressure that Medusa early on.
We were talking about a Pugna pick earlier, Brian, and you were like, oh, they picked that because it goes with the Medusa. What's it doing here?
Might be the decrep against the Bristleags. Like, maybe that's something they're considering. Like, because we've always thought... I think I heard it every single cast where Bristleback was talked about, where it's like, this hero's always been like a war of attrition. Eventually he kills you with his quill stacks, but now all of a sudden he has burst damage as a hero with 3,000 HP effectively because of his passive. So maybe that's the idea, like having that low cooldown reaction, because I think the Ags on Bristle's like 20 seconds.
You have to be fast on the trigger on Decrepify, though, because that Bristleback Ags happens in like 1 second.
Yeah, he goes like...
Yeah.
True. I'm just, Ted asked, and that's my best theory here.
As Pugna was rising in popularity, like I did see him a few times in lineups, Liquid in particular, random, and it feels like with a lot of the healing and sustain being nerfed in the game through itemization, a hero like Pugna, who you can pair with that Spirit hero that just came out, who can also provide you healing in a means that hasn't been nerfed, has a lot of value, and teams are looking into that, and it seems to be working. Outside of the Netherward, also just being very impactful in long team fights, especially versus Medusa.
And as Ted just said, now you can be a battery for your Storm Spirit mid. Gives all the more justification for that Pugna pick.
Yeah, I think it's so funny that, like, literally game 3 of the finals, Team Falcons had Pugna Storm. So now we have Team Tundra stealing not only an individual hero opener, but also their closing combo. So these teams are doing the Bulba, just take the other team's ideas and use it against them.
And this is, of course, game 6 of the final.
Game 6.
Yeah. Game 6.
You could even consider it game 9 because they played in the upper bracket finals and went to game 3 in that one too. So where Falcons did take both, they are up 5-3 at this point.
Of series score?
Between the last 2 series, they're up 5 games to 3.
So it's actually like a best of 10?
Best of 10, yes.
Somehow a best of 10. In the event of a tiebreaker, we go again. I'm sure we will.
You feeling one draft in particular you think Tundra can change history now in DreamLeague as opposed to Dota finals?
I think both drafts are very solid, and it doesn't stray too far from what we saw yesterday. This game, for me, will be about how much were Tundra able to absorb from yesterday, because they had a lot of correctable mistakes if they just took the time to look at it, and I think that they did. Because it's going to be a lot about macro decision-making, but I think they've set themselves up with strong lanes and strong mid-game gameplay. Will they be able to execute? Honestly, I think they will, but Falcons draft is very strong too.
I'm leaning towards Tundra's. I think that they got a little bit too much of what's good. And also, like, I think the Medusa into the Nyx, I'm really hoping he takes that mana burn facet, even though it's not the norm. So I think that's an oversight from the Medusa pick.
I hear our casters yelling off in the distance. He took mana burn.
Yes!
Mana burn.
He took mana burn.
That's the kind of mental flexibility we need,
You always got to be thinking one step ahead. All right, friends, whatever you want to call it, game 9, game 6, or maybe game 1, let's get into it with Cap and Send.
Boys and girls, we had a best of 5, a little bit of a break, and now a 2-game series. Might as well just call it a best of 7, right, Syndrin?
Yeah, I guess so. Although this could be a draw, so then it's not really a best of 7, right? But
Either way, yeah, this one's going to be a hell of a game. I think the panel raised a lot of interesting points, but I really want to deep dive a little bit more into this Nyx because it's so interesting. We just quickly had you demo this.
Yep.
Because I was curious. I was just reading over the facet. You mana burn 15% of the enemy's current mana with ability damage. That is all of Nyx's spells. So you just did a tester. You gave Medusa like a solid 20-25 minute inventory.
Yep.
And we had a Nyx with level 2 ult drain 80% of her mana by using his spells in succession.
Yeah, she went from 2,000 mana to like 600.
Yeah.
It was just like, it is pretty devastating. And you picked this Medusa into the Nyx assassin. So, I don't know. We'll see how it works out. I am
him might be a good start.
Tundra are full advantage here, though they are going to be giving up first blood. But they got 3 bounty runes, so Saksa. Is it worth it, Cinder? Would you rather be on the first blood territory? Especially if that first blood goes to a Weasley support? He stole it away from his cores, Cinderin.
I think I would rather be on the 3 bounty runes specifically because I have Alk, but I think it's kind of close, right? In general, but yeah, this is going to be interesting to see. Honestly, I would consider Nyx a flat-out hard counter now that I see this, because when we're thinking about the meta and what teams are generally doing against Medusa, this hero doesn't like buying BKB. And it means that Nyx can reliably hit his Carapace on you every single fight, because you have spread damage, you can't control who you're hitting.
Yeah.
And every time you Carapace her and stun her, that sets up to hit all your other spells. So very, very curious to see that dynamic. The rest of the game, honestly, largely very meta stuff from both teams that we've seen. Tundra are running the Pugna as a battery for their Storm and as a sustain for their Alk. And then on the side of Falcons, these are just a lot of the really strong meta picks, right? With the tri-core of Pango, Bristle, and Medusa. And Ogre, who is starting to become popular, which I'm happy about. I think it's a fun hero.
Yeah, I'm still not convinced by the Ogre. I think most of the performance I've seen from Ogre has been pretty lackluster. But, I mean, he is a nice... It's always hard to rate Bloodlust, right? Especially around the right carries, which... In Belgrade, it was Shadow Fiend. Here, apparently, we're going to be pairing it up with a Medusa, which is obviously still one of the better carries to take advantage of that attack speed.
You know the ancient Chinese proverb, right?
No.
If you have to be lackluster, then you can at least be bloodluster. That's
of course.
That's a classic. Amar? Oh, well, he has sticks actually. He's kind of baiting Nightfall here.
Stick charges.
He'll pop the stick now, and nothing will happen. Okay. Yeah, let's... So far, so good for the side of Tundra. I mainly want to say in their safe lane. Obviously, they got the triple bounty rune, and they are running this safe lane Alk. And this is something we didn't talk about too much because we were focused about the Nyx Medusa matchup, but this should be a very easy lane for Alchemist, actually. Given the Pugna protection, they can put some decent pressure early on onto this Bristle and Batrider, and when the lane starts getting a bit scary, when these heroes hit like level 4, level 5, Alk can just leave.
Yeah.
So you're not really... This lane of Bat Bristle that a lot of other carries would actually suffer against, the first pick carry of Tundra is doing great, and I think it's already in a pretty stable spot where Nightfall is likely going to follow the trajectory that he's planning for the game, and then this is that's what you want out of your Alchemist. You just want him to dictate the game.
I don't know how you feel about Alchemist, but I have felt that it has been a disgusting hero since facets were put in and since they gave him his Grievel's Greed as a passive. His laning is so strong. Acid Spray is so good. Unstable Concoction is very strong. I am not terribly surprised to see this hero just be one of the
big damage. Malrine, nice play from Larnoff. He caught him off guard there. He leveled up to level 4 as Malrine was in the middle of the wave. So he managed to skill the Electric Vortex and pull him into a Static Slide Remnant. Very nicely done there. Yeah, this is looking great. I'm with you. I think Alchemist was one of the biggest winners of facets being introduced, and arguably you could say it's... I don't know if unfair is the right word, but this hero used to... His Achilles heel used to be 2 things. Early laning stage, and when the game went too late. And now it feels like he's honestly passable in both aspects, if not even good.
Yeah.
So what weakness does this hero really have anymore?
It's like they just gave him like the giveaway Aghanim Scepter.
Yep.
And now we watch Skeeter go to late game Alchemist, and he's a monster right clicker, but he's also giving away Aghanim Scepters to half the team. I don't know, man. I'm with you on this. The weaknesses of this hero have disappeared. Lornoff is going to be in some trouble here. Really nicely placed Flame Break from Crit to bounce him back over the river.
And they needed this. They need to, when you look at the structure of Falcons' lineup, they're very dependent on Pango. I think the rest of their lineup, this is one of the issues that Ogre has compared to some of the other melee 4s, or 5s like Tusk and Clockwork that we've seen be popular, is Ogre doesn't initiate. He doesn't set up plays. He's a Bloodlust bot, he's a strong laner, but then he's kind of quiet most games in the mid game. So if your mid lane Pango in this game is suffering, who's making the moves? So I really think that they're making the right call here to help out Malrine immediately after he dies to Laranov. And he's still not looking as hot as the Storm. He's still 300 behind, but at the very least, this feels like he's going to have a fighting chance now.
And this is also particularly scary because Laranav's Storm Spirit was an absolute killer at Belgrade. Yeah. And
he's very good at this here.
33, taking a bit of damage. Nothing too major, though.
It's better this way.
Wow, Doom has no CS. This is unusual for 33. They're doing a very good job. And this isn't exactly a very oppressive lane either that Falcons are playing in the top half, as Amar will be caught off.
Yeah, I mean, they're making up for it, right? They're leaving him alone in solo lane. Soxa is moving around. He's got a gank on mid. Now he's killed bottom, which is a massive win for Nyx Assassin, right? The experience that you get out of these kills helps so much for the hero.
It is, though, when we're talking about, like, pacing of the game and things going according to plan for the Alk, I do feel like most of the time when we see 33, I think a lot of people would just make the case that he's the best player in the world on this hero. It's very unusual that he has this bad farm against this kind of lane. Ogre Medusa is not super oppressive, it's not very explosive damage, it's not a killer lane per se, but they've done a pretty solid job here at keeping him down to those 15 CS. Snake
down to half. Yep. Snake King gonna be chased down. Soxa had the high five ready to go from halfway across the river. He knew what was coming here. And Laranov, the rest of the amp damage, gets the kill. I wonder how much of it is the fact that 33, I wonder if it's down to the neutral creep, right? Like, so much of 33's Doom, I feel like he owns his lane when he's really, really good at abusing certain neutral creep abilities, and I just cannot imagine that Hurricane was his dream ability to have in lane.
It's one of the worst. I mean, he gets the 3 armor, which is decent against the Dusa, but definitely he would have wanted to have mana burn early, right? When he's playing against Dusa, getting that mana regen in for himself and for the Nyx to have more of a presence, but they didn't find that. I wasn't paying very close attention to whether Falcons tried to prevent them from finding that creep by blocking camps or by... Sometimes you even go to a camp and, like, kill the creep that you think Doom wants.
Yeah.
But don't think that's what happened here. I think he just... Oh, nice.
I mean, it is one
amazing.
Of the best...
Hurricane is the best ability.
Uses, right? 33.
Nice.
Oh, the stun doesn't land quite in time to be able to stop the Rolling Thunder, which means that our Doom is likely dead here. They're bailed out by the Decrepify a little bit here. Do they have any abilities to finish him off? Okay, the Mystic Snake is back up. They'll be able to get it, but boy, they dove it in so deep for this one, and they're going to have to fight their way out of this one. Tundra is going to chase him down. Nice 2-man stun there from Soxa. The blast keep on raining in. Skeeter's looking to be in big trouble as Laranov has plenty of mana to go, but he's opting not to jump after the Dusa.
Yeah, I think he checked his inventory and felt like he just couldn't get that kill against 10-1 plus Healing Lotus. So maybe it looks like a very juicy kill, but in reality, if you try for it and fail, you deplete your entire mana pool and you have to go back to base. Now instead what he chose to do was to go and get the mid-wave and get the power rune. So I think this trade-off was actually a really smart choice by him by doing just inventory check there.
Yep. I mean, if it was like a regen or a cane rune, even like shield rune is still very valuable. So Soxa is in some trouble here. Pretty deep, surrounded by 3 heroes, will die. They did get a good idea of what kind of stack situation is going on in the jungle. Bat Rider, but more importantly, Bristleback. You got to worry about stacks. And
but the biggest winner in all of this has to just be Nightfall is playing 1v0, right?
Oh,
yeah. Just a total free game for the Alchemist. You're not happy to see that as Falcons when this was the overall first pick for Tundra's side. You'll also lose Snaking on a bit of a scouting mission here.
We're getting galvanized stacks too, man.
Yep. Yeah, Tundra's lineup scale. I mean, talk about scaling. Alk, Doom, and Storm in the same team, and even the supporting cast. I think both Pugna and Nyx have something to say in the later portions of the game. So seeing this early game, I am a little bit worried for Falcons when we've already considered their supposed ace of this draft in the Medusa. I just don't see it, man. I don't see this hero owning this game. So
AUI would never let this happen. But he's apparently on break right now, so maybe that's part of the problem.
Lamar will die here as well, so 2 for 1 seems inevitable.
At least Malrine is going to be able to pick up the Nyx Assassin, so they will trade out 2 for 2, but it's more galvanized stacks. It's more and more that Lorinoff is getting massive amounts of mana regen and an Orchid soon to be picked up. This timing's going to be fearsome, and I don't know if Falcons are going to be able to put up with it.
Nightfall even got involved there. He just walked over and hit the Bristle once. Got a nice little extra bit of gold for himself. So this Radiance is we're probably looking at like 11 to 12 minutes with Phase Boots and Soul Ring. So that's very, very quick.
Well, if you thought with all this action on the other side of the map that 33's game would be better, apparently not.
No, it seems like that is not the case. He's close to Midas, so he'll find a recovery.
What a bro. Whitemon comes over and digs up a water rune for Lorinoff, so double refill on the bottle.
These players are min-maxing the crap out of this game. Back in my day, we didn't do those kind of things because we couldn't. There's so much new stuff. There's so many little cute interactions that might not feel that big of a deal when you read the changelog, but then you have a situation like that where Pugna just gives Storm 2.5 bottle charges by having the right neutral item.
Do you wish that
when you have the situations for it, it's good.
Do you wish that when you had played, supports had been as enabled as they are now?
Radiant are scanning.
I actually kind of, I'm a bit of a masochist in that sense, I guess. I liked playing really difficult games.
So you like doing more with less sort of situation?
Yes, exactly. Like, how do I get the most out of almost nothing? Which
well,
is
that
the
Doom
5.
is not going to save you, 33. And nor is it going to threaten Malrine, as the rest of Tundra are pushing the other side. Normally we see this swap of safe lane towers. This is a curious situation. We are trading out off lane towers.
Yep.
Why?
Well, Nightfall's just been living here for 10 minutes, so eventually he's going to get the tower.
True.
With a little bit of help.
Lorinoff finds a quick kill, but Malrine gets a really good Rolling Thunder, chaining up the stun again. The Decrepify trying to bail him out. Go through these disables, but the lasso is chained with it. There's no way to be able to bail him out. Still, though, they can get lots of kills out of this one. His crit's going to take out to the life drain, and Malrine is low. Dove underneath the tier 2 tower. Soxa hits the stun. The follow-up in the Sable Concoction. A little bit more drain action, and they've got him. Killing spree for Nightfall. Lorinoff may have lost some stacks there, but Tundra still walk away the big winners.
Yeah, and there's just no way for the Medusa to come help, right? She doesn't offer anything in this situation, so she just stays farming, and effectively this turns into a 4v4 fight where Tundra have the opening kill. So unless you can get the absolute perfect chaining of stuns from Malrine with the Batrider on top, you just don't have enough damage. And, yeah, they couldn't really trade favorably there, and this is starting to look like... I think the next 10 minutes for Falcons are extremely scary, the way I look at this.
Yeah.
You have a pretty slow lineup with Bristle and Dusa that need stuff before they truly become active.
And they have no stacks. I mean, half that stack just got taken by Tundra.
Yep. You have almost no control. This is a really difficult game to play because I think you can't fight without Rolling Thunder. It's actually that simple. This ult has to be available for you to take any sort of initiation. And even when it is, you need to land it really well, and you have issues to deal with. Storm has Orchid. He can just jump you and kill you. There's no save in your team to protect you.
And he's been getting every power rune. Nice deny there from Malrine. They are going to be able to get the Gordon's Grasp, but Lorinoff has an illusion rune, so he is in absolutely no danger here. You say there's not much control here for Falcons. Even worse if you have a Dispel on this Storm Spirit.
Yep. Their lineup just isn't tailored to deal with Storm at all. It was the 10th pick of the draft, right? I mean, this is whether it was 9th or 10th. This is such a free Storm game, and I personally feel like a bit of a blunder to let this one through. To be honest, it is a very meta mid hero. It's one of the higher win rates, and under these conditions, this hero just tends to shine. So it's looking. This is looking like a very simple game for Tundra. Things are going according to plan. It's not like they haven't died either. It's like 11-9. So on paper, you'd think, okay, this is fine for the Dusa side, but the efficiency is just the story of the game. You're so far behind already on the Falcons lineup. And playing recovery, once again, effectively you have Pango to rely on, and everybody has to play around him. But I've been in this position quite a lot as Ogre, so I can give you Ogre's perspective on this game.
Okay, what is Ogre's?
I hate life in this game. Because what Ogre wants to do...
No. Say it like Ogre would say it.
Game Ogre. is what you want. So here's the problem. Like we talked about, this hero doesn't initiate. He's a Bloodlust bot. He's a strong laner, and then he offers a bit of teamfight control with stuns and with slows, etc.
Yeah.
But it feels really bad when you're playing from behind because effectively you're relinquished to just walking around bloodlusting heroes and waiting for a counterplay. Your team does not have any initiative, so in the time of the game where you are generally the strongest, which is the first 10 to 15 minutes, you are now doing nothing.
Yeah.
And this is... It's the same issue that... Oh, wait, Saksa being cute
Trying
here.
to get the Wisdom Rune, but they know to be able to interrupt this one. Nice piece of Rolling Thunder. It's still on the ground. Malrine does manage to pick it up. They hit Saksa again. Lorinov does manage to escape, though. Still has some mana, but they can kind of chase after him here, especially with a bit more of a burn. Amar, okay, seems like he's not close enough to get any slows, so they'll have to let him go.
I thought for a second Nyx actually got the rune there, but it's a cute try, but Falcons are ready for it. They get a kill out of it, but nothing more. It's a bounty, or rather wisdom rune exchange, with 33 getting the Radiant one, which he's probably very happy about. He needs something.
Yes.
I wonder if he even needed to pick it up, or if he might have got the experience anyway. I think he might have had less XP than Saksa.
Oh,
on the
no.
Doom. Yeah, his game's not great, but his team's owning, so he can go Midas. And we know how this one generally goes with that hero.
True.
So he's on track to his road to recovery for Doom, and
plus he's already reserved
Devour.
the first Aghanim Scepter from Nightfall. He's already put his bid in, so.
Yep.
Skater.
The real devil's bargain.
The actual problem in this lane is coming through the gate and catching you from behind. Nightfall with the dominating spree is about to add another to his skill score as Snaking's not getting out of here. Wait, no, 33 takes the last hit instead.
Dire's top tower.
I hope we
is
can get a
under
replay
attack.
on that kill.
Dire
To
are
pay
scanning.
attention to just how much mana Sox is burning when he's hitting these abilities. It's like, I'm not sure how much mana Medusa had at the beginning of that kill, but he didn't even get to do anything.
Yeah.
So, very, very concerning for that hero-to-hero matchup. Now, big items coming around all across the board. Alchemist is going to get his Manta. Bristle gets the Ags, so this is a potential avenue for Falcons to get something done, is playing some sort of Pango Chain Stun with the Bristleback ability on top of it, so you can now potentially even kill a hero like Storm. But guess what ability is just S tier this game? It's Decrepify.
Oh, yeah.
It counters like everything. It counters all of Pango's damage and all of Bristle's damage. So I'm kind of surprised to see Whitemon's skill build. I thought he was going to max Decrep this game together with Blast. So he has 3 points in the Nether Ward. Maybe just the team fighting angle of we want to group up and just keep fighting you. But yeah, the levels on this Pugna are going to pay off massively down the stretch. And would love to see him just buy an Aetherlens now after this Glimmer. So Decrepify doesn't have the best cast range, but once you get that lens, it feels so easy to use in fights.
Yeah.
So definitely keep an eye out for that hero. 10,000 gold lead in this game. When's the last time you saw a 10k lead with a 14-10 score at 16 minutes? It's pretty ridiculous. It's pretty dead here. Lotus, but...
So there's your Axe Bristleback.
Yeah, well, he couldn't use it, so it's not really fair.
True. It's just like, when you get Axe Bristleback, I'm thinking like, okay, I'm going to clear out Ancients more efficiently, and I'm going to do Roshan. And they don't have control of their triangle. This side of the map is constantly invaded, and they definitely do not have enough map control to take Roshan. So, your only solution is really fighting it out or continuing to farm up, but as you said, the late game on Tundra is incredible. So, does farming it out really feel that good?
I don't think you win by turning this into a farm war. I think it's go time. You have Blink Dagger on Pango and you have Blink on Bat. This itemization is telling me that Falcons have decided internally we're going to fight until we lose.
Sure.
Because I think this is a team that is... I've been very impressed by their ability to play from behind. It doesn't happen that often, but in some of their games where they get to the mid-game portion and things look grim, they're either very good at playing keep away, or at least good at identifying what type of a game is this and what can we possibly do to solve this puzzle. And I think this is a low percentage play, but I think it's the best one. Like, the game is terrible for them right now, but if they don't try to take initiative and use these items, it's only going to get worse from here on out. Whitemon's going to break the smoke. He has Glimmer. He'll be dusted.
That is unfortunate for Falcons, right? They wanted something more than just a kill on Whitemon, especially if their carry dies. In the meanwhile, looks like Skeeter pushed down mid because the rest of the team was smoked around somewhere in that area, but now they're going to push for more. Lorinov, here comes the Rolling Thunder, does manage to get a good land onto 2, but no damage behind it. Snaking actually coming in, but he got bumped up to the high ground. So Lorinov will wait it out, make a big jump when he feels like it. Little spike carapace to stun up Snake King, giving Nightfall the opportunity to get a third kill out of this 1-for-3 exchange.
I wonder if we have a replay available of that Medusa kill. I know I'm harping on it a lot, but honestly, it's really interesting to see. And I think a lot of people watching out there are just really satisfied. There's something about Dusa dying fast, because it just never happens. So when you finally get to see like a true counter just obliterate it. Okay, it's on the...
They got you good on that one. You thought it was going to be...
Yeah, I was like, I'm ready. Okay, I mean, it's just the tail end of it, but... Effectively, you can imagine, I think Dusa was pushing mid with full mana, right? She died during the Impale. That says something. This is not normally.
Radiant are scanning.
And the bristleback damage becomes even worse. We now have an AC done for Nightfall's Alchemist, while the Storm Spirit Nyx Assassin duo continues to absolutely shit on this Medusa. My God, let's watch that again, shall we?
Burn, burn, burn.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's a dead carry.
Okay, I'll be honest with you. I just have a fat smile on my face. I like this.
He does.
I like seeing Dusa die like this. She deserves it.
All right, nice pickup on 33. Unfortunately, every single time you go on something, it seems like Tundra, the rest of them are just not far behind to make some sort of move. An attempted blood grenade to slow down crit does actually land, but Nightfall will find himself also slowed down from the shard of the bristleback.
That's the end of that, but yeah, Falcons with their 2 daggers, effectively, they put them to use and lose 4,000 gold. So, not great, but I don't fault them for it, because once again, sometimes you have to make really tough decisions, and you know it's not likely to work, but it was the best choice they had, and it didn't work, so they've got to just try it again, honestly. Amar's going to finish off this Tormentor, and then see who gets the shard. It will be crit. That's kind of unfortunate. I think they would have rather had the fire shield, because honestly, the Bat Rider one is just, dare I say, trash unless you're core.
Yeah.
I think it's probably the worst shard in the game for supports. It does almost nothing.
To be fair, Fire Shield has to be pretty low down on the tier list, too. Not worse.
It's a lot better. It is a lot better.
All right, we're talking like C tier compared to F tier. Let's put it that way, right?
Yeah. Maybe it's B. I think Fire Shield's quite good, actually.
Ooh, they spot a Toxic, but Lornoff's gonna jump first, not giving anybody the opportunity on Falcons to be able to make the jump and determine how the fight's gonna go. They still had a good Rolling Thunder onto this Alchemist, though. He's just dead. All right, Nightfield just walked into that one. Nobody on the rest of Tundra really thought that was a good idea, I think.
I think you called him Nightfail, and I would agree with that. That was wild. I was like, when's he popping BKB? He played like he had it. But like, as you pointed out, he bought AC and kind of just walked into the enemy tower into 4 heroes, and this was actually a great illustration of the problem with Pugna having level 1 Decrep. He couldn't reach. He was trying to walk into save, but just got caught and stunned off, and became a secondary casualty, and suddenly we were saying Falcons were struggling with finding the solutions. Well, if Tundra is going to bring it to them, that'll help a great deal. It's still not good, but that was a 6,000 gold swing that you yourself orchestrated by just diving the tower with your Alk. Very, very unnecessary mistake out of Tundra, and Falcons are quick to punish it and get a little bit of breathing room.
Just a bit. Get that safe lane tower out. Ooh, amp damage, though. Every single one of these power runes, I feel like, has gone into Lornoff's pocket.
Yeah.
Giving any spirit hero this many power runes is, I feel like, a recipe for disaster, but Storm Spirit especially.
Okay, that's a stat. What? Are you kidding me? They've had 6 runes total on the Dire?
The 7.
Wait, 7. This can't be right. That's including bounties.
That's including bounties.
Oh
my God! But they've got 3 bounty runes.
I think I know where the net worth lead is coming from, Kev. I think I understand now why they're so far ahead. That is ridiculously low. Was that 3 bounties all game?
Yes.
Was it 3?
3 bounty runes.
That is the most.
They started off with 1.
I have never seen that before, I think. I've never seen a team have 3 bounty runes minute 23. That is ridiculous. Oh boy.
Hard times out here.
Yeah, well, to be fair, they haven't had much map to work with. But even then, you would think you're going to walk past one once in a while and pick it up.
Yeah.
I guess not. Tundra's been on top of it. They're going to get the Roche. And Nightfall says, all right, now I'm going to dive the tower. And now I would agree with it a lot more.
They are also going to reach a triple BKB timing at some point. Once Nightfall gets his, then all 3 cores will have BKB. And then if you have an AC and you have 3 BKBs,
Middle tower is under attack.
you're probably just... Your only real option is getting the initiation if you're Falcons. Roll up, Rolling Thunder. Oh, wait. He had Rolling Thunder. Malrine, I guess, just didn't expect more follow-up.
Yeah, he got caught off guard there.
I mean, there is a Nyx Assassin Storm Spirit, but Nightfall runs into Amar. Say hello.
Yeah, this is just a map control play, right? He knows that this isn't going to lead to any kills or any pressure, but I say pressure, but he's going to cut away the wave and take over the triangle, so effectively just denying them farm. And okay, I take it back. It does turn into a kill. He finds the blink initiation here onto the Ogre. And now he's going to kill the wave. And now they also have the triangle, and they take the T2 tower. It's wonderful how, when you're far ahead, you can just do certain things.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And now 33 is third on net worth. He had a terrible start, but step by step with Midas and Devour, you're controlling the map.
That's printing money for you with Midas and map control.
Well,
Soxa is just going to keep hunting down heroes and presumably set up. Okay, there's no way he could do it by himself, and his team is not very close by. Lornoff is just okay. He's going to try? Dude, it's just a damage test. He did do a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, Soxa, but...
All right, he's limit testing, flat out. He's like, guys, I theory crafted this mana burn against Medusa. I don't really know how good it is, but I think it's really good. So now I'm gonna try it. That was a level 15 support killing 80% of the level 16 carry, by the way. Yeah. But it wasn't enough. He can't do it on his own, as you said, but I think that was a great illustration that Nyx +1 is a kill. So even Nyx Pugna can kill Medusa right now, 100-0 in a stun.
Amar just picked up his BKB. Maybe this is a fight Falcons do okay. After all, there's no Nyx Assassin. They already got the Doom onto the Medusa. Meanwhile, Malrine is going to live through this Hurricane. Get off the Rolling Thunder. No, the Remnant finished them off. Meanwhile, the BKB, the Remnant, that allows Doom to be able to TP away. Nightfall is still playing for it. The Doom is still on the Medusa. Has a little bit of mana to work with. Does he have enough for a stake or anything? Lornoff's completely burned out here, and Nightfall is just simply not doing enough here. Lornoff trying to get away, but Amar has built up the damage. Now he turns it back around onto Nightfall as well. This Medusa is still alive through all of this, through the Doom, through the Alchemist hitting him for the last 30 seconds, and he's able to get away. Wait, no, Whitemon. Whitemon's gonna go for the kill. Oh no, he's out of mana. He doesn't have any mana.
Oh, nice
left.
flame break. I don't know if he actually knew he was going to hit Nightfall with that one. I don't think he did. If that doesn't hit Nightfall, he might have been able to initiate, perhaps, but Soxa on the hunt. I don't think he's going to reach anyone here unless Crit cuts the wrong way.
Spots him for a second.
He can't solo this hero.
Yeah, I mean...
I think.
Unless Crit doesn't go back to his base. Doesn't go for the Vendetta hit, but Nightfall is here. So, too easy peasy.
Yeah, so, I felt like there was some miscommunication going on in that fight from Tundra. Why did 33 TP out? Didn't he have quite a lot of resources still, and his team just kept fighting after he dipped? Maybe it was like an instructional play to Nightfall. He was like, this is what you do. He just Nightfalled in front of him. And Nightfall's like, wow, this feels awful. Just leaving my team behind. I don't know. I mean, I can't say it didn't truly work out. It was kind of an even trade, but it felt like if Doom stayed and died there, they might have won the fight. Just from extra residual damage and from him tanking damage away from other heroes.
Sure.
Because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, he TP'd it out in like 80-90% health.
He was very fully.
He had a lot of resources, and they had a Pugna covering him too, so probably not the textbook perfect play, but Tundra have enough of a lead that there's margin for error, which is always a good position to be in.
We are back to 16K net worth, which is what I feel like they had like 7-8 minutes ago.
Pretty much.
So, Falcons have definitely stalled out the game pretty well. The question is...
That is not a power play. You have Aegis with Doom Elk, and you gained 800 gold. I'm not gonna... I think power is the wrong word for that one.
Pitiful play.
Yes, pitiful play sounds good.
Dire are scattered.
Okay, Falcons on the hunt for something. Doesn't look like they're gonna find anyone. Soxa will gain intel.
Another limit test. But this time, surely somebody's going to be able to help him out. 33 goes down to about half off the lasso, and
the Nightfall.
And Nightfall's like, dude, again? Come on. We could have taken this fight. Lorna's still trying to take the fight after all. He's killing crit. Now he's killing the support, and he can still jump for more if he wants to, and he's going to look for it. He gets the grab on the Medusa. Nightfall is going to work, and this time around, he's got Chemical Rage. It's a lot easier when you got that spell. And Amar is going to be KB TP out.
So you talked about another limit test there from Soxa, but again, what he effectively did, he killed 75% of the enemy carry. So when they did the follow-up initiation on Skitter and he's on a 3rd mana, it's just the easiest kill in the world. So even as an entry into the fight, this seems like a super high impact play. If you can just find this hero, cast all your stuff, and somehow get out, I feel like you've done your job in the fight, and all it takes is for Storm and a Blink Dagger hero to just follow through and start cleaning house. And I really like the decision there from 33 to just snap Doom the Batrider. Just get it out while you can, prevent this hero from getting control in the fight, and then you know your teammates are going to play off the advantage that you've already built them.
Sure. Again, like you said, right, they have a bit of a cushion, so he doesn't have to worry about min-maxing his Doom on the right target.
Definitely not. Throw it out. I think you Doom the Bat or the Bristle, and you're happy. And you can Doom them basically. If you Doom Bat before Lasso comes off, that's fine. If you Doom Bristle at any point, I think that's fine. And honestly,
Soxa gonna break it. Does manage to get the lasso out, but he's controlled up by the Spike Carapace. Gorgon's Grasp goes down, doesn't really latch on anything. Decrepify is trying to save Soxa, but it looks like it'll eventually die, not before he kills the Batrider, though. Lornoff drove in pretty deep there. Looks like they got the Pugna on the back lines. That's a good start for Falcons, but can they deal with the cores of Tundra? Half mana on Lornoff. Skater at half mana as well, with Nightfall and Lornoff both manning up with their BKBs. Man, that Shard of Storm Spirit, it really just starts going to work. Snaking, he'll be overwhelmed. Still though, Amar's built up a decent amount here. He has built up the goo. All these heroes are going to have to run away from the Bristleback. Unfortunately, they have no stuns between these two remaining heroes.
I just saw Dusa lose a chunk of mana, and I just had a look. Guess what creep 33 has at minute 30 in this game?
Oh my god, did he go back for the mana burn?
He has the mana burn.
What a monster.
And the way this works, it scales obviously with Doom, right? So it's a current level 3 mana burn, so it burns 30 plus 3 times the target's intelligence.
Wow.
And Dusa's current int is 127. So that's a 400-something mana burn that Doom has as well. So as if the problems for Dusa weren't mounting, I don't know if this is the build for Skid. I honestly think you have to buy BKB in this game. I think this hero doesn't function.
Do you think that Amar was talking to his teammate when he said,
"Where
BKB?
I don't know. It's nice if he can keep morale a little bit high for his team, because there's not much to write home about in this game, to be honest. In classic Falcons fashion, they are stalling out the game and not losing on the spot, and they're making a couple of decent, honestly, attempts.
Yeah.
But it is just, Dota largely is a numbers game, and when the numbers are bad enough, you need to overwhelm them with outplays. And Tundra just needs to screw up royally here.
So this is usually a nice, helpful shard. But there is a little bit of a problem, because you got a Nyx Assassin on the enemy team. If he, like so many times, gets the jump onto Skeeter, if he pops Spike Carapace and then mana burns him, that Snake will just end up being damaged back into the Deuce's face.
That's true. He can Carapace that Snake on his opener.
Guarantees another proc of his mana burn, right? So
33 getting information. And
oh, that's a good one! Nice hit from Nightfall, and that's going to immediately followed up by Lornoff. Now the stun from Soxa. This fight looks like it's over already, but Crit does buy back. They're still going to try and make this work. A lasso on Lornoff, but the damage is just not there behind it. A TP coming in late from Malrine. Skeeter's being chased after. The Batrider's dead. That's a dieback on a Crit. Now a stun up on Skeeter. They can't save their carry. Every single time, Skeeter is just slowed down to a crawl and just cannot get away from these Tundra cores.
What a sick concoction. How often do you see a 3-hero concoction in Pro Dota? That's
not too often.
They just set up perfectly for that one. I mean, half of it is Nightfall being clutch and half of it is Falcons with bad formation, but no matter how you spin that, that's just a team fight that's lost from minute 0. The moment that concoction went out, I knew that what way that fight was going.
And you only had so many fights where your Butterfly was going to be effective. On the Dusa, next fight, it won't do anything for you, at least against Nightfall, who almost has his MKB.
Yeah, interesting choice. We've seen tons of Alchemists recently go for the Bloodthorn, but he's opting to get the MKB here. I'm not missing something here about Bloodthorn, right?
Yeah, I don't...
Missing.
If there was like another hero that had some sort of mischance or something, but I don't think so. So, unless they have something off their neutral items.
No, this just... Okay, anyway. Maybe he's anticipating that Medusa will buy BKB because he feels like us, that it's inevitable.
Sure.
And you have to get that item, so he's maybe just planning ahead.
Yeah, between having Manta and BKB, there would be a good amount to deal with Bloodthorn.
Yeah. They also have a decent amount of lockdown themselves, though, but yeah, it's true. Maybe this is just the safer option. Either way, I'm fine with either choice. I think ultimately it doesn't really matter that much in this game state. And this is the Hail Mary from Falcons. This is their last chance. If this fight goes wrong, they're just going to call it on the spot. So this one has to work somehow. I guess your dream initiation here is Blink lassoing and bursting the storm, perhaps? With a Pango chain stun with a little bit of an Ogre multicast and the full-on Bristleback. Don't know if this is going to work.
Oh, is that stun? Not going to be able to reach in time, so he stuns himself. The Roshan pit. Lordov's going to jump in the middle of it. Oh, but they still... Nobody picked up the Aegis! Lordov sits back in and takes it away from Falcons. That's not good. Okay, the Doom does manage to die without the Doom going out, so that's a little help for Falcons, but Lordov is tearing them apart, as is Nightfall. He is absolutely demolishing Skeeter. Lordov will put the finishing touches on him, right? Yeah, he's got it. He's got it.
Evade.
Eventually. Triple kill for Lordov. And while Amar has been a nuisance for them all of these fights, it feels like he survives every single time. This time around, he's gonna get run down. There's the BKB. TP out, perhaps? I mean,
if he wants to.
There's no reason.
He's gonna go and farm. Is he gonna farm this? This is a Giga Chat. Oh, come on. Farm the camp on the way out.
I thought maybe he would cut away too.
There's a Nyx chasing you with dagger. Start farming. Yeah.
Well, they didn't GG out.
They did not.
Which is surprising to me, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, considering the fact that Tundra stole the Aegis, I feel like that was probably the killing blow, but Falcons will try for one last-ditch effort inside their base. Lorinov probably doesn't even have to go back to refill here. If he's not, yep, he's going to get the power rune, and the Butler is arriving through the top gate. Whitemon is on his way to drain back some mana. If maybe he doesn't even need it. He has 32 galvanized stacks, so he's 20 and 3.
Oh my god. He's level 25. I think he's getting the Aghanim Scepter that Nightfall's building.
This mana regen is actually ridiculous. 45 per second while just walking around. He doesn't even need the Pugna in this game to refuel him.
Also, do you think Storm Spirit Shard is like a little OP? It looks so strong. And then you get this 25 talent, and then it's just bonkers.
It's funny how long it's been good for before the pro scene picked up on it, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think it's very, very good. It also just kind of fits the pacing of how a lot of teams are playing the game nowadays, with when the heroes are grouping up and when they're taking fights that determine the outcome of a game. Having that shard around minute, let's say, 20 to 30 is when it does the most, because not only is the damage relative to tankiness of heroes the best at that point in time, but it's also, you know, when the types of fights that Storm generally wins the game off of happen. So it's like a double whammy. He actually took, interesting, he took the ninja gear. So he wants to go for some solo hunting here on Lorinov. I mean, why not? He is extremely powerful. There's an infused Ags.
Whitemon just gonna stumble into a bunch of heroes. Oh no! Force Staff, Glimmercape, Decrepify. A lot of defensive abilities to ensure the Falcons can't really do anything with this. Do you get the lockdown here on Lorinov? Remember, he still has
another good concoction.
Nightfall keeps on finding him. Crit's gonna jump in late, try and pull this Alchemist into his base, but that is exactly where Nightfall wants to be, I feel like, at this point in time, as this Dusa should be dying to burn. He's just trying to do as much damage to Nightfall as possible.
Nice.
Help out Amar, who might be able to get the kill before he goes down. Does manage to get that much, but it's still a Storm Spirit with an Aegis. Not getting away from that one. Buyback from the Dusa, though. They're still going to try and fight this out. Just the two of them. Malreen's going down fast. Lorinov now turns his attention to Skeeter. Skeeter Needs help. Malreen's gonna buy back for it. Skeeter's losing mana. He has nothing left. He's dead. Malreen's next up. It's just dieback after dieback. And finally, Falcons will call GG. They were resilient. But Sin, this felt like it was a Tundra game since like 8 minutes in.
Yeah, I can't really put a finger on Tundra's draft in particular. I think the heroes that they picked, the rationale that I'm imagining they have behind it, the Storm pick was outstanding, the Nyx with the Facet was outstanding, and the overall first pick Alchemist that they chose here just ended up having a free lane and game as well. So back to the drawing board for Tundra for sure. This one did not work out. And yeah, excuse me, did I say for Tundra? I meant Falcons. It can be a little bit confusing. You know, those players did used to play on that other org.
True.
Yeah, honestly, just a really nice game from Tundra in this one. And I feel like Falcons will adjust better for the second game in terms of overall hero picks, because for me, this was largely a draft win, I want to say.
Yeah.
And that they had the plays to go with it. But as we talked about, it's like 11-9, but they have a 7,000 gold lead minute 12. So, and that was with their Doom being owned in lane. Like, imagine if 33's lane even goes well. So
23, 3, and 13. That's a hell of a score from Lauren.
Great Storm game.
Fantastic performance by him and the rest of Tundra. But again, you said it was kind of a draft win in that regard, which means Falcons do have a chance to respond. It is interesting, though. The overall series matchup now is 5-4 to the favor of Falcons. If Tundra managed to win this next game, they could tie it up for this year. We'll see, though. Let's head back to the panel.
That's right. The best of 10 from maybe 72 hours ago continues as Tundra get a victory after freshly losing a 70-minute game about 18 hours ago now at this point. Although this game probably should have been shorter because, as they said on the cast, Mira, I feel like this was a Tundra victory from like minute 8. And then they also got like a billion bounty runes after that. Lornoff had like infinite galvanized stacks.
Yeah, you're always feeling good when you're in Alk and you're just securing those bounty runes nonstop the whole game. But honestly, a masterclass from Tundra. It seems like they carried their losses from yesterday with great grace, and they learned from them very quickly, which is something we talked about in the pregame. But overall, I would attribute this game to the early game rotations. Like you said, it looked over very early on, but Saksa on that Nyx Assassin, ganking the Bristleback early on, making sure that Bristleback has no entry into the game, into transitioning into a mid lane gank at minute 6, into the snowball from Lornoff on the Storm Spirit, playing into a no-stun draft. It kind of wrote itself.
I thought the draft sucked for Falcons, being real.
Not a fan of which heroes specifically?
I don't think this Medusa 4th pick was the play at all. I think if you're going to pick a hero like Medusa, you want to pick it last as a like, oh shit, we didn't think about Medusa. But I feel like they had a ton of answers to this hero already, and then they picked it. And then it just got worse from there. It was, I didn't like it. And I didn't think the Ogre really did anything. I didn't really get that pick. And Bat was like, okay. Pick some good heroes, guys. Come on, this is bad.
So Ogres...
Am I wrong, Mira?
I don't think you're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
I don't think you're wrong for Medusa in this game in particular, but it has been a very popular carry recently to fit the archetype of flash farming carry with a melee 5 that sets the lane up for you, like Ogre, who has been seeing more playtime. But I do agree with Ted. The Medusa felt like an overreaction to the Doom, because you're picking Medusa into an Alchemist that you already see. And every time I've seen the Alchemist versus Medusa core-to-core matchup, it's not good for the Medusa. Like, Alchemist initiates on her team, kills people way too quickly, and Medusa doesn't have enough single-target damage to ever take down Alchemist.
And once upon a time, Nyx Assassin was one of the go-to counters, then kind of fell off whenever Facets came in and people were just going for the move speed talent. But we see yet again that the mana burn talent can be just as viable as ever before, especially if you couple it with 33 going for the nerdiest possible creep to eat with the mana burn creep as well, which I didn't know, but does scale off of intelligence. So 400 mana burn per cast, they were fully prepared for a Medusa.
They were for sure. And I think that if you're letting this Doom through and you're doing it with the intention to potentially counter it with a Medusa of your own, taking aside another bigger picture of the game, which is you're still playing versus a second pick Alchemist, then something fundamentally failed in that draft, because there was no gateway into that game for Falcons. Like, you looked at it, we talked about Sox's rotations, but if Bristleback didn't hit his timings early and they didn't have this Bristleback to play around, which he didn't because of Tundra's rotations, there was nothing for Falcons to do except wait until, they got a BKB up on Bristleback, Medusa felt strong enough, and they tried to take some good smokes. But that's not the way that you want to approach Dota in this patch. You have to be able to take the initiative at all times.
I'll tell you what they're doing. They're getting Owie on the blower right now.
No,
cancel the holiday.
He's on vacation.
Cancel the holiday, Owie. Come back.
He's out of office right now.
Well, the emails may be bouncing, but they've got his WhatsApp or something. Ping him on everything. Snapchat, whatever it takes.
Do you think he would be the type of player that would be able to just fully disconnect from Dota? Or do you think that he has a second monitor of this game going on right now? He's like...
I've hung out with Curtis a bit at events. And obviously I've seen him coaching for years, going back to the Summit days when he was still playing. In his spare time, he talks about Theorycraft, fiends Dota more than anyone I know. But I also think he's probably getting a little older now. When you get older, you're more than capable of going, no, I don't want to fucking talk about work. Because it's like, although it is his passion, he's old enough now that daddy needs to sit down. You want to see him, let him have a rest, let him find a comfy sofa somewhere and have a nice sit down. I'm saying I think Owie has unplugged everything he owns and doesn't want anything to do with Dota for the next however long he's off.
And meanwhile, the kids are out here picking Medusa into situations that it may not be optimal, but something else that we kept our eye on was the Qiddiya ward of the game. So let's go to Brian.
Yeah, thank you, Neil. I was watching this game with anticipation as there were a lot of good wards on the map from Tundra controlling the entire information game, and I was waiting for one of them to pay off, and we're actually going to see a Falcon smoke underneath a ward from Tundra, so they've actually got all the information right now that Skeeter is going to be alone in the mid lane, combining that with a ward behind him, so that's going to let them assassinate the Medusa despite it being a Falcon smoke. Then they're going to use the ward that gave them that information to then turn this into a reverse 2 for 0 in favor of Tundra. So it felt like no matter what was really happening in the game, it felt like the information was they had so much to go off of. There were times they were killing Bristleback because they saw everything except for the camp he was on. And so we see in this situation that, yeah, Falcons tried to fight their way back out on the map, but there's just too much vision on the side of Tundra, and they had all their bases covered, and they weren't giving this one away.
And that was just the wards also. Next Assassin was just constantly roaming around, which finally we got to see the value and difference of taking the move speed talent versus the mana burn talent. I felt like he was still being incredibly useful in terms of scouting even without the move speed talent.
He himself was learning that game because we saw him limit testing to try to kill the Medusa. And I think with the map the way it's been ever since they expanded it to the outer jungle camps, very few games have I been watching and go, yeah, they're getting that kill off of process of elimination, but when you're putting those wards in tandem with the Nyx, like you said, there were times where they just knew, okay, they're not here, 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 or here.
So they have to be here.
Yeah, and so I think that made it Sox's game even easier than it already was.
Well, let's see if they'll be able to finish off the series and maybe change the outcome of this best of 7, or if Falcons will equalize things after the break.
Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close. So get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, time's up. Better be ready, can't stop me now, no, 'cause here I come, here I come, here I come. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good.
Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun. Yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. 'Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, roll in with the classic sound. I spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. On parade, on parade, on parade, on parade, on parade, on parade, on
to perfection, much as how Tundra came into this series today with a very, very dominant game number 1. Was it a product of the draft? Was it the fact that they've learned from their earlier series at Belgrade? Or is it just a coin flip every single time, Ted? Who knows?
Draft. Sorry, yeah, no, let's discuss.
No, that's okay. I'm down with draft being the sole reason.
Like I said, get Curtis on the phone.
Part of that draft may have been the preference for maybe first pick or second pick side Radiant or Dire, because we got to take a look at our Wisdom Rune for the day presented by the US Air Force and how both these teams stack up when it comes to their first pick win rate and how often they opt for the win rate. Now, pick rate. How often they opt for
We
first
know
pick.
what you mean, Neil.
Thank you, I'm glad. This game, Falcons actually did get first pick as they first picked their Bristleback, and yet they lost.
Interesting.
If I had known that, I would have predicted them in the draft because they're 2/3 to win.
You'd think so.
Yeah, so good I didn't know that. Neil.
I'm very surprised that Tundra's first pick win rate is below 50.
Yeah, the fact that they like going for it also.
Yeah, because every team does, because ever since the new draft order was introduced into the game, first pick has been advantageous. At Wallachia, first pick had a 52% win rate versus second pick being 48. And then at the last Dota, it was a 51% win rate for first pick, as opposed to second pick being 49.
Wow, so if you played 100 games, you'd win one more than you would have otherwise. That is the kind of strategy teams should be thinking about.
Off of draft order, that is something that you want the draft advantage, yes, Brian?
Oh, no, I was just going to say that when we went to... So what I found interesting about this, because I was trying to think of what I wanted to do talking about these teams' finals yesterday, and so when they played in the upper bracket finals, the team that had first pick won all 3 games. But in the finals, the team that had first pick only won 1 game out of 5.
Ooh.
So when I'm hearing these stats, because like I was originally going to be like, oh, I hope it's 5 out of 5. That's an easy segment. But then, you know, it was 4 out of 5, which is still a significant statistic. So now we're out of the last 6 games, we're 5 wins for second pick. So maybe that's going to shift, because I agree with all the reasons that teams are preferring first pick, but maybe that's just a small sample size, so it doesn't matter. But
Yeah, but we also saw that Falcons' first pick was a 66% win rate. So it could be that Tundra as a team might actually end up drafting better when they react, as opposed to like take the initiative and have
that's
that
Nightfall in a nutshell. He was on EG for a bit too. Like, this guy's just a counter picker.
I have a question.
You raised your hand.
I have a question. Is that statistic based on their performance at the last tournament?
Last two tournaments.
The last two tournaments.
Belgrade and Wallachia.
So how did Falcons do at Waluigi? How did they do?
They got like
They didn't.
5th or 6th.
They didn't play it. They did play it. Well,
They did play it.
They did.
I was gonna say I think they got 5th, 6th. I'll check.
But they've won a lot of games. So if we're looking at how many games they win based on first pick, you could also just say they also win a lot of games.
Yes.
So we need to cast this net wider and say, of all the teams in the last, let's say, 4 tournaments who opted for first pick, how was their win rate with that first pick?
But that's why the comparison against Tundra is relevant, because Tundra also played it well.
But they're also a good team.
And there you go. That's
So I'm
why
saying I want to see it all.
Oh, I
want to see is a team that is unfavored going, oh, we got first pick, and then their win rate goes up. Otherwise, we're saying the win rate for these teams that win a lot is high when they have first pick. Is it also high when they have second pick?
So the average win rate for first pick is around like 52%.
Okay, that
So,
I like.
Like I mentioned, so overall, it is
So
it
it's
is more
a marginal benefit. I like that.
It's been way worse in certain patches, so I'd say overall that's about as much as we can ask for balance. And I was way off. They got second. I forgot they were the ones that lost the finals to Heroic.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Yeah. Like that was the one where we're all hoping, like, is it really going to be one of like the 3 teams that has won every tournament for the last
and instead
2 years?
South America to the rescue, right?
Yes, sir. And Tundra got 3rd in that one, so these
Tundra
2 teams
got
are
Visage
very
in this
familiar.
game.
Yeah.
They do, because it was not first phase banned out, which is the first change from Belgrade, because all the best of 5 games, Falcons first phase banned Visage.
They did nerf the facets, so the gold death toll facet where you have to like actually land it. In the past, if you had just launched it, it would count. So there's a little bit less leeway on that. But if there's one player that I don't want being given gold for free in any case, it's 33. And I think Liquid proved that at TI. They were using Visage as much as they could get their hands on it. And so this is like carrying all the way over for just an individual player on different teams that I'm surprised they gave it to him. I'm curious. They knew they were going to pick it. You've been first banning it every single game for the last best of 9.
Yep.
So let's see what they've got in the kitchen. What are they cooking up there at Falcons?
Yeah, and having this Visage finally come out or not be banned for Tundra also just opens up Saksa's roaming playstyle, because we've seen from the position 4 a lot of ranged heroes mostly. I know we just saw Nyx Assassin come out of Tundra, but for the most part, you've been playing with the melee offlaner plus ranged 4. I mean, I don't think Falcons at the last BP Dota actually played any melee 4, but because you have this Visage, you can play your clocks from the position 4. You can play Nyx again. You can play any kind of like roaming hero.
Bounty Hunter.
Bounty Hunter, that's an excellent hero. Actually, Dota Pro Tracker, his win rate is ridiculously high. When I saw it, I was like, why aren't we seeing it more? But he does need to be enabled through his offlane pick very often. So we could actually see that good call on that.
Saksa Bounty Hunter is disgusting. If you've ever seen his Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, there was an interview with him. I don't remember which of the two lands it was at, but he was like, we love the gold duo, you know, like the Bounty Hunter for track kills and the death toll from Visage. So like every kill's worth an extra 500 gold or something.
So do you think this Alchemist pick is a counter to that? If Tundra's going to get extra money with the Visage, we're going to take Alchemist, and we have someone that can get the money too.
Yeah.
So then you pick Bounty Hunter.
Even more money.
This is what happens when you have unfettered capitalism.
Exactly.
Okay?
So what? There it is. And
Yeah,
they picked it. So what do you pick now as Alchemist? What else gets you the moolah?
Doom.
Doom's banned. Doom's banned.
For the money. Oh,
I mean, Ogre Magi, he buys Midas with the multi-cast.
Gambler back in the game.
This is like Coke and Pepsi back in the 80s. This is like a battle.
I wouldn't mind if they were to draft a Dispel on the side of Falcons. Like, I know I haven't been seeing too much about an Oracle, but it's pretty damn good against Bounty Hunter, and it works really well with Alk. Like, Alk's always worked well with that, so is that just too off meta? Maybe. But if you're going to give them their signature, you had a plan in mind. So at the very least, I would like Crit's hero to set up like a kill trio. Alchemist is a great carry for that, and Visage is an offlaner that's easy to pick on early before he gets his birds. Really low move speed, doesn't really have a way to protect himself. Usually is maxing out the soul assumption, so his passive isn't leveled up.
I think for this safe lane for Falcons, they just need a strong, like, ranged 5 that can trade into this Bounty Hunter and Visage. And that's just going to be the Chen for them, which is a snaking specialty. You know, it's not unusual, but it'll give them that added level of sustain. It'll give them those auras later on in the game to make it so that they can fight into Visage. But I still think that this Tundra offlane, even with the Chen, is very disruptive for this Alchemist.
I was going to say the laning stage, this Chen doesn't do what we were talking about. It's more of what you said, where it's going to hit the timing with Alk. They're going to be prepared to fight the Visage Bounty when they hit their timings, because they should be hitting theirs early. But I'm more concerned when I look at that duo of how's their lane going to go, because if Visage and Bounty are allowed to play that side of the map, even if you trade even on kills, they're winning. So I would think you'd want to shut it down. I don't really think that's what Team Falcons heroes do here. Like, I think 33 should have a good game.
Conceding the initial laning phase and being like, whatever, you can have it. We're going to group up anyway.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing. Like, that's their approach. I'm not sure if that's the best approach, but we'll see.
And the Morphling comes out for Tundra. It's one of the better core-to-core matchups you can have versus Alchemist. It's going to be a hero that can instantly take out some of these supports through the sustain later on in the game. And it's really hard to just pick a hero versus an on-lane, to be honest. Like, what offlaner do you feel comfortable throwing in here on
Yeah, what I
18?
was thinking is, like, okay, so they're going to want to play around the Bounty Hunter and the Visage. Like we mentioned, they want to just be on that side of the map together. So you need a carry that you mentioned is hard to bully out of lane. It's hard to mess with. So I think the point behind this Morphling pick is, in the current meta, I think he's probably the hardest carry to just strictly boot out of lane. Most of the other carries are, like, willingly leaving lane, like the Lunas and the Medusas, and even Alchemist, but Morphling, he's going to camp in that lane. He's going to protect that tower for as long as possible. He would require, like, a Chen rotation and to actually get him out of there, and if you're doing that, then Visage probably taking your tower with the birds. Yeah, I think everything's about where Tundra wants to play on the map right now, and this is most likely going to be a Malrine Monkey King blind. Like, it's meaning they don't see their
mid lane matchup. They do not.
Could it be an Amar Monkey? Does he play? I don't think I've seen an Amar Monkey. I'm just thinking, like, why would they pick it here?
Into a Morphling.
Maybe it's a way to punish Visage. Like, they're thinking, okay, this is almost like rather than the money strat, we're seeing, like, okay, we have a hero that's coming through the Twin Gate. The amount of pressure Tundra is representing on the top half of the map is ever growing. So we need a mid laner that can counter rotate this, and Monkey King is one of the best to do that. So I think we're gonna see a nice, like, 4v4 at, like, minute 6.
I agree with that line of thought. I think you can go for this mid Monkey King on 18 because you have 2 bans to cover it, you know? So they take out the Viper, which is one of the biggest counter effects. And the thing about Monkey King is, out of all the mid heroes that you can pick right now, with the exception of the Spirit Brothers, he has the most mobility in that early game to play on a rune and to go to a lane quickly and to try to match the pace and shut down the kills, like you mentioned. And that's going to be something that they're going to have to do, because you don't want this Visage and Bounty Hunter lane to start snowballing in terms of gold, because we talked about the lane, but we didn't talk about the gameplay for this Alchemist later. Like the scouting coming out of Bounty Hunter with an active hero. We could even see a Nature's Prophet or something come out just to take advantage of that vision and try to bully the Alchemist even more. That there's going to be a really big concern here. So to preemptively address that with something like a Monkey King that can always react is important.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the low cooldown punish as well. Yeah, Monkey King is an ultimate-based hero, but at the end of the day, the way he's active is through his passive and his stun. So the thing about the Monkey King is I also don't think it addresses the Morphling. So, like, I guess what I'm concerned about is what exactly is going to pressure Nightfall, and he's not the Medusa against the Alk that we saw last game that's like lacking the single target. You're going to see a pretty early Conda most likely coming out from him, maybe even a Scotty at some point, which should be ample enough damage and sustain negation to kill the Alk.
Is there no way, Brian, that they could like put Alchemist mid if they want to and have Monkey as a carry or something?
That's an option, but I think I would still rather keep it the way it is in terms of what we're talking about. Like, I think Monkey King would rather be the reaction to the pressure rather than receiving the pressure himself. So with Alchemist, I guess I'm wondering what you're gonna pick for Amar here into Morphling that says like, yeah, Hoodwink, it's fine if you go top. Like, I'll be fine here. Most heroes are not 1v1 good against the Morphling. So
can Timber handle it?
Timber can lane it, yeah, absolutely. I think Timber would be fine. He has like the built-in like plus armor against the ET aura, and then you also don't mind going in against the Visage. Okay, yeah, that's the kind of a similar concept, right? Damage block, like you're good against the birds. You should be able to lane decently against the Morphling by yourself because the Anchor Smash % damage reduction. But okay, so their ball on Falcons is like really powerful. That's their strat is, okay, maybe you'll have a good laning stage, but past 15 minutes, you're not going to have any pickoffs coming because we'll just be together. I guess I'm then concerned about the map in regards to like how do they manage to deal with like Morphling split push, and you can probably pick a mobile hero on Lornoff here. Probably not Storm again because it's probably not the best in lane versus Monkey, but maybe like a Quap.
From what you guys were saying about the aura metoff maybe dropping off a little bit, how has that changed how you build Tide? Because what are you building on him now?
Since you have a Chen, you might build a Vlad's, meaning like as your single aura, it helps him sustain in lane as well as...
Get the Vlad's and then what?
Like, and then you can consider just like Blink and Shiva's like normal Tide offlane, like generic offlane items. He doesn't need to go BKB, like he's not against like Disruptor or anything like that. Right. His Kraken Shell's doing everything he needs. I mentioned a Dispel from the 5. Now that I think about it, the Dispel from the offlane for himself kind of allows them to enter fights without having to worry about it too much. Now that's a hero I thought was dead after the post-TI nerfs.
Is this still the Whirlwind Wendy or what it is?
No, I think I had tried this from the mid lane back when that facet came out, and I'm like, no, this is a carry-only facet. So they're almost certainly going for the Focus Fire. Maybe a bit too much single target, Mira? What are you thinking?
So there's definitely a lot of single target, but I think they just wanted to pick a hero from the mid lane that could lane into Monkey King without getting punished by that Monkey King. And like later on, you have Power Shot to cut down the trees. You can still build Gleipnir even though it got nerfed, but I think mid lane is the only role that's comfortable building that right now. And you're just banking on this idea that you're not going to allow the Monkey King to snowball. And then, later on you can build to scale and whatnot. It is unusual given the nerfs, but Focus Fire is still really good. Like, it's still a good tool. I don't think it's great versus Tide. I think the Tide may pose a bit of an issue, but it could work. Like, I overall favor the way that Tundra played last game versus the way that Falcons did. So that's optimistic, but two unusual last picks coming out here.
Would you rather Tundra attempt to match the ball and stop the ball, or go more with the split push idea that you were positing?
When I say split push, I think it's more about consistent pressure that's enough that says like, okay, somebody has to go deal with that, then somebody has to go deal with this. So it's more of like kind of poking the bear.
With a Visage and a Morphling.
Yeah, you have a lot of like good individual laners that are a little bit tough to gank, and I think that the Monkey King is going to have a large weight on his shoulders on Malrine. And like Mira said, I think the point of the Wind Ranger is to make it so Monkey King is not snowballing out of the mid lane. It is a good hero for that. I was thinking like a mobility hero, and Wind Ranger kind of fits that bill. I don't think they have too many reliable stuns other than Alk until later. And I'm full focused on what happens between Visage and Bounty level 6, and the 5-man ball of Falcons, and that window is gonna decide this game entirely. We're either gonna see no kills happen because they're 5-manning, or them getting picked off relentlessly.
Ted, you thought that AUI was rolling over in its grave after
The man's on holiday, Neil.
Oh,
all right,
right,
he's
sure.
not dead.
Is this one as binary? Can you see as big of a gap between the two?
I would never seek to question the pro players when it comes to a draft, other than that previous draft. I'm
Sure.
just saying, this time, I think we're seeing heroes perhaps people were not expecting to see. I think he's probably happier.
Okay, we'll take that.
My owie sense says he's happier.
I feel the optimism coming through. Will it come through in a Game 2 victory? Let's find out with Cap and Cinderin.
At the start of the game more often. That was great. Can we go? Can we have another pause? Can we go back to that?
Be careful, Bob. He's coming for your job.
Got it. Goddamn.
You're on fire. All right. What a change-up, huh? From the previous game. This is, am I counting this right? 9 new heroes? Only repeat being Elk?
Yeah.
So totally different ball game. Obviously, the teams were adapting based on the draft, and I said after game 1 that I think Falcons had some ground to cover. I kind of feel like they did. I think this is a pretty good solution to what Tundra are proposing, in my opinion, but I agree with the panel that it's very, how to say, it's double-edged in the sense that if you get to the point in the game that you want, you're looking great, but if anything goes wrong along the path, you could just get run over. So you got to be very careful when you play timing-based strats like this with Tide, Alk, Chen. It's like very static, so the Monkey King has to do a lot, similar to the last game where it was the Pango's job. Whereas Tundra, they'll be looking to skirmish as much as possible with their bounty hunter. They just want to kill anything they can. Currently,
but Cinderin. Tide Hunter?
Really? I've made this bold statement.
Okay.
That I think every hero in Dota is good sometimes. And I will stick to that statement and say this is the type of game in which Tide can actually be very good. So I want to commend Falcons on identifying that as being a Tide Hunter, a game where Tide Hunter is valid as a choice, because I think this hero is very infrequently good.
Yeah.
But this is one of those games where I could definitely see it working, so, but we'll see.
I mean, his Kraken Shell block is going to be doing some heavy lifting, as is the Soul Assumption from 33 here that almost finds its early kill. You got to watch out for the 33 Visage, man. This is, I mean, I know 33 Doom is like legendary and all that, but for me, it's the 33 Visage that is so much scarier.
Well, so far so good compared to a ton of the games that we saw in Wallachia, where the teams were contesting Visage on the rune fight and losing 4 kills to death toll. Falcons have already done a good job by not dying to Visage's early game.
True.
And Chen, this is an interesting dynamic in this hero-to-hero matchup. Chen will always go, more or less always in Pro Dota right now, go for the mana burn convert.
Yep.
So he's actually just starting out mana burning the Visage, and then quickly these soul assumptions are no longer an issue. He has to Mango now to get these off, and he has 2 of them left. As a result, the Visage is laning against Alk. There's literally 0 threat on Skitter here if 33 doesn't have mana. They can't do anything. So And in the meantime, this is something that's interesting about this Tide versus Morph matchup is, I guess we can talk a lot about Tide because we barely see the hero anymore.
Well, really first blood, there you go. It's
great aggressive hero. Loves diving towers minute 1.
Yeah.
And finding the enemy 5. But it's one of the heroes that you can leave alone against Morph. Morph generally bullies a lot of offlaners on his own. If the 4 leaves to go through the gate, Tide's fine. He's just going to have, like the panel talked about, probably just going to rush Vlad's, and he'll just stand there, and he'll just take it.
Yeah.
And he'll farm the wave, and Morph can't stop him from doing it. So, yeah.
The one interesting thing I have to say about... Okay, Kraken Shell is amazing this game, right? It's up against Visage. It's good against Elder Titan, right? Because he reduced your armor, but the damage block is still there. Lots of good things. But I also feel like this is a pretty good Crimson Guard game.
Yeah?
Is he going to build a Crimson Guard?
They could buy it on Chen.
Yeah, I guess so.
If they want
that's
to.
the best solution.
If he has that good of a game on Chen. I think this is a game where Tide, I 100% agree. I think it was Brian who just brought up, rush Vlad's, go blink Shiva.
Yeah,
I think that exact build is perfect for this game because you get a secondary way of initiating and setting up fights for the Monkey King. So not only Monkey King has to initiate, but now Tide can do it, and then you can play Alk off that. You get Shiva against the Morphling, which is nice. You get a ton of armor in this game, which is great. Having plus armor when you're playing against ET is always lovely. Playing against Morph plus Windranger, what's not to love about armor? So yeah, I think that's solid. You love shitting on Tide. I know you're
Skeeter. I love Tide Hunter, for the record. I'm a big Tide player.
I know.
It just, he was picked one time in both Belgrade and Wallachia. So.
But that's the thing. If you love a hero and you don't think it's good, you love talking bad about it. It's like, this is one of my favorite heroes, and he's just not been good for like 3 years. I miss the old days when I could 1v3 minute 0 and nobody could touch me. Dota is so unfair, says Soxa as well on his way to the grave here. As a Tidehunter enjoyer / hater, let's say you're a combination.
Yeah.
Do you feel like this was the expected outcome of the first 4 minutes, in your opinion, against this lane?
Getting a kill without Gush? No. That was not expected for me at all. I think.
Let's look at the farm.
Tide, I think this combination of Tide plus Hoodwink is actually really scary. Acorn Shot plus Gush, but they got that kill without leveling Gush.
Yep.
So that was not surprising to me. CS-wise, not this far ahead. Being like even with the Morphling, I would say, is like for sure. At 100%, you should be able to accomplish that. Being this far ahead is pretty crazy.
I think they can leave Amar alone. I genuinely think he can play 1v2. I don't think Morph ET can... They can't hold a candle to this guy anymore.
Yeah.
He's close to... So it looks like Amar's build here is going to be Phase Boot Soul Ring, and then I'm guessing the Vlad's. But yeah, when you have the 2 points in Kraken Shell, the Elder Titan doesn't do very much to you when there isn't a secondary hero in the lane that he can run his Spirit through.
Yep.
And the Morphling, sure, he can attack you a couple of times, but it's not going to amount to enough that you feel pressured. So you can see what type of offlaner just does this minute 4. He's literally just standing next to the tower with the 2 enemy heroes next to him. He just doesn't care. If you were like a Beastmaster hero, if you were like a Sand King, the ET and Morph would be going on you.
Yeah.
Try to force you out and ensure free farm for the Morphling that way. They don't even bother, because the moment they play aggressive into him, he presses one button and they do no damage.
Yep.
So there is no play, and that's really, really good news, mainly for Crit, because as a result of this, he can start looking toward potential mid kills. You can see right now he's in the top river, looking to find a kill onto the Visage and really slow down 33's game. And if he is successful with this top river move now of pincering the Visage up there, yeah, he is already successful, as a matter of
he
fact.
is already in the killing spree, and he's going to find another kill for Falcons in this top lane.
And this is a death after TP.
Yeah.
So he has 30 seconds now. So when he respawns, there's like 15 until his TP's ready. He's going to have to walk. He's level 3, minute 5, against a free farming Alk. They're 3,000 gold behind.
I feel a bit nutty.
There is a real possibility here that this game is even more one-sided than the first one. I don't want to call it too early, but this is...
I mean, this is their 2 gold generators.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Your track killer and your soul assumption, whatever. Omar.
That is the face of a Tidehunter player.
This
is the personality you need to have to play and enjoy Tide. I am a Tide enjoyer myself, as a matter of fact, and as you know, I'm an extremely boring and dull person. So Tidehunter is right up. Do you know what hero I also love playing in the offlane? Venomancer, one of my favorites.
Geez.
And you know what I also like? Necrophos. So, you know.
Are you an Underlord player?
No, that I don't think anyone should play Underlord. I think that hero is actually so boring that it shouldn't exist. I think Ice Frog had a ton of good ideas. Underlord was his... What's the opposite of a magnum opus? It's like the inspiration that made you get the great idea.
Gum on the bottom of your shoe.
Yeah. Yeah, I had an off day on that one. It was probably somebody else's idea and they convinced him, or he did it for a friend who was like, hey, I have this really cool hero idea. And he's like, you've been my best friend for 20 years. You get to put a hero in the game. Oh, I think this sounds really fun. And I was like, okay, whatever, dude. You can have it. But yeah, the other heroes are fun for people like me.
I
Skitter.
like Underlord.
That's unsurprising, given the circumstances. What do you think? You also like Necrophils.
I like beefy boys.
I do too. I think we have a lot of overlap. Just Underlord is not.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, Underlord's okay as Soxa is not okay.
Soxa does so much damage, man. Yeah. So much physical damage. Bounty Hunter has relatively high base armor, and he just got demolished.
Yeah. Do they have? Let me see. Yeah. So they have a Blightstone.
Yeah.
And level 2 Acid Spray.
Yeah.
So that's -4, -6, I think.
And the Visage is dead as well. This is just a slaughter, man.
Okay, what do you... Give me your best suggestion for Tundra. Let's say they have... Let's say they get to pause for 2 minutes and strategize and come up with a solution. What do you think they should do? You don't get 2 minutes, of course, because that would be extremely boring commentary, but...
I was gonna say that Soxa should maybe abandon this lane.
Where does he go to kill?
But he can't go to the Tide Hunter, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
that's useless. So you're trying to rotate on the Monkey King, which, I mean, chances are pretty decent. They have some sort of vision up.
I'm kind of with... I think the Monkey King play is the only one. I actually don't think he has any other play on the map, but the problem is...
What does that play even look like? You walk up, you hit him, and you don't have Shackle Shot or anything. You just try and power shot. Okay, Lornoff is gonna go.
Focus fire!
Focus
Kill
fire!
him!
Tide Hunter. It's doing no damage!
Kill him, guys!
It's doing no
Oh, you get the
damage.
courier.
It's literally healing him. What is going on? Tundra are... I think they need that 2 minutes, because that sure as shit wasn't the strategy.
Oh my god, those are the funniest 3 question marks I've seen in a long time. I think Wind Ranger did a grand total of 50 damage in that game. And then she killed a courier and left. And Amaris is like, what are you doing, dude? In the meantime, Monkey King rotates top, finds a kill. Just too easy, man. Yeah. Okay, so I agree. The kill mid onto Monkey King looks really awkward, but again, it's like, what is your alternative? The problem is, if Bounty Hunter moves, Visage just dies.
Yeah.
But I guess he also dies if Bounty Hunter stays. Then they just killed both of them. So that wasn't great either.
Maybe wait till your Morphling is level 6 and Morphling makes a move through the game. Even that's not that good, but...
Yeah.
Because it's not like Visage can just be like, oh, don't worry, guys. I'll just go jungle. With this facet that is entirely dependent on killing heroes.
He's level 3. He's not going anywhere.
No, he's level 4 now.
Sorry, I take it back. He's level 4 and dead. Which is better than level 3 and alive in some cases.
A little bit longer death timer.
Well, I don't think this was what he imagined when he took the death toll facet, that it's literally just, you are destined to die all game until it's over.
Okay. Maybe he thought he could soul assumption himself.
Oh.
Oh, there.
Now we need self-denies back in the game. I like that. Good old Pudge solo kill or self-kill with Rot. Oh, this tree is not sus at all. Don't worry, boys. It's just very natural. Watkins dead.
Yeah. Nightfall. Are you going to be able to come in and get a kill anywhere?
He can't touch
no,
it.
No, really can't. Lornoff is here.
Okay, they're really trying now. They need 33 to get a soul.
They have to get something out of this, please, for 33. Oh my god, he's dead. Now they're getting ravaged. Oh no. They're gonna run down Nightfall as well. They're still trying to kill Crit. They focus fire Crit. Run, Crit, run into the trees. Out of sight. Out of mind. Oh, we hit him with that 2-man pushback. Oh! Not a single kill. It's 14-0, Synderen.
It's 15-0 in a moment, I think. Malrine.
I just died. Come on, man.
Maybe not. Okay. There are limits.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The good news for Tundra is that they won the first game.
Yeah, they did. They did do that. The crit was so tanky.
You know,
or maybe Tundra just don't do any damage.
He might have also been a little bit lucky next to the trees, right? There's always.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I think a couple of these missed, but it's also bound to happen with Focus Fire. I think he has like 20% evasion right now, so this guy is. I like to think of Dota as a zero-sum game in terms of enjoyment. So the happier one team is, the more miserable the other one is. And if both teams are having a pretty good game, one of them is like slightly unhappy, and the other one is slightly happy, you know?
But Amar's yawning his way through this game.
Who on Tundra do you think is having the most fun right now in this 0-15 game? And who on Falcons do you think is having the most fun? I think Tide is having the most fun. I think Tide is draining this game.
Amar doesn't look that enthusiastic in the webcam.
He never does, though. He's smiling on the inside. Oh, that's
I mean, we know 33 is having the worst.
I think 33 is having the most miserable game. So the offlaners is probably where we're having the most like joy siphon here, right? Yeah. Tide is eating Visage.
Oh no, Ivon hiding away in the trees. Malrine hops right on top of him. Goomba stomps him.
Question marks? Lornoff will escape for now. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Really is a beautiful game, Dota, though, isn't it? There's just some games where there's just nothing to say. You just watch it. Oh, he went Yules on Tide. That's sexy. All right, that's something. We love that. I think this is Amar's favorite item in Dota, actually.
Yeah.
Which is ironic because he became famous as a very greedy offlaner. But he buys it a lot on Mars, where it obviously makes sense for setting up spears. But if you're buying this on Tide, it's a statement that I love this. Oh.
Oh no, the Yules.
Tundra get their first kill of the game. Actually, untrue. Lornoff has also killed a courier.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a 12k lead minute 12, so it's not looking great for the Radiant. Yeah, that's it. That's really the state of things. Bounty Hunter's level 4. Visage is almost 6. So it's got that going for him, which is nice. He's gonna have two friends to cry on the shoulders of until it's all over. White Mon.
It might be over real soon.
This is it's both it's cinema and a tragedy at the same time. You know what I mean? It's like beautiful to watch how Falcons are just destroying this game, but man, it's also tragic that Tundra can't do anything.
I mean, Tundra fans are certainly crying their way through this bit of media.
Imagine this. Imagine you've played Dota for 5 years, but you've never watched the pro scene. You're like, hey, I want to watch a pro game today. You go and watch this. You're like, wow, this team on Radiant, they're really bad. This Dire team, are they world champions or something? They're really good. And then you realize these two teams are actually super even. But this game is just not. It's not it, man. There's not much to look forward to if you're a Tundra fan in this one.
It really is it is the great strength of Dota, and the problem with it is that sometimes drafts can say a lot. The strategy element. There's only maybe sometimes so much you can play your way out of a situation, right?
But this is to go back to the draft, I think this is part of the beauty of this game is look how good of a Tide game it was.
Oh, yeah.
And the thing that's really impressive about that is not just that, it's the fact that in order for it to be a good Tide game, you need to, first of all, you need somebody in the team to realize that. You need to convince your teammates of the idea that you have, and then you need to execute it, right? And you need to have a player on it, too.
Yep.
So all of those things, I think it's always really impressive when teams dig a little bit deep to find a hero that's not particularly popular, and then they just make it look like the best hero in the game, right? And this, to me in this game, Tidehunter was the best pick of the draft because it was the hardest idea to get, but also the most impactful one. I think Amar has ruined this game.
Oh, he knew Malrine had laid a trap. He knows Saksa desperately needs his level 6 to have anything to say in this game. No, maybe track doesn't matter, though, because they're still sitting at 0 kills.
Yeah. When's the last time you've seen 20-0?
That would be ESO1 Frankfurt, because I remember your voice. At the end of that finals, you casted the finals, And at the end of when the final GG was called, you said 22-0.
Oh.
I remember that. It sticks out of my head.
Was that 2014?
That was, I think,
15?
that was, I think, the second Frankfurt.
So that would be
2015. And it was like IG in the final?
Yeah.
And they got stomped 22-0 in game 3 or 4. I don't know.
All right, highlight reel here for Whitemon. He doesn't die. He escaped a kill.
So for my nostalgia, if you could repeat that.
When?
It'll happen.
Imagine they also call GG at 22.
is under
Oh,
attack.
poetic.
That would be really
Radiant
nice.
structures are fortified.
Monkey King. Looking for trouble.
If Tundra
Radiant's middle tower
gets a
is under
kill,
attack.
let's have a prediction. Who is going to get their first kill and on what hero?
Visage killing Hoodwink.
Okay, I'm going to say it is Wind Ranger killing Chen.
Okay. Shift off.
Is it going to happen? No.
Ah, yes. 22-0.
Nice.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Damn, Cinderin, you still got it.
23-0. Amari
Ron
used
Nato
himself. That was on
into
purpose.
Wukong's command.
24-0. I feel like a darts announcer. 180. Oh no. Socks up. We were talking about being ogre last game when you're behind. Being bounty hunter in a game like this?
Oh god, it's so bad.
25-0. Got a little Texan there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's.
Hey, well, I mean, you gotta switch things up because who knows how long this is gonna go for? How many more kills is Falcons gonna get before somebody either GG's or Tundra gets a kill? I mean, surely at some point in time, you don't want to go down in the history books as one of the teams that lost a game without a kill. Yeah. I feel like you're probably strategizing just to find that one kill. That's what I would be doing. Lornoff is almost dead. Wait, Skater! Skater's a little bit low.
Oh,
they actually got him!
Wow, we were both as wrong as possible. Wrong hero and wrong player for both of us.
Yeah, the carry.
Nightfall killing Skitter.
I was not imagining the carry killing the enemy carry. That was certainly not on my bucket list. 33, he's also
okay, they got Snay.
Gonna help get a kill. Nightfall gets 2. Now he looks at Tidehunter and remembers it's a Tidehunter. Not touching that hero. But you could kill the Hoodwink. Mallory jumps back in, going for Saksa. And Amar's there on the other side to ensure a double kill and more Kraken shell stacks. Don't forget, that's a part of the Tidehunter facet. Maybe you haven't seen that hero in a while, but he is building up more and more Kraken shell damage block every single one of these kills that they're getting.
There's that anchor. Has to kill that first. You root him up. He'll be fine, though.
Maureen still on the Wukong's command, so after he waitforms, he can still chase after him. They have the vision inside of the trees. Q play Nightfall.
This fight was so long, Skitter
well
respawned and reconnected with it. I thought Morph was actually getting out of that, but that took so damn long for them to chase this down. But Skitter came back. He didn't even have boots of travel. He just TP'd to the tower and ran. Or did he come from the outpost? Either way.
He can't even leave his base. Just immediately gets Lightneared Wukong's command.
Yeah. All right. We get one guess each. What do you think the win expectancy is for Dire? You start.
I would say...
And I won't lowball you by 1%. I'll go off by at least 3.
I'm going to say they definitely have a chance. I would say it's 96-4. It's not like...
96-4? Oh man, I said I had to go off by at least 3. Well, then I go 99-1, I guess. Oh, it's 96-4! Look at you!
Oh, yeah!
Damn! What a champ.
My Dota, baby.
Holy. All right, that's pretty based, hitting that right on. That's sick. I guess you've had a lot of games like this as Bounty Hunter.
It's true.
You know what it's like. You've been there. I was going to say you haven't been there as the Tidehunter. But you know the Bounty's perspective on this game.
What does that 4% look like, though?
I do not. Probably some ET wild combo.
Yeah, it's definitely something with like good
They're
burst splitter.
finding a couple of picks here and there.
Yeah, and these could be more track kills for them. Burst splitter, that's going to be off the mark, but almost killing crit, and still Lamar comes in. He's ready to go with the Ravage as well. Hits him, doesn't save crit though. Nightfall still managed to get that kill, and it will scurry himself away. Unfortunately for the rest of this team, they don't have the same options. Oh, caught him on the Gladiator. Ah, that's beyond godlike. Double kill for Malrine. He just keeps on racking them up, stacking them. Kill after kill after kill.
All right, I got another prediction. Or another. Yeah, this one's actually a prediction.
Yeah.
How long is this game good? So Falcons last game managed to stretch it to 38 minutes while being crushed. Not this hard though, but they were being crushed.
No.
How long are Falcons gonna last this game before Tundra inevitably?
It's gonna be like 45 minutes, man. I've seen this before.
All right, I'm gonna say 28.
You're high if you think that Falcons is gonna close out a game.
I think they're gonna
28.
They're gonna kill Roche and they'll find it. Surely. Maybe not. Oh, good Gleipnir.
3-man Gleipnir, Wukong's command. On top of that one, they chain stun up the 33 Visage. He's just not had fun this series, huh? Even the game they won, he was getting shut down entirely. Soxa tries to hide away the trees. It doesn't work. Now Mar hits him with the Yules. Goodbye, Windrun.
Having that Blink Yules against the Wind Ranger is honestly really cute.
It is really cool.
He's just on top of Lornoff. Every time Windrun goes off, he just goes on him and ruins his fight.
Puts the anchor onto the bounty. They get a bushwhack onto the two of them. Nightfall. See if he can actually wait for him away. He can't. Damage comes too quickly. And maybe you're right. Maybe they are actually going to just maybe try and do Roshan.
I think I was high. 28 minutes was... Yeah, I was high. I should have gone with 21. I had a feeling. All right. Well, I think we just witnessed Falcons' shortest game of the tournament. Win or lose. This does not happen to this team very often, but what an absolute beatdown. 21-38. It's the final duration of this game, and what can you really say except brilliant laning and drafting. I once again loved the Tidehunter. I loved the way that it allowed crit to move around. A couple of the individual plays. Falcons just won the lanes and just didn't look back. This game was way, way, way too easy for them. So, nice.
Fantastic stuff from Falcons, and they cement themselves now 6-4 against Tundra this season. And let's not forget a little tournament win over the team as well. Pretty damn good. I just can't believe they just did that to them though. 0 kills for how long was it? 18 minutes?
Something like that. It was 25-0 before they finally got a kill. That's a true rarity. And here we have the final scoreboard. Ladies and gentlemen, Soxa ends the game 0-14. 33 ends the game 0-11. And Nightfall 3-4. Admirable performance on the carry Morphling. He didn't have much to work with.
He just keeps on, it's like the killing spree just keeps on showing him. He's like, guys, what's going on in that off lane?
I love the ultimate irony of this is, the panel is talking about this, and I don't blame them for it. This is the killer lane, the Visage bounty. This lane creates gold, they create chaos, they snowball from money, and then they get nothing.
0.
Literally
Goose
0.
egg.
Amazing.
Not a single kill between
Love
them,
it.
between the killer duo. There were kills in that off lane, all right. There were a lot of kills.
And a 38-4 score in the end as Falcons come back with a vengeance. I almost feel like that's underselling it, Ted. That was more than vengeance.
That was a fucking destruction, Neil. It's hard to really imagine how much it must suck to be on the receiving end of that big a pasting.
Just keep our eye on the Tundra kill score right now. So it's 0-11 at around 9 minutes into the game. It's gonna be 0-12 once they kill Nightfall.
This is when they chased crit like this and they didn't get him, mentally they are done. They are done. They're like, all right, we thought we might have had a chance in this game. I mean, just these things happen, it's just one of those one of those crazy games where Falcons just absolutely rolled over them. Yes, ravaging there 100% of the time.
Respect it.
Every time. Just, what are you going to do? Absolute whipping.
Brutal.
Very brutal. It's funny because it feels like they both traded draft wins on each map, but when Falcons got the draft win, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, they make their draft win look way more one-sided. The other one were like, well, you know, it went to 40 minutes. Maybe the Medusa could have been good. This one, it was like, I don't know what the redeeming...
Yeah. To be fair, when I can see the concepts because we saw them, right? Like picking Wind Ranger versus Monkey King, even though the hero was very much nerfed after TI, but that hero seems to be very dead from what we saw that game. The Tidehunter, last pick from Falcons, was brilliant because there was absolutely no damage for it at all. We saw that Hoodwink was completely freed up to do whatever he wanted on crit, and when Bounty Hunter and Visage, which were the important lane that we talked about for Tundra, when they started to get a little bit aggressive, guess what? Guess who shows up? Mrs. Squirrel herself.
Yep.
You know, crit goes to the top lane, shuts them down, shuts down their aggression, and you know, since that point, like, what do? All your damage is physical, right? It's coming out of Focus Fire. It's coming out of your Morphling, who doesn't have much of a game. Your Visage plays on his birds, and a lot of the damage is physical there. Your Tide gets the Vlads, your Chen gets the Greaves, then who's going to kill anybody for you if you're Tundra?
Curious to see what Brian was able to pull out of our Acer Predator head-to-head for this series.
Thank you, Neil. I feel a bit cruel doing it for this one, but I chose your two offlaners as we were talking about the feast or famine aspect of the Visage, and it was definitely not him feasting this game as he was stuck with famine on 33. His net worth a little over a third of what ATF's was at the end of that game, and ATF was effectively laning 1v2 for the majority of that early game, and it just felt like they enabled him so much better in the draft on ATF's side. As you see the deaths, he pretty much got to have free reign of the map on the Tidehunter. The Kraken Shell was just stacking up nonstop, while 33 was the one providing him with those stacks. So quite the stomp coming out from Falcons, and at the end of the day, like, we get to see this be about the closest attempt they had at a kill. These are the type of kills you have to get as Visage. Those death tolls, giving him those early stat items and hitting those early auras to buff up the next kills, and then that first one leads to the second one, which leads to Soxa end up having the lane by himself, and we see 33 later going bottom here at level 4. How often do you see a level 4 Visage, quote-unquote, ganking his own safe lane? And that's when you know, when you see a hero that out of place, like, you just can't imagine yourself seeing that hero doing that move, that is not where he wants to be. And as Ted said, this is about the moment where if 33 wasn't already done, the rest of his team is. As this just pile, I feel so bad. Just I was like, oh, let's get some clips of these deaths, but yeah, it racked up quite hard over the course of that game. And hats off to ATF. That's a sick last pick Tide, and quite a draft win coming out from Falcons.
That is the result of late-stage capitalism. Too much of a gold strat can be a bad thing. You know, Visage and Bounty Hunter, they're both the 1%. They're eating each other alive.
Where are you, filthy commie? Let's talk about the video game. Unbelievable.
You're right, because Alchemist did win. So
yeah, exactly.
There we go.
Exactly. The richest dude in the game won, and you're celebrating it. Disgraceful.
Mm-mm-mm.
That was the strat. It was the gold strat, and it was orchestrated by our winner. And not only the winner of this series, but currently the reigning world champion. Isn't that right, Snake King? Because you just you came hot off of a tournament win. How many hours of sleep did you get between Belgrade finals and this series starting?
I think I personally had about 6 hours of sleep, as well as we had to move hotels from the Betboom Hotel to where our boot camp currently resides, so didn't get much rest, and there was a lot of traveling and packing.
Did you go to the after party at Belgrade?
Yeah, we did. It was a nice after party. I only stayed about half an hour and then I left. I'm not a big party person, but I think some other people enjoyed it a little bit more.
Was Skitter one of them? Because I noticed that he was the first one to ruin your deathless score in that game number 2. What the hell, man?
Skitter was one of the few that ended up staying late at the after party, but I don't think that's the reason why he gave the first death this game. It's not his fault.
You're only saying that because he's in the room with you. I see you eyeballing him.
I mean, he is literally sitting next to me, and he said what the moment I said this segment. So.
All right, then be honest with me about something else. Did you talk to AUI between game number 1 and game number 2?
We did not communicate with AUI. He's on vacation right now, so he's on his flight to Japan. So I think it's like a 20-hour flight from Belgrade. So he's communicating to us on Discord sometimes, but we're not going to be having him for majority of this DreamLeague.
Okay. Would he have approved of your decision to not ban the Visage? Because I noticed that throughout all of your Belgrade finals, you guys were first phase banning the Visage. Clearly in this game number 2, you guys had a rock-solid strategy against it.
Against Visage, we had some ideas coming in because I think it's one of the heroes we thought were beatable, so we wanted to experiment and try it out, and we had some such strategies coming in against it.
And I'm assuming that these are strategies that you would have formulated during the series that you had like 18 hours ago, because to us this felt like very much a continuation of the best of 5 that you just had. Did you come into this like fresh because AUI is not watching, it's a new tournament, or in your mind you still felt like residual grand finals energy in this series?
There's definitely some residual grand final energy from yesterday because we literally were playing each other 5 games yesterday, but I think it's like it's about understanding each other better and understanding like what we want to be giving them and trying against them. And I think the most important thing is like understanding what our strengths and weaknesses of each other are.
Well, you found a lot of strengths in this game number 2. I'm going to pass it over to BSJ, who's got a question for you as well.
Yeah, my question is basically how much are you willing to give up heroes over the course of the tournament? Like you were mentioning that you had some ideas against Visage, but you didn't give that to them at all yesterday. So is this something where you felt that the best time to do that's earlier on in the group stage of an event, and that's why you chose to do it today?
It's definitely better to do these things in group stage because the games are less meaningful. Especially in like elimination or like grand finals, you don't want to be experimenting things that you haven't really done before. So you want to know, like you want to go into these games feeling confident, feeling that you know exactly how to strategize against what your opponent's going to pick. And yesterday, the Visage was something that we didn't think enough about, but coming in today, after playing the grand final yesterday, I had some better ideas against it.
And how many times are you willing to experiment like in one event before you say, okay, we'll just give up on that, we can't beat that? Like today you were successful, but obviously it doesn't always go that way.
I think it's generally pretty quick because I think you in a couple games you should understand whether this strategy is valid or not, and if it doesn't, then you just either ban it or try something new against it. Most of the times, I think the easier thing is just to ban it and try to figure out something that's easier to beat.
Great, thank you, man.
And one last question in regards to your Belgrade final. You tweeted that it was the craziest grand final that you had ever played. You've been to a lot of grand finals at this point, so what made this one special? Was it playing against your boys Netta and Saksa, or was it the gameplay? What specifically?
I think it's a combination of both. Obviously, with Sox and 33, we have a great history, good friends, and it's exciting to play them in the finals. And we know each other very well. So it's like there's a lot of mental warfare and mind games going on. And as well as I think the finals were very close. It wasn't like 3-0, and they went to 5-game with each game going back and forth. So I think it was very competitive, and I think the margins were very close on who ended up coming on top.
Even down to that final game, it was a 70-minute GG from you guys, but you guys ended up being victorious. Congratulations, Snake King. It was a 1-1 split for this one, but I have to imagine we will be seeing a lot more of Falcons throughout this DreamLeague. Congratulations on the Game 2 win, and we'll speak to you again soon.
Thank you. Goodbye.
See you later. As that man deserves to rest. He has had a very hectic 24 hours, but he was well behaved. He went home early from the after party. Such discipline from these professional Dota players.
I think Sneh himself said he's not a big party guy. That's what he said, right?
Sure.
Not a big party guy, and that's fair enough. But yeah, deserved a break. I think he was still on break in game 1, but in game 2, came back and got the job done.
That's the beauty of these best of 2 group stages, is that you can lose a game.
Throw one away.
Just throw one away.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then ultimately, it's just your collective score at the very end of this group stage 1, which seems to be entirely dependent on draft wins in this series.
Yeah, and I'd also just say that it does seem to me that like this would be Falcon's strongest competitor, and Tundra, it's easy to say because of the grand finals yesterday, but if you can so decisively stomp your biggest competition with an outdraft, that makes you feel good regardless of the first game that you dropped. So like you said, drop a game or 2, but it's more about the confidence that you're getting from each individual win, and I think this game too for Falcons had to have them feeling good.
Yeah, of course. And I think I was trying to poke his brain a bit about the fact that how can you have 5 tight games yesterday? Like all games were back and forth. You have no idea who's going to win. Comes into a 70-minute game. And then just they shit on each other.
I know.
2 games in a row. So I was like really fascinated by the fact that like the drafting dynamic shifted so significantly. Like yesterday's were all tight and seemed somewhat even. Both teams had options. And today it felt like, yeah, complete strategy masterclass. It felt like a chess match rather than a Dota game.
Sometimes you take a break between like fighting a hard boss in a game. You do like a 12 hours in between. You come back with fresh eyes, and then you just dominate it on like the first try. I think they got a little mental reset.
Sweaty hands for me, Neil. You've got to give your controller time to dry off.
Exactly.
When you've been playing a tough boss, you get that sweaty hand, sweaty controller. You can't get a grip on it. Wake up the next morning, your hands are bone dry. If you sleep in the cold like I did, freezing cold, you wake up, your hands are bone dry. Grab that controller, cling on for dear life, and get the job done. That's definitely what happened here.
You can't spiral. You gotta get a reset every once in a while, and that's why we will see how much of this Dacia Belgrade Wallachia meta will bleed into DreamLeague, because it's a long DreamLeague. 2 weeks of glorious Dota action. My favorite type of DreamLeague.
Yeah, it's also just a test of endurance, right? Because like 2 group stages it can be pretty impactful for a lot of teams. And we've seen throughout DreamLeagues that some teams can thrive in these prolonged group stage settings while other teams just fizzle out very fast. But from a viewer perspective, Brian, it is just the funnest to watch.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are all saying you're so happy about 2 weeks of DreamLeague. We got to see 3 weeks of Riyadh Masters, so I feel like that was the best because I got 3 weeks, but I'll take my 2. That's fine.
Maybe there's like a critical mass that you gotta hit, because this one's also an online tournament. Riyadh was on LAN.
True.
So it's got a different vibe altogether. Everyone's playing they're playing still from Belgrade, because AUI is on a plane to Japan, but I don't think anyone else could have gotten on a plane to a different country in time.
I mean, there's something special definitely about the DreamLeague vibes. Like all the teams are kind of cozy, at least at a boot camp, not having to worry about getting into those packed dining halls at the shared hotels, and this studio is one of a kind. So yeah, obviously I'm memeing about Riyadh, but we got 2 weeks of DreamLeague. We get to see the meta develop over the whole thing. I think we're going to see something similar where the games get more and more close over the course of the event. I feel like both series today were a bit stompy, but we have to factor in that most of these teams were just traveling or
That's
relocating.
why we're easing them into it. It was just 2 best of 2s today for this first day of DreamLeague Season 24. So let's take a look at the groups and see what else happened throughout the other matches on secondary streams. For Group A, you guys already got to see Team Liquid get a 2-0 against Game Gladiators. And we also had on secondary streams Nigma Galaxy get a split against BetBoom Team. And I don't remember the other matchups. I'm assuming it must have been Perivision and Avalis, because that's the only other 2-0.
And XG versus Nouns, which drew.
Oh, wow, that's actually pretty sweet. Wait.
XG Nouns played, they drew each other.
Yeah.
It's the first time we've seen XG since TI, right?
But they don't have Jin-Q anymore.
They don't have Jin-Q anymore. They have PYW, but I think this team is one of the teams I'm most excited to watch, because like they were carrying the torch for China all of last competitive year. They've made some like key changes in their lineup. We didn't see them at Wallachia. We didn't see them at Dacia. How are they going to do? Is it that Nouns is just very powerful? Is it that this draw means? I don't know what this draw means yet, because we don't have enough data.
How many viewers at home are psyched to see not a donut in that Nigma win bracket?
They're back, baby.
Let's go. They're
totally
1-1.
back. And they probably should have gotten a 2-0 if you were watching that game on, but that's okay. We take the 1-1 splits. Meanwhile, in Group B, we just witnessed Falcons get their split series against Tundra, but elsewhere on other streams, we had Talon Esports get a 2-0 against
Palianitsa.
No, it's not. You're not supposed to do Sia. It's Palianitsa. But they got 2-0'd, unfortunately.
Palianitsa.
Ripped a Fortnite man, but yeah, I'm sure he'll come back with a vengeance later on. Elsewhere, we had Azur Ray get a split against Heroic. Ah, okay.
But who's like? So I don't know some of these teams. In my defense, Team Waska,
South American team.
Palianitsa.
Ukrainian team.
How do you not know Fortnite Man? We were talking about that.
So
in
I
the
know Fortnite Man.
Yeah, that's all you need to know.
I only know him.
That's,
I don't know. I haven't seen these lads play yet.
They're mostly completely new up-and-comers.
Right, and I'm excited by that. I mean, a lot of the DreamLeagues I've been to, I know all the teams. There are quite a few teams where I don't know. Paravision, that's new.
Paravision is new in the sense that the team name is new, but it's remnants of Cloud9.
But I don't care about that.
Okay, fine.
Okay, I want the fact that it's a brand new name to me.
True.
And there was another one, and I forget. It's so new I've forgotten it. What was it?
It wasn't Waska, it wasn't Polyanitsa, it wasn't
Azure
Waska.
No, not Azure Ray.
That's in the group?
Yes, but it wasn't them. There was another one.
Nigma.
Yes. Who are these young up-and-comers, these bright young stars coming out of a quieter region? They somehow got through the qualifiers. They made it, and
The
now
brutal
here they
gauntlet.
are. Yeah, they ran the gauntlet, and now they're here. No, there was another one, genuinely. I can't even
Talon?
Huh?
Talon?
No, not Talon.
But those are the teams.
No, there was another one.
Just name one
we
last
talked
team
about
there.
Waska,
Right, so we already said them.
and then you mentioned Avulus.
I'm saying
and
Group A. There was another one. Wait, Avulus.
Oh, it was Avulus.
We
There,
talked
it was
about-
Avulus.
that was
I didn't
the-
say Avulus. It was Avulus.
Oh, okay.
You didn't say Avulus. It was Avulus.
Problem solved.
Who are those boys?
We found it.
Stormstormer stack.
Hell yeah, my boy Stormer.
Yeah.
Good, I'm rooting for him.
And they are champions as of also 48 hours ago, because while we were doing this whole Bet Boom Dutch of Belgrade thing, there was another tournament going on, RES, which Avulus ended up winning.
Resident Evil 5?
That's the one.
Oh, wow. Cool. Well, congrats to them. Like I said, I've been switched off. Been playing XCOM.
Umbrella Corporation in shambles.
Oh, god damn. We don't want to anger those guys, the Umbrella. Why isn't there an Umbrella Corporation team? That'd be my team. Umbrella Corporation. They can't sue me because it's a made-up name. That's how that works.
You want a team of zombies?
No.
No, they're the
guys.
people making the cure for the zombies.
Well,
Oh,
Or the
well,
cause
come
of
on
the
now.
zombies.
You don't buy that
got a big
Umbrella.
Western
Outbreak started
apologist
there.
here.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was kind of. I knew what it was, but you know.
It's okay, Ted. I'm going to get plenty of time to teach you about all these teams.
Oh, thank God.
Because we got more games coming up, not just for the next 2 weeks, but also tomorrow specifically, because we are returning to 4 best of 2s. The entire group stage 1 is comprised of best of 2s. We've got 4 of them for tomorrow. The morning shift is going to take on Avulus versus Team Liquid. After that, they will be following up with Heroic versus Tundra Esports. And then you and me, Ted, will get a chance to look at Extreme Gaming. No, never mind.
That's on the Ember stream.
My bad.
Ember stream.
It's on the Ember stream. It's
we don't
Avulus
get
Liquid.
to see that.
We do not get to see that,
But they can
unfortunately.
see it at home at the Ember stream.
You can. Twitch.tv/ESL_Dota2's Ember.
So that's not us either.
That's the Storm team.
Are they building up to us?
They are building up to
Okay,
us. Save the
carry on
best
then.
for last.
Yeah.
Because the morning of the Storm stream is going to be Extreme versus Bet Boom team, then Talon versus Azure, Gaming Gladiators versus Parivision, and then Talon taking on Tundra Esports. And then on the Earth stream, we got Nouns versus Parivision, Palionitsa versus Waska, Avulus versus Nouns, and last series of the night will be Azure versus Waska. But on our stream tomorrow, what's happening on our stream?
You want me to take this?
I want you to take it.
You've got these young, bright up-and-comers, Nigma Galaxy, up against Gaming Gladiators. That's the start the day at 12 CET. Then Falcons against Team Spirit, 2 huge names of Dota, 2:30. 5 o'clock rolling around, Team Liquid against Bet Boom team. That's our shift.
That's
Neil.
our shift.
And then at 7:30 is Team Falcons against Heroic.
A Wallachia Grand Final
Winner
rematch.
versus winner.
Winner versus winner. South Americans' first ever international LAN champions.
Bangers, honestly. I mean, the way that Heroic played the Wallachia finals was so entertaining. They won over so many fans, and you know, a lot of people may say that, you know, some teams weren't present in that tournament. There wasn't Liquid, there wasn't Gaming, for example, but I think with the performance that they showed, especially Parker, you can look towards the same thing being replicated to DreamLeague, even with the addition of the stronger teams.
Parker would have washed all of them. What a banger carry performance that was, Brian.
Yeah, you know, Parker's one of those guys that I respect as a Dota player, but I've had too many pub experiences with that
Yes,
guy.
I also heard this from Fear, who formerly would queue into Parker, who used to go by the name Parker Stupid.
Yes.
And that persona of Parker was not one that you would like to have
The
on
one
your
thing
team.
he always had was flair and like that star power, like, you know, I'm gonna take over this freaking game and like just own it. And watching that finals was really funny to me to see like that personality that I remember from my pub experiences, just like so disciplined and clean and just like wiping the floor with the opponent in such a huge stage. So it's a pretty cool evolution of a player from my perspective. So I'm looking forward to seeing him, how they follow it up in this tournament.
We will see how he continues to hone his skills, but that's for tomorrow. That's it for today, our first day of Dream League Season 24. But don't worry, we got 2 more weeks of action and 2 more weeks of you getting to listen to the PogChamp Pandas.